Chapter 1. The Loose Immortal on the Slaying Immortal Platform. Heavenly Court. The Sea of Clouds is vast. Outside the Doshui Palace, auspicious air fills the surroundings. The ancient scent of Dan, a type of incense at the palace gate, mixed with the cool breeze of the heavenly realm, penetrates the nostrils. Sun Wukong stands outside the palace gate, scratching his cheek impatiently with his furry hand beneath his golden armor. It has been over 100 years since he escorted Tang Sung to success and was conferred the title of victorious fighting Buddha. Life on Flowerfruit Mountain is indeed carefree, but that restlessness ingrained in his bones cannot be easily smoothed over by Buddhist chants. He hadn't been to the heavenly court for a long time, and today he specially sought a reason to come and find old friends to stretch his limbs. With a creak, the palace gate opened, and a young Taoist boy with 2 buns hurriedly walked out, his robes fluttering as he rushed. Sun Wukong swayed and blocked the boy's path. The boy, lost in thought, suddenly bumped into a golden-armored deity, stumbled back in fright, and upon seeing who it was, quickly bowed and said, "Oh, it's the victorious fighting Buddha. I am Jin Jiao. I have met the great sage." While he addressed him with a Buddha title, he habitually called him Great Sage. Sun Wukong, with his fiery eyes, examined him and grinned. "Little boy, in such a hurry, are you rushing to be reincarnated?" Jin Jiao's face showed a hint of anxiety. The great sage jokes. "I wonder why the great sage has the leisure to come from Flowerfruit Mountain to the 33 heavens today. I, old son, have been bored in the mountains and want to come up and have some fun with that 3-headed, 6-armed kid." Sun Wukong pulled out his golden staff from his ear, transforming it into a needle-sized object, spinning it on his fingertip. "But I've run all over the Li Tianwang's residence and haven't seen him." Upon hearing this, Jin Jiao suddenly realized, the 3 Tans Haikai god? He should be over at the Slaying Immortal platform now. I was just about to head there. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened. He put the golden staff back in his ear and leaned forward. Slaying Immortal platform? That place is usually quite deserted. What's happening today that's so lively? Quickly tell me about it. Jin Jiao looked around, lowered his voice, and spoke mysteriously. "The great sage may not know. A month ago, a bold loose immortal appeared in the West Neo Hajo that I don't know what kind of courage he had, but he went and demolished 7 or 8 temples in one go, smashing all the Buddha statues." The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his eyebrows dancing. This stirred up a hornet's nest and angered those bald donkeys in the West. You know, they are the most narrow-minded. Halfway through his words, Jin Jiao suddenly stopped. He looked at the victorious fighting Buddha before him, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. How could he forget the identity of the person before him? Who in the heavenly court does not know that this great sage equal to heaven is also a Buddha of the Western paradise now? He stammered to remedy the situation. "Great sage. I didn't mean it that way." But Sun Wukong showed no signs of anger. Instead, he burst into laughter, patting Jin Jiao's frail shoulder. "Huh? Bald donkey is a bald donkey. Old son hears you. Continue." What happened next? Seeing that he truly didn't mind, Jin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, wiped his sweat, and continued. "That loose immortal did wrong, but after all, he is already a celestial being. Ordinary heavenly thunder and fire cannot harm him. The Western teachings send a message saying that this person must be completely annihilated to quell their resentment. To achieve complete annihilation, he must pass through the Slaying Immortal platform and take a knife." Sun Wukong stroked his chin, the golden light in his eyes swirling. "Oh, did the Jade Emperor agree? This is the most delicate part of the matter." Jin Jiao became more animated. "Great sage, think about it. Matters of the Western teachings, the Jade Emperor has always been reluctant to intervene. This time they specifically requested to use the Heavenly Court's Slaying Immortal platform. The Jade Emperor has to intervene whether he wants to or not. If he agrees, it appears that the Heavenly Court is their execution ground. If he refuses, he offends the West. The Jade Emperor means that he neither wants to issue this decree nor can he avoid it." Sun Wukong snorted. He understood that ruler of the 3 realms too well. Jin Jiao continued. "So the Jade Emperor issued an edict, saying that this matter concerns the face of the Heavenly Court and the West, and asked all the celestial beings of the Heavenly Court to attend the Slaying Immortal platform to witness the execution. With everyone watching, it's no longer just his decision. This way, it gives the West an explanation and also clarifies the Heavenly Court's stance. At this moment, all kinds of deities are probably going to watch the excitement. I was in the alchemy room, keeping an eye on the 8 trigrams furnace for the old lord, which is a very important task. After finally asking for leave from the old lord, I managed to sneak out for a bit of free time. If I had been any later, I wouldn't have seen anything at all. Upon hearing that such a grand event involved the heavenly court, the West, and various celestial beings, Sun Wukong's heart, which had been dormant for 100 years, instantly sprang to life that he grabbed Jin Zhao's arm with such force that the boy winced. Let's go? Let's go, Sun Wukong said excitedly, scratching his ears and cheeks. Such an interesting event. How could old Sun be absent? Quickly lead the way. Before his words fell, he had already lifted Jin Zhao and transformed into a streak of golden light, dashing towards the slaying immortal platform. The sea of clouds parted to make way for them, and the tranquil scent of Dan outside the Doshui Palace was instantly stirred into chaos. In a flash of golden light, when they landed, Jin Zhao felt the world spinning, his stomach churning, and he had to hold onto a jade railing to dry heave for a while before he could stand firm. He looked up and found himself on a vast white jade platform. The platform hovered above the sea of clouds, surrounded by emptiness, with only the piercing heavenly wind howling past. There was no piece of the celestial realm in the wind. Instead, it carried a bone-chilling coldness. In the very center of the platform, a high platform made of mysterious iron rose up, carved with fierce beast totems, exuding a killing aura that made one's heart tighten. That was the slaying immortal platform. At this moment, the area around the slaying immortal platform was already crowded with people, divine light dazzling. Various celestial beings were clearly divided into several groups. That on the east side were the celestial officials of the heavenly court, with the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing pressing down on his treasure pagoda, his expression grave. The morning star, Tai Bai, twirling his long beard, furrowing his brows tightly, and the generals of the Thunder Department standing with arms crossed, their expressions solemn. They were gathered in small groups, whispering to each other, their eyes occasionally glancing toward the other side. And on the west side were a multitude of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats from the west. They wore kasayas, radiant with precious light, some with closed eyes and drooping brows, others holding fat-sheet dharma implements. Though they did not speak, they emanated a powerful aura that weighed down the surrounding celestial energy. Sun Wukong's fiery eyes scanned the crowd and immediately spotted his target. Nezha stood alone closest to the slaying immortal platform, clad in lotus armor, holding a fire-tipped spear, and the red fire-like Hunyuan silk floated behind him. Sun Wukong chuckled and devised a plan. He quietly plucked a hair from his body, blew on it with his mouth, and the hair transformed into a tiny hand that was nearly invisible, silently weaving through the crowd. Sneaking up behind Nezha and yanking at the fluttering Hunyuan silk, Nezha swayed, nearly losing his balance. What kind of person was he, to be toyed with in front of so many eyes? A surge of anger rushed to his head, and he turned sharply, his phoenix eyes widening, sternly demanding, "Who?" This shout drew the attention of the surrounding celestial beings. But when Nezha's gaze met the grinning monkey face, all his fury evaporated in an instant. He was momentarily stunned, then the tension in his mouth relaxed into an understanding smile. "You mischievous monkey, now you are the victorious fighting Buddha, yet you still can't change these lowly tricks." Sun Wukong took a few quick steps to his side and punched Nezha's lotus armor, producing a muffled clang sound. "Little Nezha, it's been a long time. You're even more impressive now. How come you've been called here for such an occasion? You came too, didn't you?" Nezha shot him an annoyed glance and turned his gaze back to the immortal slaying platform. "It's the Jade Emperor's decree. Who dares not to come?" Sun Wukong followed his gaze on the cold and imposing immortal slaying platform. A figure was kneeling. It was a young man of the human race. He wore a simple green robe, tattered and covered in dust. His hands and feet were bound by golden immortal binding ropes, and his long hair was blown into disarray by the heavenly wind, obscuring half of his face. Yet despite his disheveled appearance, his back was straight, like a gun that would not bend. With his fiery golden eyes, Sun Wukong could clearly see that the young man had a flow of immortal energy within him, his foundation solid, already at the level of an earth. Immortal, but his gaze did not resemble that of any immortal Sun Wukong had ever seen. The discussions around him reached his ears. "That's him. He destroyed the Buddhist temples and smashed the golden statues. I heard that the Western Sect sent 18 Arhats to capture him, but they were all injured by him. Truly audacious, a loose immortal dares to oppose the Buddhist sect." Chapter 2, Life Editor System. Lu Fan felt a bit numbed. He was a traveler who had arrived in this world 300 years ago. Initially, he thought it was an ordinary fantasy continent, and with a bit of foresight and relentless effort, he finally managed to cultivate into an immortal. Who would have thought that he would clash with a group of bald monks? Lu Fan had always prided himself on being straightforward in his actions, never bowing his head to anyone, and was certainly not one to shy away from trouble. But the opposing side had a deep background, directly reaching the heavenly court. It wasn't until he was bound by the immortal binding ropes, kneeling on this chilling immortal slaying platform, listening to the discussions of the surrounding immortals, that he suddenly realized, Sun Wukong, Nezha, Li Jing. Damn it, the timeline has already reached the post-journey to the west, the primordial world, his proud earth immortal cultivation. In front of these gods and Buddhas who could destroy heaven and earth with a flick of their wrists, was likely inferior to a single heavenly soldier from the assault on Flower Fruit Mountain back in the day. If it weren't for the heavenly court being peaceful for a long time and nothing significant happening, his trivial matters wouldn't attract so many powerful beings to watch. Now this was a game over, completely without any chance of turning the tables. The hidden caves, formations, and substitutes he had left behind in the mortal realm were utterly useless under such a crushing level of power. What was the point of this? A deadlock. Just as Lu Fan felt hopeless and prepared to think about whether it was more dignified to die standing or kneeling, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Life Editor System activated. Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat. A system. Why did it come at this moment, of all times? Why not wait until my corpse has gone cold to come and offer incense? System, what are you for? Lu Fan questioned in his mind. This system can freely edit the host's life history. Rule 1. Edited content cannot directly conflict with well-known historical facts. Rule 2. Edited content cannot directly change reality, nor can it directly provide the host with cultivation or magical treasures. Lu Fan furrowed his brows tightly. What kind of broken rules are these? Not being able to conflict with real history meant he couldn't fabricate an identity of being a relative of the Tao ancestor or a descendant of Pangu out of thin air climbing. Relationships would be useless. Not being able to increase his strength meant he couldn't gain power through the system, break free from these immortal binding ropes, or overturn this immortal slaying platform. This system was completely useless. In desperation, his gaze subconsciously swept over the surrounding immortals. His eyes passed over the serious celestial officials, over the dignified Buddha, and finally landed on a figure. It was a monkey clad in golden armor, wearing a roguish smile, but with a pair of golden eyes staring unblinkingly at him. The Monkey King, the great sage equal to heaven. The victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong. Lu Fan's heart raced. Got it. I can't change well-known historical facts, right? Then I'll just write some unofficial history. As for how unofficial, that would be up to me. Above the sea of clouds, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. From the ranks of the Western Sect, a bodhisattva slowly walked out. He was clad in a seven-treasure kasaya, with a benevolent expression and a halo of light behind his head. It was the pure thought bodhisattva. He first bowed respectfully towards the direction of the Jade Emperor in the Lingtai Palace. Then his gaze fell on the immortal slaying platform, on the kneeling young man in the green robe. Your Majesty, fellow immortals, the pure thought bodhisattva began, his tone calm, resonating clearly in the ears of the gathered immortals. This person is named Lu Fan. Originally a loose immortal. 10 years ago, he recklessly destroyed several temples of our Western Sect in the southern continent, desecrating our Buddha's golden statues. His sins are grievous. Our Buddha is merciful and, considering his difficult cultivation, only suppressed him at the foot of Lingtai Mountain, making him listen to Buddhist scriptures day and night, hoping he could repent and reform. Who would have thought that after 10 years, not only did he fail to show gratitude, but instead harbored resentment, hiding his cultivation, and a month ago, once again rampaged, destroying 7 of our temples and injuring our protecting Arhat. The pure thought bodhisattva's tone finally revealed a suppressed fury. Such a stubborn rogue. His nature has already turned demonic. If he is not severely punished, he will surely become a great threat to the 3 realms. Today, calling him to the immortal slaying platform is to sever his immortal roots and extinguish his divine soul, to serve as a warning to others. His words were righteous, and even the Buddhist light seemed to grow stronger. The monks of the Western Sect all lowered their heads, chanting Buddhist mantras, an invisible pressure converging towards the center of the immortal slaying platform. On the heavenly court side, however, the expressions of the celestial officials varied. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing pressed his hand on the pagoda, observing with a calm demeanor, showing no reaction. The morning star Tai Bai stroked his beard, his murky old eyes glinting with light, exchanging an unspoken glance with a few civil officials beside him. The generals of the Thunder Department stood with crossed arms, a hint of a smirk at the corners of their mouths. "Hey, this kid has a bit of the spirit I had back in the day," son Wukong said softly to Nezha, his golden eyes filled with interest. Nezha, holding his fire-spirited spear, snorted, "If it were me, I wouldn't have waited 10 years. Many of the celestial generals in the heavenly court showed expressions of anticipation for the spectacle. In the past century, the Western Sect had flourished, and although the heavenly court was the orthodox of the three realms, much of the limelight had been stolen. Now, witnessing the Western Sect suffer a setback, especially at the hands of an unknown loose immortal, everyone felt a sense of pleasure. Naturally, the pure thought Bodhisattva also sensed the subtle change in the atmosphere around him. He turned to the kneeling Lu Fan and questioned sternly, "Lu Fan, our Buddha gave you 10 years to repent. Why did you not know to repent, but instead escalated your actions? Do you not know your sins?" On the immortal slaying platform, the previously silent Lu Fan finally slowly raised his head. Under his disheveled black hair was a clear, yet extraordinarily resolute face. His lips were cracked, and his face was dusty, but those eyes shone astonishingly bright that it was a light of defiance. "Sins? What sins do I have?" He straightened his back, bound by the immortal binding rope, and stared directly at the pure thought Bodhisattva, saying loudly, "You forcibly suppress me and inundate my ears day and night with scriptures and demonic sounds, thinking you can make me kneel and submit? I, Lu Fan, practice for the sake of understanding, and I uphold my true path and heart. What you do is, in my view, no different from evil spirits. My heart is set on justice. Why should I yield to evil?" At these words, the entire venue fell silent. Even the howling winds of heaven paused at that moment. On the side of the Western Church, a layer of frost covered the faces of all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. The compassion on the pure thought Bodhisattva's face froze for a moment, then was replaced by great anger, as the light of the Buddha behind him fluctuated violently, almost turning into a fire that could burn everything. Heretical words to confuse the masses. "How dare you slander my Buddha when death is at hand? Stubborn and unrepentant. He must be punished." On the heavenly court side, however, there was an uncontrollable sound of snickering. "Interesting, really interesting. I haven't seen such a tough bone in a long time. Set on justice, never yielding. TSK, TSK, such words. Where will the Western Church put their faces?" Son Wukong was almost clapping. "Refreshing, refreshing. Well said. What kind of nonsense compassion? I, old son, never believed in that." Nezha also had a high smile on his face, feeling a wave of satisfaction as he looked at the pale faces of the Western Church. One had once stirred the East Sea, seeking vengeance for his father. The other had once caused chaos in the heavenly palace, suppressed for 500 years. What they appreciated most was this kind of unyielding pride. Chapter 3, What Mountain? The Silver Star Tai Bai lightly coughed and stepped forward to mediate. "Bodhisattva, calm down, calm down. In this old servant's view, there is something fishy about this matter. Although this Lu Fan has acted impulsively, his words carry a certain spirit, not like a great villain. Why not change the punishment to depriving him of his cultivation and demoting him to immortal? That could also fulfill the compassion of a monk. Shouting for bloodshed ultimately harms the harmony of heaven." Though this sounded like advice, it was actually stoking the fire. Who doesn't know that the Western Church values face above all? Now being scolded as evil spirits by a loose immortal, if they cannot utterly destroy him, their face would be lost. Tai Bai jinxing, your words are misguided. Pure thought Bodhisattva suppressed his anger and spoke coldly. This person's heart is already demonic. If we merely deprive him of his cultivation, we cannot guarantee he won't turn to demonic paths of ghostly cultivation, causing even greater harm. The safety of the three realms cannot be taken lightly. He noticed the heavenly court deity's glee and became even angrier. He knew that the heavenly court wanted to see them make a fool of themselves. Since the journey to the west, the Buddhist sect had flourished, and its fortune had prospered, which had long displeased the heavenly court. Since the immortal families believe he has a reasonable excuse, they must think he has a clean past and is a person devoted to the path. Pure thought Bodhisattva glanced around, revealing a cold smile. Very well. Today, let's see clearly whether this person is righteous or evil. He called out loudly, "Summon the king of hell Yenluo to the hall." His voice pierced through the clouds, reaching the underworld. Before long, a wave of Yin energy surged into the sky, and the king of Hell Yinluo, dressed in royal robes and wearing a crown, holding a thick ledger, arrived at the execution platform under the guard of the ox head and horse face. Your humble servant pays respects to the Jade Emperor and greets all esteemed immortals and bodhisattvas. The king of Hell bowed. Pure Thought Bodhisattva straightforwardly said, King Yinluo, please use the karma water mirror to reveal this person Lu Fan's past to the public, so everyone can see if his hands are clean in order to achieve this earthly, immortal path. Upon hearing this, many celestial officials retracted their smiles. They all understood that with the current decline of spiritual energy in the three realms, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a mortal to cultivate. Most loose immortals had blood on their hands, having killed and seized treasures, making such actions a norm. This move by the Western Church could be considered a strike at the root. As long as they could reveal any dirt from Lu Fan's past, they would hold the moral high ground. What a clever strategy, Nezha murmured. Sun Wukong's golden eyes sparkled as he focused intently on Lu Fan, wanting to see what expression this interesting young man would have in the face of this inevitable doom. The king of Hell did not dare to delay, responding with a yes, and then took out a small ancient bronze mirror from his bosom. The mirror was only palm-sized, but its surface was like a bottomless autumn pool. It was the supreme treasure of the underworld, capable of revealing the past of all living beings. The karma water mirror. The king of Hell chanted incantations, activating his power, and tossed the water mirror into the air. The water mirror expanded with the wind, instantly transforming into a massive light curtain that covered half of the execution platform. That on the light curtain, waves rippled, gradually revealing blurry images. All the gods and Buddhas focused their gazes on that light curtain. The smile of assured compassion returned to Pure Thought Bodhisattva's face. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, kneeling at the center of the execution platform, silently recited in his heart. System, begin editing my life resume. Resume editing begins. Please choose the time point and event to start. Lu Fan's consciousness sank into the vast sea of memories. On the light curtain, images flowed as a scene of a border town gradually unfolded. It was at the junction of the Central Plains and the Western Kingdom, with sandstorms raging and the land barren. In a simple peasant courtyard, a baby boy was born. He was Lu Fan. The images in the water mirror sped up rapidly. In his childhood, Lu Fan was handsome and striking. Not like an ordinary farm child, he never rolled around and played with the village's naughty children, getting himself dirty. More often, he simply sat quietly on the threshold, gazing at the distant yellow skyline, his eyes reflecting a depth not typical for his age. He was so sensible, it was heart-wrenching. While his parents worked in the fields, young as he was, he would learn to sweep the floor and feed the chickens. With the little food they had, he always let his parents eat first while he only drank some thin porridge. Around the execution platform, the celestial officials of the heavenly court murmured among themselves. This doesn't look like a wicked person. Indeed, born in poverty, yet knows filial piety and has a pure character. Could there really be some hidden truth? Listening to these discussions, Pure Thought Bodhisattva's expression remained unchanged, the light behind his head calm. He joined his hands together and declared a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. At the beginning of a person, their nature is inherently good. There are no people born as great evildoers. That is why my Buddha emphasizes teaching and guiding. The environment can lead a person to evil, and my Buddha wishes to use good methods to guide them back to the right path. As soon as he finished speaking, a general from the Thunder Department could not help but speak up. Bodhisattva's words are reasonable, but since you emphasize teaching, why not continue to educate him instead of sending him to the execution platform to take his life? This question was direct, and many celestial officials cast approving glances. Pure Thought Bodhisattva lowered his gaze. My Buddha has already given him a chance. 10 years of suppression, listening to scriptures daily, is teaching. Yet he has deep demonic roots. Not only does he not appreciate my Buddha's compassion, but he also harbors resentment and grows worse. Teaching is useless, leaving only thunderous methods to prevent him from causing disasters in the three realms. This is to eliminate evil, and it is also great compassion. His words silenced the crowd, and the heavenly court was momentarily speechless. Indeed, they had already given him a chance. It was he who did not cherish it. The eyes of the immortals returned to the light curtain. In the images, time flowed, and Lu Fan had grown into a tall youth. He was now able to shoulder farm tools and share the heavy work at home. One evening at dusk, his parents returned home, looking somewhat tired yet strangely excited. As soon as they entered, they carefully opened the rice jar at home, and from the shallow bottom of the jar, they scooped out a portion of the already scarce grain with their hands, wrapping it in a piece of rag. The young Lu Fan was chopping firewood when he saw this scene. He stopped his axe and asked curiously, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" "The food at home probably won't last until next month." Lu Fan's father, a dark-skinned man with a weathered face, rubbed his hands together and said, "Fanner, you don't know. Today, your mother and I, in order to avoid a wild boar, panicked and ran to the vicinity of that strange mountain to the east." Lu Fan's mother chimed in. "That mountain. The old people in the village say it was where Wang Mang usurped the Han dynasty, and heaven got angry, causing it to fall from the sky. It has been hundreds of years, and it's very sinister. No one dares to approach it." "That's right," his father continued. "We hid behind a rock on the mountain and took a distant look down at the foot of the mountain. Guess what we saw? At the foot of the mountain, there was a monkey with a hairy face and a thunderous mouth. He can even speak human language. We were so scared we didn't dare to move, but we heard him crying out in hunger, pitifully. He was dirty and skinny, looking like nothing but a bag of bones, which really tugged at our hearts. So we thought of taking some of the grain from home to give to him." As soon as the father's words were spoken, they were clearly transmitted to every god and Buddha on the immortal slaying platform through the karmic water mirror. In an instant, the entire white jade platform fell into silence. The heavenly officials of the heavenly court who had been whispering just moments ago all closed their mouths. Even their breathing became lighter. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing paused his finger on the pagoda slightly. The movements of the bright star Tai Bai, who was stroking his beard, froze in midair. Nezha, holding the fire-tipped spear, had wide eyes and slightly parted lips. Countless gazes gathered from all directions, ultimately landing on Sun Wukong. Goodness, watching the excitement, judging the criminal. How did the gossip end up on the Monkey King? Chapter 4. Mysterious and elusive. Sun Wukong was so engrossed in watching that he unexpectedly became the focus of the entire crowd. He was taken aback for a moment, then grinned and waved his hand at everyone. "Look, keep watching. Why are you all staring at me, Sun Wukong? I don't have flowers growing on my face." Although he said he didn't care, doubts began to stir in his heart. The 500 years under the Five Elements Mountain were the darkest times of his life. That memory was something he never wanted to bring up. Did someone bring him food? He recalled carefully that during those 500 years, besides the mountain deity and land god who watched over him under the orders of Guanyin, there was only a shepherd boy who had once picked some peaches for him. That shepherd boy, whom he encountered again on his journey to the west, had already reincarnated and could not possibly be the Lu Fan before him. Was there a mistake in this water mirror of Yama? He harbored suspicions in his heart, but did not voice them. After all, being suppressed for 500 years was not something glorious. Shouting about it would only make him a laughingstock. The face of the bodhisattva of pure thought remained compassionate. He was well aware of Sun Wukong's situation under the mountain and was certain that there was no record in history of a peasant family successfully delivering food to him. It was likely that this family merely had the thought of doing so, or they gave up halfway out of fear. Moreover, even if they had truly delivered food, what could one meal mean? Sun Wukong, now the victorious fighting Buddha and a figure of the Western Buddhist sect. Would he really turn against the entire Buddhist community for a mere meal from a mortal? Impossible. He remained calm, signaling Yama to continue. In the light curtain, the scene continued. The young Lu Fan frowned tightly after hearing his parents' words. He pointed to the half-empty rice jar and then to his parents' cracked lips. "Father, Mother, we're running out of food ourselves. Do we really have to share our grain with a monkey we don't even know?" His words were realistic and cruel. In the face of survival, kindness was a luxury. Lu Fan's father fell silent. He looked at his son's delicate and serious face and sighed deeply. He placed his rough hand on Lu Fan's head and slowly said, "Fanner, I know you understand. But we may be poor, but our hearts cannot be poor. If we see others suffering and can lend a hand but turn away out of fear of losing something, what difference is that from a beast? To live without a bit of warmth in our hearts is worse than starving to death." Lu Fan's mother also came over, gently touching her son's cheek and softly saying, "Yes, child, helping others is not about seeking repayment. It's about being able to live with oneself. That monkey, whether he is a spirit or a monster, if he cries out in hunger, we cannot pretend we didn't hear." In the simple farmhouse courtyard, the parents imparted the deepest lessons to the young boy in the most straightforward language. The the deities present, especially those who had cultivated from mortals or had participated in the investiture of the gods and experienced human suffering, were deeply moved. In a world where mortal lives were as insignificant as grass, a handful of grain represented a life. Willing to sacrifice their own food to help a stranger spirit was a kindness that moved people deeply. This Lu Fan's parents were truly good-hearted people, an old immortal exclaimed. Indeed, being born in troubled times and maintaining this pure heart is not easy, another heavenly general echoed. Recalling how his own mother in the mortal realm had also been like this, willing to go hungry just to give him the last bun. The discussions rose and fell, all praising Lu Fan's parents. This only made the atmosphere among the Western teachings grow colder. The expression on the bodhisattva of pure thought darkened, and his mask of compassion nearly slipped. He let out a heavy grunt, and the Buddhist light shook, silencing all discussions. It is precisely because of this that it proves this scoundrel is beyond redemption. The crowd of deities was taken aback and turned to look at him. The bodhisattva's gaze swept over everyone, and he coldly said, with such simple and kind parents teaching by example. Yet Lu Fan still grew into a madman who destroys temples and opposes our Buddhist sect. What does this indicate? It indicates that his nature is stubborn and unyielding. Fundamentally a poisonous weed that does not know how to be good. No matter how fertile the soil or how abundant the rain, it cannot change his evil nature. Such innate evil must be eradicated, or it will become a great calamity. The heavenly officials fell silent. No one refuted him. Everyone understood clearly that they were here today merely because the Jade Emperor wanted to leverage this situation to embarrass the Western teachings. It was fine to watch the spectacle, but no one wanted to offend the currently prosperous Buddhist sect over an unrelated loose immortal. The scene fell into a subtle silence again. Just then, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd, and a round, plump figure squeezed through the gaps of the divine generals, puffing and panting like a rolling meatball, quietly approaching Sun Wukong from behind. It was none other than Zhu Beiji. Now a pure altar messenger, he was well-fed and shiny, and the robe he wore was stretched tight around him. Monkey brother, Zhu Beiji lowered his voice, using his signature obsequious tone to speak. Do you really recognize this family in the water mirror? Sun Wukong was lost in thought, staring at the light curtain when this voice interrupted him. He turned to see Zhu Beiji's large face leaning nearby and immediately lost his temper, reaching out to grab his plump ear. Why are you here, you fool? Instead of enjoying your good fortune, you come here to stir up trouble. Ouch! That hurts. Zhu Beiji immediately cried out like a slaughtered pig. Monkey brother, my good brother, please let go. Be gentler. In front of so many immortal friends, give me some face. I'm still a pure altar messenger now. I can't look this foolish. His cries instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Everyone had been curious about the relationship between Sun Wukong and Lu Fan. But out of fear of Wukong's reputation and temperament, no one dared to approach. Now, seeing Zhu Beiji recklessly rush forward, they all perked up their ears, glancing around, pretending to look at the immortal execution platform, but actually focusing intently on the commotion over here. Nezha also watched this scene with interest, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Sun Wukong snorted, released his grip, wiped his hand on Zhu Beiji's greasy robe, and looked disgusted. Zhu Beiji rubbed his red ear and then leaned in again, asking in a low voice, Brother, tell me honestly, have you ever seen this family? Sun Wukong glanced at him, then swept his eyes over the surrounding immortals who were pretending to admire the scenery while straining to eavesdrop. He replied bluntly, I don't recognize them. His answer was crisp and straightforward. I was pressed under the mountain for 500 years. And besides the mountain deity and land god sent by Guanyin to guard me, there was only a shepherd boy who picked some peaches for me. As for this Lu Fan and his parents, I've never even heard of them, let alone seen them. Upon hearing this, the surrounding eavesdropping immortals felt a wave of disappointment while simultaneously becoming even more curious, since the great sage did not recognize them. What exactly was reflected in this karmic water mirror? Did this family have the thought of coming, but ultimately did not go? Chapter 5. The root of evil. Since the great sage has personally denied it, the past reflected in the karmic water mirror has become even more intriguing. Zhu Beiji touched his round chin, his small eyes sparkling with curiosity. He no longer asked further questions, just chuckled and stepped back behind Sun Wukong, stretching his neck to continue staring at the light curtain. Seeing that Sun Wukong had distanced himself, the bodhisattva Jingyan felt relieved. He joined his hands in prayer. his compassionate face revealing no emotional fluctuations, and simply said to Yin Wang, "Yin Wang, please continue." Yin Wang responded and slightly urged his magical powers, causing the images on the light curtain to flow once more. In a simple farmhouse courtyard, Lu Fan's parents packed the remaining half of their food into a cloth bag. Young Lu Fan stood by, looking at the empty rice jar, tightly pursing his lips and not saying a word. He silently returned to the house, took out 2 hard flatbreads hidden under his pillow, and stuffed them into the bag as well. His father saw his actions and smiled appreciatively, patting his shoulder. The 3 of them set off together. The father walked at the front, holding a woodcutting axe and vigilantly observing their surroundings. The mother held Lu Fan's hand and followed behind. The road leading to the strange mountain in the east was desolate and difficult to traverse. This was the border between the Central Plains and the Western Ding Kingdom, with yellow sand all around and few signs of human life. Both countries were unwilling to expend effort to govern this barren land, and over time, it became a no-man's land. "Fanner, hold my hand tightly, don't get lost," the mother said nervously. "Dad, let us hurry." Lu Fan also sensed the strange atmosphere around them and urged. The father, pushing aside the thorns blocking the way, said in a deep voice, "Be careful. This area is not peaceful. The officials never come here, and there are often bandits lurking about. I've heard that deep in the forest, there are man-eating demons. The world of mortals is indeed dangerous." The young Lu Fan in the light curtain showed a hint of fear on his face, instinctively leaning closer to his mother, and quietly asked, "Dad, isn't there a temple at the east end of our village? There are many monks there. Don't they come out to eliminate demons and protect the people?" This was a child's most innocent and direct question. In the simple worldview of mortals, the followers of gods and Buddhas should be embodiments of justice. Upon hearing this question, many divine generals on the immortal execution platform displayed strange smiles. In the light curtain, Lu Fan's father paused his steps after hearing his son's words. He turned around, looking into his son's clear eyes, and sighed deeply. "Fanner, you are still young and don't understand many things." He squatted down to meet his son's gaze. "Those monks only stay in the temple to eat vegetarian food and chant. They never inquire about what happens outside. Uncle Lee from our village had his sheep taken away by the wolf demon in the mountains, and his whole family is struggling to get by. He went to the temple to kneel and asked those masters for help against the demon. But do you know what those monks said?" Lu Fan shook his head. A bitter smile appeared on his father's face. "They said that eliminating demons and subduing monsters disrupts the harmony of heaven and earth, and the Buddhist sect dislikes killing. Unless Uncle Lee can donate 300 pounds of grain as incense money, they might consider reciting sutras and praying for him, to see if they can convert that wolf demon." "Convert?" Young Lu Fan asked in confusion. "Can a wolf demon really be converted? Who knows?" The father's voice was filled with sarcasm. "Where can Uncle Lee find 300 pounds of grain?" In the end, nothing came of it. Later, I heard that those bandits who often rob merchants on the road have a very good relationship with the temple's abbot. They take a part of the money they steal and donate it to the temple every year. This dialogue was transmitted word for word into the ears of all the gods and Buddhas through the karmic water mirror. In the celestial realm, someone finally couldn't help but chuckle. The Thunder Department generals could no longer hold back, their shoulders shaking. Although the king of heaven Li Jing maintained a serious expression, the slight twitching of his lips betrayed his current mood. The morning star was even more direct. He stroked his beard, unabashedly smiling, shaking his head at the civil officials beside him, the meaning unspoken. That slap in the face was too loud. Such matters had long been an unspoken rule among the higher-ups of the 3 realms. The celestial officials were mostly accustomed to sordid affairs. The Buddhist sect widely opened temples, recruited followers, and collected incense offerings, which was fundamentally no different from the celestial realm enjoying offerings from the mortal world. However, the Buddhist sect always liked to drape itself in a cloak of compassion and universal salvation, speaking in grandiose terms. They were well aware that mortal temples often colluded with the powerful and even bandits to collect protection fees and lend at high interest. Yet, no one had ever dared to speak so bluntly about these matters in front of the Western religious followers, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Ironically, it was a mere mortal who said this. In such occasions, such forms, Buddhism would not truly make a fuss over it. This was just the right kind of topic to elicit some laughter. Just for that remark, this trip was worth it. Son Wukong was also laughing. He recalled a long time ago, on the journey to the west to obtain the scriptures, passing by that Guanyin Zen temple. where the greedy elder Jinsi would go to any lengths for a cassock, even setting fire and causing deaths. That black bear spirit, who called elder Jinsi brother and stole the cassock. The words of mortals overlapped with his personal experiences at this moment. On the other side, the camp of the Western religion was in dead silence. All the faces of the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were like they were covered with a thick layer of frost. Especially Bodhisattva Jingyan, whose skin twitched violently, and the Buddha light behind his head became chaotic for a moment, almost unable to maintain his compassionate and solemn appearance. Absurd, he shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, shaking the clouds. Amipa, such foolish men, spouting nonsense. It is only right for temples to accept incense offerings. Without incense money, how can the monks eat? Where? What do they use to repair the temple and restore the golden statues? Not engaging in production and focusing on cultivation is the duty of a monk. What is wrong with that? Those who cannot provide offerings harbor resentment and maliciously slander the purity of my Buddhist sect and defame our esteemed monks. Such ingrates do not know gratitude and disrespect the Buddha. With such a father, it is no wonder that Lu Fan has become a scourge that destroys temples and the Buddha. This is inherent evil, a root cause of corruption. The karmic water mirror reflected the very source of his sins. He was born into such a family, steeped in words that slander the Buddha, and had long sown the seeds of demonic influence in his heart. My Buddha has suppressed him for 10 years to eradicate the roots of his demons. Yet he is incorrigible, unrepentant. This inherent evil and root sin, if not severely punished, where is the justice in heaven? His words were said in a fit of rage. Yet they drew the unified agreement of many Buddhist disciples behind him. What the Bodhisattva says is true. Ordinary people, who do not understand the true meaning of Buddhism, can only make reckless guesses. Offering to my Buddha is for them to accumulate merit, yet they do not know what is good for them. This person disrespects the Buddha. His son will surely suffer for it, and he deserves his punishment. The echoes of justifications and accusations resonated in the air above the immortal execution platform. However, the smiles on the faces of the celestial officials grew even wider. No one spoke up to refute. Chapter 6. Bandits on the light curtain. The wind and sand continued. After listening to his father's words, young Lu Fan remained silent for a long time. The wind blew up his black hair, revealing his eyes that were brighter than the stars. He was not infected by the despair and numbness in his father's words. Instead, he straightened his small chest. He clenched his fists and, facing the swirling sand and wind, declared with all his might, "Dad, Mom, when I grow up, I want to learn the unparalleled martial arts of the world. I want to be a chivalrous hero. Whoever is a bad person, I will fight them. Whoever is a demon, I will eliminate them. I want to make sure that no one dares to bully good people anymore." Good. Well said. In the array of heavenly generals, someone led the cheers, instantly igniting the entire crowd. Ha! Good kid. Ambitious. This is how a good man should be. I've wanted to do this for a long time. The generals of the Thunder Department, known for their straightforward personalities, admired such bloodiness the most. They did not hide their praise, and cheers echoed, shaking the clouds. Nezha's eyes sparkled, and he slammed his spear onto the ground, making a crisp sound, laughing. Good. This kid is to my taste. In the light curtain, Lu Fan's parents were initially stunned by their son's words, then smiles of comfort and pride appeared on their faces. Good child. My son is ambitious. The father's rough hand heavily patted his son's shoulder. The mother, with red-rimmed eyes, hugged her son tightly, rubbing her cheek against his hair. My Fanner, you will definitely become a great hero in the future. The family set off again. They walked on the desolate official road, stepping deeply and shallowly, getting closer to the legendary mountain that pressed down on the monkey. Just then, a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly erupted. A black feathered arrow shot out from the withered forest by the roadside, moving so fast that it left only a shadow in the air. Be careful. The man reacted quickly, pushing his wife and son behind him. He himself was a half-step too late. Puff! The sound of the arrow piercing flesh was dull, yet clear. The arrow struck his thigh, and the arrowhead pierced through, spraying a burst of blood. Ah! The man screamed in agony, his body swaying violently, kneeling on one knee. Head of the family. Dad! The cries of the mother and young Lu Fan were heart-wrenching. Before they could react, a series of arrogant, strange laughs erupted from the withered forest. 7 or 8 ragged, armed men jumped out, surrounding the family of 3. Leading them was a one-eyed dragon with a face full of flesh, wielding a large knife with a ringed handle. still stained with fresh blood. Run, run fast. The kneeling man endured the excruciating pain and shouted with all his strength. He grabbed a rusty axe beside him and threw it at the bandits, trying to buy some time for his wife and son. The one-eyed dragon easily knocked the axe away with the back of his knife and spat disdainfully. The mother grabbed Lu Fan and ran forward like a madwoman. In the chaos, she tripped over a stone and fell forward. The cloth bag she had protected with her life flew out of her arms, landing heavily on the sandy ground. Thud! The bag burst open. The coarse grains, which contained the family's kindness and sacrifices, mixed with chaff, spilled out and mingled with the dirty soil. In front of the karmic water mirror, the world fell silent at that moment. The gazes of the immortals slowly shifted from the light curtain, where the grains had fallen into the dust, back to Sun Wukong. So that's it. It turned out that it was not that the family did not go, nor did they change their minds halfway. They went. They brought their life-sustaining food, risking their lives, to rescue an unfamiliar monkey trapped under the mountain. However, they could not reach the end. This goodwill was intercepted halfway by the world's evil. Sun Wukong stood there, motionless. No one could see his expression at that moment. He lowered his head, his golden eyes fixed on the grains scattered on the ground in the light curtain. A suppressed aura slowly spread from his not-so-tall body. His fists under the golden armor clenched tightly, making a crackling sound. He remembered those 500 years. Those dark, sunless 500 years. He was trapped under the Five Elements mountain, unable to move, exposed to wind and rain, eating iron pellets when hungry and drinking copper juice when thirsty. The mountain god and land deity followed the order, only maintaining his most basic life, preventing him from starving to death, but never letting him have it easy. During those 500 years, his only comfort was that occasionally a daring shepherd boy would throw a few sour wild peaches down from the hillside. The sour flesh of the fruit was the most exquisite delicacy in the world to him. A full meal that a mortal would eat? What does that taste like? He had long forgotten. He thought he had become accustomed to such suffering, thought he had sealed away that memory long ago. But he did not know that once there was a family, under the threat of starvation, holding their life-sustaining food, risking their lives, walking such a long way, just to deliver a meal to this unfamiliar monkey. And what happened? Just because of a few shortcut robbers, just because of a lawless, chaotic world, that meal was lost. Sun Wukong was now the victorious fighting Buddha, no longer lacking in food and drink. The rare fruits of the Western paradise, the jade liquid of the heavenly palace. He could have as much as he wanted. But none of those things could compare to the coarse grains that would have been given to him back when he was trapped under the mountain. That was the most humble yet sincere goodwill of mortals. Just like that, it was gone. At this moment, looking at the grains scattered on the ground, a surge of nameless anger suddenly erupted from the deepest part of his heart, rushing straight to the top of his head. So, I could have had another full meal back then, just because of these damned robbers. Boom. A surge of golden demon energy, mixed with pure Buddhist light, erupted from Sun Wukong's body, soaring into the sky. The white jade ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. Monkey. Nezha was the first to react, reaching out to hold his shoulder. Brother Monkey. Zhu Beiji was also startled and hurriedly stepped forward to grab his arm. Sun Wukong suddenly lifted his head. His fiery golden eyes were now a deep red, filled with raging flames. Jing Yin Bodhisattva felt a chill in his heart and instinctively took a half-step back. He forced himself to calm down, clasped his hands together, and declared a Buddhist chant. Victorious fighting Buddha, the past is gone, all is dust. Emil's bond is ultimately a mirage. You have now attained the Buddha's fruit position. You should know that all dharmas are empty, and cause and effect are not false. Why must you cling to the illusions of the past, giving rise to attachment and anger? I hope you can let go soon to attain freedom. He used Buddhist teachings to suppress Sun Wukong. In his view, no matter how angry Sun Wukong was, it was merely for personal desires, too small-minded. As long as he stood on the great righteousness of Buddhism, he could remain undefeated. Who would have thought that upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong not only did not calm his anger, but instead let out a wild laugh. Ha ha, what a fleeting past. What a born obsession. Sun Wukong stopped laughing, his red eyes locking onto Jing Yin Bodhisattva, speaking word by word. Bodhisattva, you talk to me about Buddhist principles? Good. Today, I, the old sun, will talk to you about Buddhist principles. Chapter 7, The Seed of Evil. I ask you, what does it mean to let go? The pure thought Bodhisattva was taken aback and instinctively replied, letting go means seeing through the illusions, not being disturbed by external things, and not being trapped by attachments. Well said. Sun Wukong clapped his hands. Now, let me ask you, that family of 3 back then, carrying food to save a monkey they had never met, was that a good intention or an illusion? The pure thought bodhisattva was speechless. It was true. That group of robbers, blocking the road to rob and injure people, was that an evil act or an illusion? It is true. Since both good and evil are true, and right and wrong are clear, how can you ask me to let go? Wouldn't that mean I can't even distinguish between truth and falsehood, good and evil? Sun Wukong's voice suddenly rose, like thunder crashing. Today I will not pursue those robbers who have long since reincarnated. This is my letting go and compassion, but I am not happy in my heart. Thinking of the suffering from back then, recalling the goodness of that family, I feel a bit of anger, and that is my true nature. If one has no joy or anger, cannot distinguish good from evil, how are they different from those monsters? Buddha is the enlightened one, who understands all truths in the world, not a demon that cuts off everything. You can't even understand this simple principle. Yet you dare to show off Buddhist teachings in front of me. His words came out like firecrackers. He is now the victorious fighting Buddha. 500 years of suppression, 14 years of seeking scriptures, have long allowed him to integrate those obscure Buddhist texts and even develop his own understanding. When it comes to debating Buddhist doctrines, 10 pure thought bodhisattvas cannot match him. The pure thought bodhisattva was left speechless by his rebuttal, his face alternating between green and white. He wanted to refute, but found that what the other said was in accordance with Buddhist principles, even more profound than his own understanding. Only then did he suddenly awaken. This monkey in front of him was no longer the demon king, who only knew how to fight and kill. He is the victorious fighting Buddha. The Buddha conferred by the Western Heaven's world-honored one. In terms of fruit position, he is even above this little bodhisattva. The pure thought bodhisattva felt a chill in his heart. Oh no. Originally, this matter concerning Lu Fan was significant in that it related to the reputation of the Buddhist sect, but it was also trivial. Merely a small disturbance caused by a scattered immortal. In the eyes of those truly powerful beings in the Buddhist sect, it was hardly worth mentioning. Sending him here was just a formality, to demonstrate the authority of the Buddhist sect. Who would have thought that this small matter would involve Sun Wukong's unknown old stories? And it made this most unprovoked figure lose his temper on the spot. Now, the authority was not established, but instead, he was publicly lectured on Buddhist principles in front of the gods of the 3 realms. He had lost all face. The pure thought bodhisattva stood there, caught in a dilemma. He had no choice but to endure it. After all, his status was insufficient, his cultivation shallow, and his backing was not as strong as this one in front of him. Continuing to argue would only make him seem unrefined in Buddhist teachings, narrow-minded. And even more embarrassing, weighing the pros and cons, the pure thought bodhisattva took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger and humiliation in his heart. He retracted the restless Buddhist light surrounding him, facing Sun Wukong, deeply performed the 11 prostrations, and bowed down. Amitabha. The teachings of the victorious fighting Buddha are profound, and his insights are unique. This little monk has learned a lot. His apology was made with a very low profile, surprising the many immortals who were ready to watch a bigger show. Seeing him back down, Sun Wukong's fiery anger was also reduced by 3 parts. He merely snorted, his red eyes still fixed on the light screen, no longer looking at him. Nezha and Zhu Beiji, seeing his emotions calm down, also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The pure thought bodhisattva straightened up, looked around the scene, and restored his previous calmness. What the victorious Buddha just said was to speak up for the good intentions of that family of mortals. In this situation, the little monk can relate. The evil of those robbers, which enraged both gods and men, would have faced heavenly punishment if they had not long since fallen into reincarnation. But he shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening as it fell back on Lu Fan in the center of the immortal slaying platform. Today, we gather here not to judge the mortal robbers who turned to dust hundreds of years ago, but to determine the crimes of this Lu Fan. He destroyed temples and wiped out Buddhism, injured arhats, each act with solid evidence. I hope the victorious Buddha and all fellow immortals will not be confused by past events and miss the point of today's discussion. Right and wrong will become clear as we proceed. He forcefully redirected the topic and signaled to the King of Hell. King of Hell, continue. The King of Hell felt greatly relieved and quickly activated his powers. The images on the light screen began to flow again. On the desolate official road, the smell of blood permeated the air. Lu Fan's mother crawled up from the ground, looking at the gruesome wound on her husband's thigh and the blood continuously gushing out. Her face drained of color. Husband. She wanted to rush over, but was pushed away by her husband. Quickly, take Fanner and go. Don't worry about me. The man endured the excruciating pain, propping himself up with an axe, barely standing half his body, and roared at the approaching robbers with grinning faces. I'll fight you. He knew very well that he had been shot in the leg, and none of the three of them could escape. The only chance of survival was for him to delay for a moment with his own life. The one-eyed dragon robber lifted his curved blade onto his shoulder. Looking at him mockingly, fight? With you a crippled mudleg? Hurry and go. The man's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a final roar towards his wife and son. The mother bit her lip tightly, tears blurring her vision. She looked at her husband's resolute eyes and then at her trembling son beside her, her heart aching. She knew her husband was right. For the child, she must go. Fanner, run. She took one last look at her husband. That glance contained endless sorrow and reluctance. Then, she abruptly grabbed Lu Fan's hand and ran forward without looking back. Behind her, there quickly came the dull sound of weapons hitting flesh and her father's short, painful groan. The young Lu Fan instinctively turned back, only to see his father's tall figure heavily fall into the dust. Father! The heart-wrenching cry was muffled by his mother's hand covering his mouth. Don't make a sound. Run. The mother pulled him, stumbling as they fled in the wilderness. Her physical strength was already far inferior to those robbers who had lived by the knife for years. And with a child in tow, their speed was slowing down. Behind them, the arrogant laughter and footsteps sounded like the drums of death, getting closer and closer. A look of determination flashed in the mother's eyes. She saw a patch of bushes about half a person's height not far ahead and instantly made a decision in her heart. She pulled Lu Fan to the bushes, forcefully pressed him to the ground, and in an unusually stern tone whispered in his ear, Fanner, listen. Hide here. Do not come out. No matter what sounds you hear. Do not come out. Wait until dark. When the robbers leave, find your own way home. Remember what your mother said. Mother, what about you? The young Lu Fan clutched her clothes, his eyes full of fear. The mother kissed him heavily on the forehead, tears dropping onto his face, scalding hot. Mother will draw them away. Chapter 8. The Flower of Evil. The mother stood up, took one last look at her son hidden in the bushes, and then suddenly ran in another direction, using all her strength to run out while deliberately shouting loudly to attract the robbers' attention. The robbers were indeed drawn away by her, laughing maniacally as they chased after her. Lu Fan curled up in the bushes, staring intently at his mother's retreating figure through the gaps in the leaves. He closed his eyes, unable to bear to look any longer. In the world, only the sound of the wind remained. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the sky had completely darkened. The night wind was chilling, sweeping across the wilderness, producing a mournful sound. The young Lu Fan crawled out from the bushes. Following his memories, he first found the place where his father had fallen, and then he found his mother. He looked at his parents' cold bodies, but did not cry. He simply knelt down quietly, using his tender, dirt-covered hands to begin digging into the hard yellow earth. Without any tools, he used his hands to shovel and stones to dig. His nails split, blood flowing freely, yet he paid no mind. He spent the entire night, finally digging out a shallow pit, carefully placing his parents' bodies side by side. After doing all this, he knocked his head 3 times heavily. Blood seeped from his forehead, mixing with the dirt. Father, mother, your child is unfilial and cannot give you a proper burial. But rest assured, I will return. I, Lu Fan, swear to the heavens. If I do not avenge this enmity in this life, I will not be human. I will spare none of those who harmed you. The boy raised his head. His eyes, shining astonishingly in the dark, burned with an undying flame of hatred. The light screen of the karmic water mirror froze at this moment. The entire immortal slaying platform fell into silence once more. The celestial officials of the heavenly court wore complex and sighing expressions. This enmity was too deep. This hatred was too heavy. If any one of them had experienced such a tragedy, they would have long been driven mad, unleashing a tide of slaughter. In this heavy silence, the voice of the bodhisattva of pure thought slowly rang out. You all have seen. He pointed at the boy kneeling before the grave, swearing an oath, and said with deep sorrow, when will this cycle of revenge end? Only by laying down the butcher's knife can one become a Buddha immediately. This child is inherently good-natured, and if he can let go of his hatred at this moment and turn his heart towards goodness, he may still achieve something in the future. Yet he has chosen the most wrong path. He is blinded by hatred, sowing the seeds of resentment in his heart. His entire life henceforth will be lived for revenge. For power, he will resort to any means. For vengeance, he will kill and seize treasures. This is the beginning of his descent into the demonic path. The reason he stands against our Buddhist teachings is precisely because we emphasize compassion and letting go. This is in direct contradiction to the obsessions in his heart. He does not hate Buddha. He hates all that encourages him towards goodness. Such deluded and unawakened individuals, whose hearts have become demonic, if we do not eradicate both their form and spirit, it would be irresponsible to the beings of the three realms. This inversion of right and wrong caused the celestial officials to frown. But just as the bodhisattva of pure thought finished speaking, a hoarse, cold voice filled with endless mockery rang out from the center of the immortal slaying platform. Fuck your compassion. Lu Fan, who had been kneeling there in silence, finally raised his head. Beneath his disheveled black hair, his bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on the bodhisattva of pure thought, like a demon crawling out of hell. You dare tell me to let go? My parents were slaughtered like chickens, their bodies thrown in the wilderness, and you dare tell me to let go? I, a 7-year-old child, buried my parents with my own hands, and you dare tell me to let go? I ask you, where was the Buddha when those robbers were killing? Where was compassion when my parents met their tragic end? Now you stand here, dressed in fine clothes, looking dignified, and tell me when will this cycle of revenge end? Lu Fan struggled, the binding ropes around him creaking as he exerted all his strength to shout at the bodhisattva of pure thought and all the gods and Buddhas of the Western teachings. I tell you, as long as I, Lu Fan, still draw breath, I will definitely avenge this enmity. The one who killed my parents, I will surely kill him. The one who sheltered the murderer, I will annihilate his entire family. Your compassion, keep it to save yourselves. The area around the immortal slaying platform fell into silence. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Western teachings had their halos behind them momentarily freeze, their dignified expressions instantly replaced with shock and fury. The celestial officials of the heavenly court were all dumbfounded. They had seen the bold, but never someone so bold. In front of the gods of the three realms, pointing at a bodhisattva's nose, cursing with the filthiest words of the mortal realm, it could no longer be called audacity. It was as if he had never thought of living. The bodhisattva of pure thought trembled with anger, the halo behind his head flickering chaotically, the mask of compassion shattered, leaving only a horrific rage, truly deserving of death 1,000 times. However, more celestial officials were drawn in by one of Lu Fan's words. Sheltering? Sheltering the murderer? The Tai-Bai Jinxing stroked his beard, his hand stopping, his murky old eyes looking at Lu Fan with a hint of inquiry. Lu Fan, my friend. You just said someone sheltered the murderer who killed your parents? What do you mean by this? Is there perhaps another hidden truth? This question revealed the doubts in everyone's hearts. The king of the heavenly kings, Li Jing, and the generals of the Thunder Department all cast their attentive gazes on the immortal slaying platform. Upon hearing Tai-Bai Jinxing's question, Lu Fan suddenly burst into loud laughter. Hidden truth? Ha! What hidden truth is there? What exists is only my blood feud with those bald donkeys that will never die. He stopped laughing and then spoke slowly. After my parents died, I knew that without power, in this world, one is even worse than a dog. I carried my blood feud, crossed the ocean, and entered a place of scattered cultivators, diligently studying immortality for 10 years. 10 years to sharpen a sword. The frost blade has never been tested. When I became a human immortal and returned home, the first thing I did was to pull out that group of robbers one by one from the sea of people, and personally cut off their heads to honor my parents' spirits in heaven. Unfortunately, the leader of that group of robbers, the one-eyed dragon, got wind of it and fled early. I chased him all the way, and just as I was about to kill him, guess where he ran? Lu Fan's gaze, like a knife, pierced directly at the bodhisattva of pure thought. He ran back to the east end of our village, into that temple my parents despised the most when they were alive. He knelt before the Buddha, shaved his head, and repeatedly claimed he wanted to lay down the butcher's knife, take refuge in our Buddha, and from then on, read ancient texts under the green lamp, repenting for the rest of his life. And the abbot of that temple actually accepted him, gave him a Dharma name. What was it? Huewu. What did he awaken to? Awaken to the idea that after killing and arson, as long as he hides in the Buddhist teachings, he can wipe the slate clean. I went to their door with my sword, demanding they hand over the murderer. They blocked me at the mountain gate, saying the Buddhist realm is a pure place, and one must not act rashly with thoughts of killing, saying that since he has taken refuge, past events are like clouds and smoke, saying one should spare where one can spare. I spit. Lu Fan spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva. When my parents met their tragic end, why didn't they say to spare where one can spare? Chapter 9. I only wish to die. I did not listen to their nonsense scriptures, forcibly stormed the mountain gate, wanting to personally slay that beast. But those bald donkeys actually formed a formation, layer upon layer. To protect that murderer, they still had the nerve to speak, saying I was creating karma through killing and needed to be enlightened. Enlightened? Lu Fan laughed wildly again. Good. If you want to enlighten me, then I'll send you to meet the Buddha first. Fortunately, I had achieved my skills. How could a mere mortal temple stop me? I immediately broke their formation, charged into the main hall, and with one sword, I cut off the one-eyed dragon's head. But I didn't expect that after dealing with the younger ones, the elder ones really came. The bald donkeys in that temple crushed a piece of jade talisman. Not long after, a Luohan from Shinyo Hujo descended, claiming that my killing intent was too heavy and that I must be suppressed in front of the Buddha for 100 years to wash away my demonic nature. Naturally, I refused and fought back against them. I killed the Luohan, and they sent bodhisattvas. I injured the bodhisattvas, and they sent more Buddhas. I was chased from southern Jambudvipa to Shinyo Hujo, with them constantly saying that I had deep sins and needed to be saved. I, Lu Fan, have only one worthless life. If I die, then I die. How could I allow them to manipulate me? If they want to kill me, I will kill them back. Killing one is enough to break even. Killing two is a profit. I killed my way from south to west, turning the skies dark and the earth red, making rivers of blood flow. In the end, I was exhausted and captured, and that's how I ended up here. Lu Fan finished speaking. On the immortal execution platform, there was a deathly silence. The immortals had stiff expressions, but their hearts were surging with waves. They had thought this was just a trivial matter of a rogue immortal getting heated, tearing down a few temples, and smashing a few Buddha statues. Who would have thought that behind it was such a tragic and lengthy bloodbath? The face of Jing Nyen Bodhisattva was already as dark as the bottom of a pot. Nonsense. You present yourself as so innocent. Do you know that your rampage has destroyed over 100 temples of our Western teachings in Shinyo Hujo? You have killed thousands of my disciples and devout believers. You have committed such heinous acts of murder and still dare to argue here. As these words were spoken, the immortals in the heavenly court immediately sucked in a cold breath. Hiss. Over 100 temples? Thousands of monks? My heavens. This kid has made a hole in Shinyo Hujo. They had originally thought that the Western teachings were just making trouble and blowing things out of proportion. But it turned out that someone had been killing in their own base camp. This sin was indeed heavy, no doubt about it. It was beyond heavy. This was a sin of unimaginable proportions. The Buddha not slapping him dead on the spot could truly be considered having restraint. The gazes of the immortals towards Lu Fan changed. This kid is really something. Jing Nyen Bodhisattva snorted coldly. Lu Fan, now that it has come to this, the cause and effect are clear to all of you immortal friends. Because of your personal vendetta, you have implicated the innocent and slaughtered thousands of lives. Your sins are heavy, and the evidence is as solid as a mountain. Before you die, do you have any intention of repentance? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan laughed loudly. Repentance? Why should I repent? He stared directly at Jing Nyen Bodhisattva, his eyes showing no fear, only the calmness of having burned everything away. I only hate my own lack of cultivation, that I could not kill my way to the spirit mountain and overturn your grand Lane temple. I only hate that I killed too few and could not send all of you hypocritical bald donkeys to hell to meet my parents. I, Lu Fan, was born of heaven and earth, relishing in vengeance and hatred, and I have no regrets in this life. If you want to kill, then kill. Why bother with more words? I only wish for one death. He closed his eyes, presenting his neck to be slaughtered, that determination shocking all the gods present. The words that had been on Sun Wukong's lips were swallowed back down. He scratched his cheek, but this time it was not out of impatience, but rather from not knowing how to proceed. This kid is even more ruthless than I was back in the day. Back then, he had caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace, overturned the elixir furnace, toppled palaces, and repelled 100,000 heavenly soldiers. But in the end, those were just superficial injuries. He had never actually killed any named gods. But this Lu Fan before him had genuinely created a sea of blood in Shinyo Hujo. Over 100 temples, thousands of lives. This sin of murder was heavy enough to break a person's spine. The key point was his attitude. No regrets in this life. Only wishing for death. There was no room for negotiation, no thought of begging for mercy. This was a stubborn stone that even heaven and earth could not smooth out. Son Wukong's flicker of sympathy was extinguished by this determination. He knew that this matter was not easy to handle. Monkey brother, Pigsy had somehow come over. His small eyes filled with fear and difficulty. This is a huge mess. The killing sin is too heavy. Even the Buddha can't suppress the anger. If we speak up, it will be against the entire Western heaven, and then my vegetarian meals will be deducted. He muttered about his meals while his gaze kept darting toward the Western teachings. Already realizing the current situation, this grudge is now set in stone. Nezha, holding his fiery spear, had a fierce look in his phoenix eyes. He snorted coldly. What is there to fear? He killed the bald donkeys who sheltered the murderers. He is not a good person. I say good kill. What he hated the most were those who could not distinguish right from wrong, those who inverted black and white with their hypocrisy. In his view, Lu Fan's actions were the purest rage of a vengeful spirit, exhilarating and thorough. Son Wukong glanced at Nezha, then at the worried Pigsy, and finally his gaze returned to the upright figure in the center of the immortal execution platform. Killing was indeed exhilarating, but one's life would also be lost. He thought to wait and see the situation. If they really ordered the execution, the three of them would plead for mercy together. Losing cultivation and being cast into reincarnation was better than having one's form and spirit annihilated. Annihilation was too cruel. There would be no chance to start over. Pigsy nodded repeatedly at these words. Yes, yes, just leave a life, leave a life. Although Nezha found it unsatisfying, he understood that this was the best outcome. So he also nodded in agreement. However, wanting to die? A cold smile appeared on Jing Yin Bodhisattva's face. It wouldn't be that simple. Our Western teachings are compassionate, and the heavenly court enforces justice. Today we gather here to publicly judge your sins, not to randomly pin a crime on you. He turned to the King of Hell. His voice icy. King of Hell, continue to show it. I want to let all beings in the three realms see clearly where this scoundrel, who claims to seek revenge, learned this murderous method of harming heaven and earth. The King of Hell did not dare to delay, channeling his powers. And the glow of the karmic water mirror flowed once more, continuing the scene. In the light curtain, the lonely youth stood up. He did not look back at the humble grave, but turned and walked in the completely opposite direction from his hometown, step by step. His steps were slow but exceptionally firm. From then on, he was the only one left in the world. Chapter 10. The legend of the great sage equal to heaven. Little Lu Fan walked out of the barren land that had given him life, stepping into a broader and more treacherous world. He was still a child, without a penny to his name, and no one to rely on. He became a little beggar. In the bustling towns, he fought with wild dogs for scraps, was chased away by the guards of wealthy young masters with sticks, and the spit and curses were the most common alms he received. He slept in a dilapidated city god temple, curled up at the cold feet of the statue, covering himself with spider webs and dust to avoid the biting cold winds of winter nights. He had seen too much evil in the world. For a bag of rice, brothers could turn against each other. For a piece of land, neighbors could draw swords against one another. He had also seen kindness in the world. An old woman selling pancakes would secretly leave a warm pancake at the corner where he slept. But in the end, that old woman was beaten to death by local ruffians just because she refused to pay triple the tribute money. That little, warm pancake became the last warmth in his memory. From then on, the world in his eyes was only black and white. The flames of hatred burned day and night in his chest, not extinguished but instead growing stronger as he witnessed more evils. He needed power. Power enough to burn away all injustices and sins. He began to inquire about where there were extraordinary talents and where there were immortal mountains and caves. The scene shifted. Years later, Lu Fan had grown into a ragged yet sharp-eyed young man, wandering into a bustling city in the heart of the Central Plains. The liveliest place in the city was a tea house run by a storyteller. One day, he exchanged a few copper coins he had begged for a bowl of the cheapest coarse tea and sat in the most secluded corner of the tea house, listening to the storyteller on stage passionately recounting a tale from hundreds of years ago. The storyteller was narrating an extraordinary incident from the previous dynasty. It was said that during that era, there was an incredible demon monkey. The monkey was born with extraordinary abilities, learned skills from a master, obtained the method of immortality, and even went to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea to seize the magic weapon, the Dinghai Shenzhen, and went to the underworld to erase the death register, causing chaos in the three realms. The storyteller struck the wooden board and raised his voice. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor was furious and sent down 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, setting up a net of heaven and earth to capture this demon monkey. What was the outcome? He deliberately kept the audience in suspense. The result was that the demon monkey had immense supernatural powers, single-handedly wielding a staff, defeating the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, making them drop their helmets and armor, crying for their mothers. The 9 luminaries and the 4 heavenly kings were no match for the monkey's staff. They fought until the southern heavenly gate was tightly shut, and no one dared to come out. Think about it. What kind of arrogance and lawlessness was this? The tea house was in an uproar, with listeners expressing their surprise and awe, discussing among themselves. The storyteller, with spittle flying, vividly described the great battle. The patrons in the restaurant listened, entranced. However, the atmosphere on the immortal execution platform became strange. The celestial officials in the heavenly court had somewhat unnatural expressions. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing subconsciously rubbed his fingers on the pagoda, back then, when he led the charge. He didn't even manage to touch a hair of that monkey, and this had always been a thorn in his heart. The generals of the Thunder Department recalled the embarrassment of being knocked over by that monkey back then, and they all looked at their noses at their hearts, pretending not to hear. All the celestial beings' gazes, intentionally or unintentionally, drifted towards that golden-armored figure. Sun Wukong, however, was completely unconcerned. Not only was he not the least bit embarrassed, but he also grinned, jabbing his elbow into Nezha's side. "Hey, did you hear? They're talking about the glorious history of your old son." His face was full of pride, clearly afraid that others wouldn't know he was the protagonist of the story. He felt not the slightest shame, but rather a sense of honor. Back in the days on the journey to the west, whenever he encountered troublesome monsters, what he loved to do most was to boast about his glorious deeds of wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace. "I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong." From 500 years ago, this phrase had almost become his catchphrase. In his view, single-handedly turning the strictly hierarchical heavenly court upside down was an exhilarating and magnificent achievement. As for being suppressed for 500 years and becoming a Buddha later, that was a different story. At least at that moment, he felt free and invincible. Nezha rolled his eyes at him, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This mischievous monkey still had the same thick skin as ever. Zhu Beiji, listening from behind, shook his plump body and buried his head even lower. He didn't have the courage of Monkey Brother back then. He was the marshal of the heavenly canopy and had suffered many losses under that monkey's hands. The Bodhisattva Jingyan also looked somewhat displeased. He hadn't expected that this karmic retribution mirror would reflect such a thing. He originally wanted to prove that Lu Fan was a disciple of evil, but instead, it exposed the background of the victorious fighting Buddha. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Sun Wukong, only to see that the monkey was not angry at all. Instead, he looked quite pleased, scratching his ears and cheeks, clearly overjoyed to be hearing it. Bodhisattva Jingyan cursed inwardly and could only endure and continue watching. In the light curtain, the storyteller's tale continued. That monkey had vast supernatural powers, and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers could do nothing to him. In the end, it was still the Tathagata Buddha from the west who acted, transforming with a wave of his hand into the 5 elements mountain, which finally suppressed this mischievous monkey. Dear audience, this teaches us a lesson in life. Do not be like Sun Wukong, who, having gained some skills, became arrogant and unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth, ultimately suffering the consequences of his actions. The audience below nodded in agreement. Yes, that monkey simply didn't know what was good for him. Instead of being a proper immortal, he had to cause trouble in the heavenly palace and deserved to be suppressed. After all, he was still a demon, wild and hard to tame. The Buddha is compassionate. Such an ungrateful demon monkey deserves such a fate. Yes, the heavenly court treated him generously, bestowing him the title of great sage equal to heaven. What an honor. Yet he did not know how to be grateful and instead tried to seize the Jade Emperor's throne. Truly heartless. The tea drinkers were discussing fervently, their words filled with disdain and contempt for that demon monkey. This is the most straightforward worldview of ordinary mortals. The divine right of kings, a strict hierarchy. Challenging authority is the greatest rebellion. In a corner of the restaurant, the ragged, dust-covered young man Lu Fan listened quietly. He heard the surrounding people's judgments of Sun Wukong. Unaware of what was good for him, he reaped what he sowed. But in his eyes, there was no agreement. Instead, a strange light ignited. You are wrong. The tea house instantly fell silent, and all eyes turned to the ragged boy in the corner. Lu Fan slowly raised his head, his bright eyes shining in the shadows, sweeping over the crowd. He was not wrong. A tea drinker scoffed, "Little beggar, what do you know? That son Wukong disrupted the heavenly court and despised the heavenly authority. Isn't that wrong? Despising heavenly authority?" Lu Fan shook his head. Had that heavenly authority ever looked at him properly? He was born a stone monkey, with no parents, relying on himself to cultivate his skills and achieve immortality. What was wrong with that? Why should the judge of the underworld claim his soul? With his supernatural powers, able to turn rivers and seas, why couldn't he take a suitable weapon? The East Sea Dragon King agreed to it, but later went to the heavenly court to complain. Wasn't that behavior unbecoming of a gentleman? The heavenly court offered him the title of a minor official, the stable keeper. Was that an invitation or an insult? He rebelled against the heavenly court and proclaimed himself the great sage equal to heaven simply because he wanted fair treatment. From beginning to end, it was the heavenly court, high and mighty, treating him as a demon to be manipulated at will. Since heaven is unkind, treating all beings as straw dogs, why should he respect heaven? He stormed the Lingshao treasure hall not for that throne, but simply for justice. Chapter 11. He just wanted justice. On the immortal execution platform, a dead silence fell. Whether it was the celestial beings of the heavenly court or the Buddhas from the West, they all felt a bit awkward at this moment. There was no way around it. This involved party made it impossible for them to feel anything but awkward. Sun Wukong himself was also a bit stunned. 500 years ago, he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, relying on his indomitable spirit and his extraordinary abilities. He felt wronged. He felt belittled. So he caused a ruckus, fought, and wanted the high and mighty Jade Emperor to know the name of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. But what was he really fighting for? Even he couldn't clearly articulate it. Was it youthful recklessness? Was it the wild nature of a demon? On the journey to the west, the Bodhisattva Guanyin had enlightened him, and Tang Sung had taught him. He gradually understood his mistakes and learned to restrain his wild nature. Wearing the golden hoop, he thought he had understood. But until today, until this moment, he heard from the mouth of an unfamiliar young mortal from hundreds of years ago the words he had wanted to say, but hadn't been able to express back then. He only wants fairness. Is it really like this? He recalled the 500 years he spent trapped under the mountain, battered by wind and rain. He remembered the mortals who clutched their life-saving food, but tragically died on the way. He also thought of the young man kneeling on the immortal slaying platform, who, in order to avenge his parents, had created a sea of blood. What difference is there between him and them? They are all pitiful beings mistreated by this world. They are all fighters who refuse to bow to fate. Good. Sun Wukong's Adam's apple rolled, and he squeezed out a word through his teeth. Well said. Meanwhile, the face of the Bodhisattva of pure thought from the Western Church had turned extremely ugly. He had calculated everything, but he never expected this result. He initially wanted to prove that Lu Fan was a disciple of evil and had a vile nature. However, the karmic water mirror reflected that the root of all Lu Fan's actions was actually imitation and admiration for the victorious Buddha, Sun Wukong. Lu Fan was not inherently evil. He was just trying to learn from the hero in his heart and seek what he believed to be fairness. Now, how could he be convicted? Slap Sun Wukong in the face. The Bodhisattva of pure thought didn't have the courage for that. But what about the thousands of monks who died in the Western Church? How could he explain that? The Bodhisattva of pure thought felt trapped in a deadlock where any move he made was wrong. The situation was getting a bit out of control. He struggled to maintain a calm demeanor, took a step forward, and his loud voice echoed across the entire immortal slaying platform. As for the past events of the victorious Buddha, I believe all of you immortal friends present have some understanding in your hearts. The victorious Buddha indeed made mistakes back then. However, the Buddha said, "The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore." The victorious Buddha was suppressed under the 5 elements mountain for 500 years, reflecting on his pain and awakening to the truth. Only then did he convert to our Buddha, escort the holy monk to the West, endure the trials of 99 and 81 difficulties, ultimately breaking through delusions and attaining the Buddha's fruit position, achieving great merits and ultimate perfection. This is the best example of someone who can correct their mistakes. There is no greater goodness than this. Now, the victorious Buddha is the protector of our Buddhist teachings and a model for the 3 realms. He suddenly shifted his tone, becoming sharp, pointing directly at Lu Fan in the light screen. But what is this Lu Fan learning? He only learned the form of the victorious Buddha from back then. But he did not learn the essence of the victorious Buddha later. He only knew the grand chaos of the heavenly palace, but did not learn the turning back to the shore later. He only knows how to destroy and kill, viewing resistance as everything, treating hatred as the standard, and has already fallen into the path of evil without realizing it. He is imitating Dongshi's frown, trying to paint a tiger, but instead creating a dog. He took the youthful recklessness of the victorious Buddha as an excuse for his own violence and evil. He is tarnishing the merits of the victorious Buddha's return to goodness. If he claims to have any connection with the victorious Buddha, then he is the evil corpse that the victorious Buddha has long since severed, a heart demon that needs to be completely purified. This statement was flawless, both elevating the current victorious Buddha and denouncing the past Monkey King as a wrong example, while simultaneously nailing Lu Fan to the pillar of shame as a bad example. After this speech, he successfully severed the connection between Sun Wukong and Lu Fan, even hijacking Sun Wukong onto his own war chariot. Logically, it was impeccable. The celestial officials of the heavenly court had somewhat retracted their expressions of watching a show. The star of Venus stroked his beard and nodded slightly. This rhetoric is indeed brilliant. King Li's expression also softened. Yes, Sun Wukong is now a Buddha, a legitimate one. He can't possibly support a murderous maniac who imitates his dark history, right? Zhu Beiji nodded repeatedly, whispering to Nezha, "The Bodhisattva's words are impressive. Now that's good. The Monkey King has distanced himself from that kid, and we don't have to face difficulties anymore." Nezha frowned, his phoenix eyes flashing with displeasure. He didn't like this kind of clever rhetoric that turned black into white, but every word the other party said was reasonable, leaving him unable to find a rebuttal. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Sun Wukong. They wanted to see how this victorious Buddha would respond to this life and death question. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Sun Wukong was very quiet. Ha! He suddenly laughed out loud. "Bodhisattva." Sun Wukong looked at the Bodhisattva of pure thought and smiled broadly. "You don't need to be so cryptic with me," pointing at the mulberry tree and scolding the locust tree. "Whether I was right or wrong back then, I know in my heart, those 500 years under the Five Elements Mountain were not wasted. Later, when I promised Guanyin Bodhisattva to protect my master on the journey to the west, it was precisely because I understood some things. You don't need to remind me of these. I walk my own path, and he walks his. I want to lose my head and forget who I am just because he said a few nice words. Of course, I also want to know where his obsession, this so-called fairness he believes in, will ultimately lead him. If in the end, he is not guilty enough to die and can leave a life, that would naturally be the best outcome." This statement clarified his final attitude. "I want to create a ruckus, but I want to stand by idly either. I will protect this person, but I will do so in a lawful manner. Bodhisattva, let us continue to watch." Sun Wukong waved his hand, making a gesture of invitation. "I'm also very curious about where this kid learned all these skills after hearing my story." The Bodhisattva of pure thought felt slightly relieved when he saw that he didn't explode on the spot. Although Sun Wukong expressed his intention to protect the person, as long as he didn't tear apart the facade, there was still room for maneuver. As long as the following could reveal irrefutable evidence of Lu Fan practicing demonic arts and killing innocents, nailing him to the identity of evil, then even if Sun Wukong wanted to protect him, he would have to weigh the consequences. Good. The Bodhisattva of pure thought nodded and said solemnly to King Yin, "Continue." King Yin quickly activated his magical powers. On the light screen, the scene in the tea house gradually faded away. After the young Lu Fan left that tea house, his eyes changed from before. If before, what supported him to live was hatred, now, in his hatred, there was an added lighthouse. That was the figure of the so-called Monkey King. He began to crazily search for opportunities to become an immortal. He climbed over thousands of mountains and crossed countless rivers. He visited countless so-called masters, some of whom were swindlers, and others who only knew some superficial spells from the side paths. He was deceived, beaten, and almost captured to be turned into a medicinal person. But he survived. Chapter 12. Lu Fan's Path to Seeking Immortality in a Dusty Military Training Ground. Dozens of sturdy men were practicing under the scorching sun, bare-chested. The young Lu Fan mixed in among them. His figure had not fully developed yet. He was somewhat slender, but his fierce determination far surpassed those around him. He became a disciple of a retired soldier. That soldier was once a 100-man captain of the border troops, spending his life fighting against bandits and enemies, honing a set of life-and-death combat skills. Chopping, cutting, stabbing and slashing. Day after day, sweat soaked the ground, and blood stained his fists. The brothers in the same sect practiced martial arts to strengthen their bodies or to make a living in the martial world. Only Lu Fan, with every punch and every knife swing, saw the image of his parents falling in a pool of blood, and heard the arrogant laughter of the robbers ringing in his ears. Hatred was his best teacher. 3 years later, the once slender boy had become a tall and straight young man. His gaze was like a blade hidden in its sheath, calm yet sharp. In a vendetta in the martial world, he single-handedly killed the 13 renowned swordsmen hired by the opposing side. From that moment on, he transcended the realm of ordinary martial artists. However, Lu Fan was not satisfied. During his pursuit of enemies, he witnessed too many bizarre events that ordinary martial arts could not explain. He had seen a villager in the mountains who, due to offending a passing Taoist, melted away into a puddle of pus within 3 days. He had also heard that in the vast mountains of the southern border, there were monsters that could speak human language and breathe clouds, as well as witchcraft capable of controlling poisonous insects and cursing from 1,000 miles away. He deeply understood that simple martial arts had its limits. The end of martial arts was the beginning of celestial techniques. He must seek immortality. The images in the karmic water mirror began to rush by again. The young Lu Fan's figure appeared throughout the north and south of the great river, in desolate mountains and rivers. His footsteps traversed the prosperity and desolation of the central plains. He had witnessed years of famine with corpses strewn everywhere, as well as the excesses of a thriving era. He had once drawn his sword to help in the face of injustice, uprooting tyrants who plagued the land, and had also ventured alone into dense forests inhabited by monsters to investigate a vague rumor of immortals. Years had etched frost and hardship on his face, sharpening his determination like ancient ice. He became increasingly silent, yet his eyes grew ever brighter. Finally, he journeyed eastward, crossing the vast East Sea, and arrived at the legendary East Shinsho, where immortal mountains stood tall and spiritual energy was abundant. He reached the shores of Aolai Kingdom. As soon as he set foot on this land, Lu Fan felt a difference. The air here was fresher and more vibrant than in the southern Jambu continent. Looking out, he saw a magnificent immortal mountain rising abruptly into the clouds at the end of the sea. The mountain was adorned with exotic flowers and rare herbs, with spiritual springs and waterfalls flowing between its slopes, and immortal birds and spiritual deer wandering in the woods. A dense aura of spiritual energy, almost palpable, rushed toward him. Lu Fan's heart began to race uncontrollably. He could feel that this mountain was calling him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, walking toward the immortal mountain. The mountain path wound like a serpent, with ancient trees reaching the sky. The deeper he walked, the more intense the spiritual energy became. When he reached halfway up the mountain, Lu Fan suddenly stopped. He heard a series of painful cries coming from a nearby thicket. The sound was not human, but resembled the cries of monkeys. His heart stirred, and he pushed aside the bushes to approach quietly. The sight before him made his pupils constrict. In a clearing in the woods lay 7 or 8 monkeys, sprawled in various directions. Their legs were caught in cruel, glinting iron traps, and blood stained their fur and the surrounding grass. A few young monkeys struggled futilely, only causing the trap-serrated edges to dig deeper, eliciting their piercing screams. A few older ones were already on the brink of death, lying motionless on the ground, with only the faint rise and fall of their chests indicating they were still alive. These traps were exquisitely crafted, marked with the insignia of mortal hunters. Without any hesitation, he strode over. The remaining conscious monkeys, seeing someone approach, revealed extreme fear and hostility in their eyes, baring their teeth and making threatening sounds. Lu Fan ignored them. He knelt in front of a young monkey caught by its hind leg, extending his hand. Ignoring the monkey's attempts to scratch him, he precisely pinched the mechanism of the trap with 2 fingers. Taking a deep breath, the veins in his arm bulged. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The steel trap's mechanism was forcefully deformed and broken by his sheer strength. The young monkey was stunned, feeling its leg loosen, and looked at this human in disbelief. Lu Fan did not stop. He moved to the next trap and repeated the process. Crack! Crack! The crisp sounds of breaking echoed through the woods. Soon, all the traps were destroyed, and the 7 or 8 monkeys regained their freedom. They did not immediately flee, but gathered together, watching Lu Fan from a distance with a mix of gratitude, confusion, and caution in their eyes. Lu Fan took out the healing powder he carried and walked to the severely injured old monkey, sprinkling the powder evenly over its deep wounds. After doing all this, he stood up, preparing to leave. Just then, a clear, somewhat timid voice rang out behind him. Why did you save us? Lu Fan's body stiffened. He turned sharply to look at the group of monkeys, his eyes filled with shock. The speaker was the young monkey he had saved first. You can speak human language? He knew there were monsters in the world, but had never imagined he would encounter a group of intelligent monkey demons in this way. Seeing that he meant no harm, the little monkey grew bolder and limped out from the group to stand in front of him. We were born on this mountain, drinking from the spiritual springs and eating the immortal fruits. Over time, we naturally developed human-like intelligence and can speak human language. The young monkey's eyes were full of innocence and curiosity. We have seen many humans. They only use traps to catch us or shoot us with arrows. You are different from them. Looking at this group of spirited monkeys, the tension that had been coiled within him for many years inexplicably loosened for a moment. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and asked in a deep voice, since you are the spirits of this mountain, you must know something about the immortals in the East Shinsho. I ask you, are there any immortal mountains, caves, or secluded immortals practicing here? The little monkeys exchanged glances and shook their heads. Immortals? We haven't seen any. Apart from us on this mountain, there are only some wild deer and cranes. We haven't seen any immortals. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he changed his question. Then has there ever been a powerful demon king on this mountain? Upon hearing this question, the young monkeys still looked confused. However, among them, the old monkey he had treated suddenly revealed a complex glimmer in its murky eyes. It struggled to stand up, leaning on a branch, and slowly walked to Lu Fan. Its voice was old and hoarse, filled with the weight of years. Young man, I can tell you about it. This place is called Huagua Mountain. We once had a great king, a true hero. Chapter 13, Passing by Huagua Mountain. At that time, I was just a little monkey who had just learned to climb trees. I never personally witnessed the king's might in stirring up the heavenly palace. I only heard the older ones in the clan talk about it. They said the king was our Huagua Mountain stone monkey, born of heaven and earth, who took the immortal as his master. He retrieved the Rui Jingu Bang from the Dragon Palace in the East Sea and crossed out the life and death book in the underworld, leading us monkeys to live a free and carefree life for a time. Later, the heavenly court sought to pacify him, but only made him a stable master. The king was proud and immediately rebelled against the heavenly court, proclaiming himself the great sage equal to heaven. After that, the heavenly army surrounded Huagua Mountain, and the king fought them single-handedly, striking fear into the hearts of the heavenly gods. The old monkey spoke passionately, its frail body trembling slightly, with a light in its eyes that belied its age. Those days were the most glorious days for our flower fruit mountain. Unfortunately, it took a turn, and the brilliance faded into endless loneliness. It's a pity that later the king was suppressed by the Buddha from the West and never returned. The old veterans in the mountain passed away one by one, either from old age or illness. Without the king's protection, we, the younger generation, often suffered humiliation from those mortal hunters. Year after year, it got worse. He sighed deeply. That sigh contained hundreds of years of bitterness and waiting. We do not know where the king is now. This flower fruit mountain has long lost its master. Lu Fan listened quietly. A hint of disappointment inevitably surged in his heart, but he quickly suppressed this feeling. He solemnly cupped his fists in salute to the old monkey and the group of monkey demons behind him. Thank you for the information. I apologize for the disturbance today. After saying that, he turned around, intending to continue deepening into this fairy mountain to seek his own opportunities. Please wait, benefactor. The little monkey limped up to him, followed by several monkeys carrying some brightly colored celestial fruits. These are the best fruits from our mountain. We offer them to you. Thank you for saving us. Lu Fan looked into their clear eyes, feeling a warmth in his heart, and accepted the fruits. The light of the karmic water mirror slowly dissipated here. On the immortal slaying platform, the cold scene of white jade was restored. However, at this moment, all the expressions of the gods and Buddhas were unusually strange. The pure thought Bodhisattva stood there, his face stiff, feeling a bit numb all over. Why? What is going on? This so-called Lu Fan, the loose immortal, was like a dogskin plaster, sticking tightly to the karmic line of Sun Wukong. From listening to lectures and setting aspirations to seeking fairy mountains, his life trajectory could repeatedly and hauntingly intertwine with Sun Wukong. This was too deliberate. Deliberate as if someone had written a script behind the scenes. Could it be that some powerful figure he could not offend was secretly plotting? just to slap him in the face of the Western teachings today on the immortal slaying platform? But that didn't make sense. With Sun Wukong's profound karmic ties back then, any character with such deep connections in the three realms should be renowned, well known to all forces, and recorded meticulously. How could such a Lu Fan suddenly emerge without anyone knowing beforehand? The pure thought Bodhisattva's mind flashed with lightning, instantly grasping the key. Time. It was a coincidence in time. The period during which Lu Fan became entangled with Sun Wukong happened to be the 500 years when Sun Wukong was suppressed beneath the Five Elements Mountain. During those 500 years, Sun Wukong was indeed suppressed, but in reality, he was imprisoned. All the gods and Buddhas of the three realms focused solely on that immobile monkey beneath the Five Elements Mountain, ensuring that he could not escape. Who would care about a mortal wandering in the southern Jambu continent, who had never even seen a monkey? Who could have imagined that during this seemingly foolproof window of opportunity, someone could establish such a bizarre and profound karmic connection with that imprisoned monkey across mountains and rivers? The pure thought Bodhisattva's forehead began to sweat. He realized that today's attempt to establish authority through this matter had already failed somewhat. He could even feel the faint, restless energy emanating from Sun Wukong. He did not dare to look at that monkey again. Forget it. The pure thought Bodhisattva steeled himself. Since he could definitely not gain Sun Wukong's support, then he might as well give up. He was not missing this vote. Lu Fan destroying temples and slaughtering thousands of monks was an ironclad fact, a monstrous crime that was set in stone. No matter how many reasons he had or how bizarre his past was, it could not erase this sin. The heavenly court's public trial speaks of evidence and heavenly laws. Today, no matter what, this villain must be executed here to set the record straight. He was about to speak and bring the trial back on track. However, someone was faster than him. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot up from the array of heavenly officials without warning, cutting through the sky and heading straight for the center of the immortal slaying platform. Monkey, great sage, no? Li Jing, Nezha, and others were taken aback, all exclaiming in shock. The generals of the Thunder Department tightened their expressions, their magical tools glowing brightly, almost thinking that this monkey could no longer contain himself and was about to raid the trial. Meanwhile, the Western teachings were on high alert. All Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats had their Buddha light simultaneously surging, forming a golden wall of light to protect the pure thought Bodhisattva. The atmosphere on the immortal slaying platform became tense to the extreme in that instant. As the golden light dissipated, Sun Wukong's figure landed steadily in front of Lu Fan. He did not draw out the golden rod, nor did he show any fierce expression. Under the uncertain gazes of the gods and Buddhas of the three realms, he simply grinned and started rummaging in his clothes. After a moment, he pulled out a purple gold gourd, then conjured a plate of celestial peaches surrounded by mist, a plate of sizzling dragon liver, and a bowl of steaming phoenix marrow from his storage treasure. He casually placed these top delicacies from the heavenly court's banquets on the ground in front of Lu Fan. Then, he uncorked the gourd, and a rich, mellow aroma of wine instantly wafted out, making many celestial officials swallow hard just from the smell. Come, have a sip. Sun Wukong held the wine gourd to Lu Fan's lips, grinning and saying, "This is the 10,000-year celestial brew secretly kept by the Jade Emperor, strong and plenty." Everyone by the immortal slaying platform was petrified. This was not a trial at all. This was clearly a delivery of a farewell feast. The tense nerves of the celestial beings instantly relaxed, followed by a wave of absurdity washing over them. This mischievous monkey never played by the rules. Kneeling in the center of the immortal slaying platform, Lu Fan was also stunned. He looked at the furry monkey face just inches away, at the golden glimmering eyes. And for a moment, he felt a bit dazed. He did not put on airs or be polite. He opened his mouth and took a big gulp of celestial wine from Sun Wukong's hand. The spicy liquid went down his throat like a flame, instantly igniting his cold limbs. A vast celestial power erupted within his dantian. He accepted this gift calmly, his face showing no signs of surprise, only a sense of peace as if he had fulfilled his wish. Thank you, great sage. Chapter 14. Sun Wukong's heart moved. Sun Wukong looked at him, took back the wine gourd, took a swig himself, and then sat cross-legged opposite Lu Fan. I, old Sun, do not like to owe others favors. Sun Wukong wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his gaze intense as he looked at him. I, old Sun, did not get to eat that meal back then, but I have remembered your kindness. This cup of wine is for saving my monkeys. And that remark you just made at the tea house. Sun Wukong scratched his cheek, his golden eyes showing complex emotions. You spoke well. It really suits my taste. Lu Fan smiled upon hearing this. I just spoke the truth. He looked at Sun Wukong with sincere eyes, since I can remember. The great sage has been the shadow I pursue. Everything I do is just to learn from you back then, to live a life of swift vengeance and understanding. Sun Wukong could feel it. He could sense the sincerity in the words of the young man before him, devoid of any pretense or flattery. It was a recognition and admiration that came from the depths of the soul. Ha ha! Sun Wukong suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, his laughter shaking the clouds. He reached out and patted Lu Fan's shoulder heavily, the force making the binding ropes on Lu Fan's body groan under the pressure. Good lad. With that sentence from you, this meal today was worth it. The wind stopped, and the sea of clouds became still. The various deities looked at each other, not daring to say anything. This was the victorious fighting Buddha. This was the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. He was the one who dared to poke a hole in the heavens. Today, he made it clear that he would not follow the rules. Who would dare to provoke this bad luck? Who would want to provoke this bad luck? King Li pressed down on his pagoda, his eyelids drooping. The Venus star stroked his beard, his gaze directed toward the rolling sea of clouds in the distance. As if the scenery there was more captivating than this earth-shattering spectacle before them. The generals of the Thunder Department stood straight, their expressions solemn as if they were stone lions guarding the southern heavenly gate. They all indicated with their actions, we saw nothing, heard nothing. Great sage, please feel free. The Western teachings were even more eerily silent. Avalokiteshvara stood at the forefront, his compassionate face tightly drawn, muscles twitching slightly. The Buddhas and Arhats behind him all wore somber expressions, their halos dimmed, afraid that too much brilliance would attract the monkey's attention. They wanted to reprimand him, but the words got stuck in their throats. Talk about rules with Sun Wukong? Back then, even 100,000 heavenly soldiers and 36 thunder generals couldn't make him understand the rules. Now, he had become the victorious fighting Buddha, in terms of fruit position, generation, and face before the world-honored one, which one was not higher than themselves. To go up and argue would be self-humiliation. To take action? That was even more unthinkable. Avalokiteshvara could only wait. He clasped his hands together, lowered his eyes, and silently recited the Heart Sutra, suppressing the fury and humiliation that nearly burned away his reason. He could only wait for this absurd meal to end. In the center of the execution platform, Lu Fan felt no unease at all. He grabbed the steaming dragon liver and took a big bite, the oil and meat aroma bursting in his mouth instantly. He ate with grease dripping from his mouth, completely unconcerned about his image. Then, he lifted the bowl of phoenix marrow and drank it all in one go, a warm current instantly coursing through his body. Finally, he picked up a large peach, and in just a few bites, only the pit remained. He ate with great satisfaction, as if he was not having a meal on the execution platform, but rather a victory feast. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged opposite him, saying nothing, just grinning as he watched, occasionally taking a swig of wine himself. The two of them, one man and one monkey, created an atmosphere of hearty eating and drinking as if they were in the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. Finally, Lu Fan let out a satisfied burp and casually tossed the peach pit aside. He looked at Sun Wukong, his face filled with unprecedented satisfaction and relief. The wine was good, the food was good. He grinned, revealing teeth stained by wine and meat. Thank you for the hospitality, great sage. I, Lu Fan, have made it worth my life. Sun Wukong chuckled, stood up, and collected the remaining food and wine. He did not say anything more, just reached out his furry hand and gave Lu Fan's shoulder 2 heavy pats. Those 2 pats made Lu Fan's body sway, his bones creaking. Then, Sun Wukong transformed into a beam of golden light and returned to the side of Nezha and Zhu Beiji. Once he returned, the stagnant air on the execution platform began to flow again. The deities collectively sighed in relief. Avalokiteshvara slowly opened his eyes, deep within them suppressing a raging fury. Monkey brother, you're being too reckless. Zhu Beiji approached, his plump face filled with fear, lowering his voice. If we anger them over there and it reaches the Buddha, neither of us will be able to bear the consequences. Sun Wukong glanced at him, digging in his ear, looking unconcerned. He turned his gaze to Lu Fan's back and suddenly sighed deeply. Fool, what a pity. Zhu Beiji was stunned. What a pity. Pity that those dragon livers and phoenix marrow were eaten by that kid alone. Pity that I, old son, am not in Flower Fruit Mountain, not 500 years ago. To know this kid, Sun Wukong's golden eyes revealed a complex expression. If it had been back then, with such a brother who matched his temperament, old Sun would definitely have sworn brotherhood with him. This made Zhu Beiji shiver all over, instinctively covering his mouth, looking around in fear of being overheard. Nezha's eyes lit up, and the fire-tipped spear in his hand buzzed with excitement. Let him reincarnate. Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze, feeling somewhat disheartened. When he enters the cycle of reincarnation, I'll personally go to the underworld to greet him, find him a good family, and give him a bit of celestial fate. In the next life, we must drink 300 cups together. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Zhu Beiji and turned to Nezha, third prince. Later those bald donkeys will definitely cling to the killing karma and want to sentence him to complete annihilation. The Jade Emperor's intention is for us to witness. When the time comes, you help to say a few words to ensure him a chance at reincarnation. Is that even necessary? Nezha puffed out his chest. The lotus armor clanging. This kid matches my temperament. I've got his back. Sun Wukong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the few silent Thunder Department generals not far away. The leader was Wenzhong, the heavenly master of thunder sound. This veteran deity from the sect had always kept his distance from both the heavenly court and the Western teachings, only recognizing heavenly laws, not human feelings. Sun Wukong cupped his fists towards him from a distance. Wenzhong's expressionless face had a third divine eye that slightly opened and closed as a response. Sun Wukong knew what he was doing. What he wanted to protect was not Lu Fan's life, but his qualification to be reincarnated. The killing karma was real. The sins were real, there was no denying that. But the sins did not warrant death, let alone complete annihilation. What he wanted was a compromise, a result that would allow all parties to step down gracefully. He believed that the smart people present could understand his intentions. Chapter 15. The great sages favor the monkey's fiery golden eyes scanned the crowd and quickly locked onto a white-haired, white-bearded, kind-eyed old deity. It was the Venus star. Sun Wukong's form flickered and silently appeared behind the Venus star. Old fellow. The Venus star, engrossed in stroking his beard, was startled by this sudden voice, causing him to pull out 2 strands of hair. He turned around and saw Sun Wukong's enlarged monkey face, immediately clutching his chest and saying irritably, "Great sage, now that you are a Buddha, how come you still haven't learned to walk quietly? My old bones can't withstand such scares." Sun Wukong chuckled, nudging him with his elbow. "Old fellow, is this commotion interesting?" The Venus star glanced at the pale faces of the Western teachings from the corner of his eye and lowered his voice. "Not just interesting. In the past few hundred years, today's performance is the most spectacular. Since it's interesting, it shouldn't end so quickly, right?" Sun Wukong moved closer, his golden eyes shining with brilliance. Those bald donkeys, relying on their current good fortune, were nearly turning the heavenly palace into their own domain by suing the Jade Emperor in the Lingshao Hall. Today they dared to use the Zhengxiantai to kill a loose immortal. Tomorrow, would they dare to use the Zhengxiantai to judge the sins of our heavenly officials? The Taibai Jinxing paused slightly as he stroked his beard. A flash of clarity crossed his murky old eyes. He knew that although this monkey seemed rough, he understood more than anyone else. This was hitting the nail on the head. The heavenly court and the Western teachings appeared to be harmonious on the surface, but secretly they had been vying for the discourse power in the 3 realms. Today's event, on one hand, was about punishing a madman. On the other, it was a test and provocation from the Western teachings against the judicial authority of the heavenly court. "Great sage, you're joking." Taibai Jinxing laughed heartily, still wearing the demeanor of a peacemaker. "The heavenly rules are strict, and there are laws to follow. It is a fact that Lu Fan has committed grave sins, and we cannot openly defy heavenly laws." "I didn't make you defy heavenly laws." Sun Wukong snorted. "I just want to say, the heavenly laws do not state that a temple that shelters a murderer should be protected, nor do they say that a filial son avenging his parents should be completely annihilated. He is guilty. Punish him, strip him of his cultivation, and make him suffer in reincarnation. I have no objections. But if you want to use the territory of the heavenly court and the heavenly court's knife to flaunt the prestige of the Buddhist sect while trampling on the face of our heavenly court." Sun Wukong did not finish his sentence, only letting out a cold laugh. Taibai Jinxing understood. He stroked his 2 beard strands that had been pulled out and said leisurely, "Beyond the law, there is also humanity. This matter concerns the dignity of the heavenly court. When deciding on punishment, it indeed requires caution, caution." He did not make a clear statement, but the word caution was enough. Sun Wukong grinned, his purpose achieved. He began to search the crowd again. This time, his gaze passed over the heavenly officials of the heavenly court and landed on the solemn camp of the West. Among the group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, there was a tall Arhat holding a demon-subduing staff. He appeared dazed and sorrowful, looking at Lu Fan on the Zhengxiantai. His eyes complex, filled with both the compassion of a disciple of the Buddhist sect and the fear of overwhelming murder. It was Xiao Wujing, now the Namo Golden Body Arhat. Sun Wukong walked straight over. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Xiao Wujing's sorrow deepened. He clasped his hands together and bowed. "Senior brother." Sun Wukong grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the Buddha's ranks, taking him aside. "Junior brother Xia, you've become a golden body Arhat. Quite impressive. Why do you seem distant upon seeing your senior brother?" "Senior brother is joking, I dare not." Xiao Wujing lowered his head, afraid to meet his gaze. Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh, pointing at Lu Fan on the Zhengxiantai. "That kid, you've seen him too. What do you think?" Xiao Wujing's lips moved, but he said nothing. His parents died tragically, and he seeks revenge. That's only right. But what of those temples that sheltered the murderer first and then sought to eradicate him? What kind of reasoning is that? Sun Wukong's voice carried a hint of anger. "The compassion our master taught us, is this how it's used? Is it to watch the good suffer injustice while the wicked gain the way?" "Senior brother." Xiao Wujing suddenly raised his head, his face filled with pain and struggle. "His sins are too heavy. The West Nyo Huzhou is running with blood. Thousands of fellow disciples have perished at his hands. He has already fallen into demonic delusion, with no way back." "Nonsense about turning back." Sun Wukong punched the nearby jade railing, making it hum. "The shore is filled with a group of enemies wanting to kill him. Which shore do you want him to return to? To go back and be slaughtered? I want to argue with you about scriptures. I just want to ask you one thing." Sun Wukong stared at him intently. "Back in the Liaches, you devoured countless lives, more than he has killed. Later, when Master took you in, did he ever make you repay the lives of those you consumed?" Xiao Wujing's body trembled violently, his face turning pale instantly. "You and I are brothers, having walked together for 10,000 miles, having worshipped the same master. Today, I will protect this kid. Later, you can weigh it for yourself." After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he let go of his hand and turned to leave. Xiao Wujing stood there for a long time, finally letting out a helpless sigh. Returning to his position, Sun Wukong's gaze shifted, and he began to scheme. He knew that to convince those stubborn bald donkeys, relying solely on fighting or speaking twisted logic was ultimately low level. Li Jing and Nezha could only provide emotional support, but could not shake the foundation of the Buddhist sect. To completely suppress Jingnian Bodhisattva with reason, rendering him speechless, he would need to invite a true great Buddha to come forward. He raised his hand and discreetly pulled out a life-saving hair from the back of his head, holding it near his lips and giving it a gentle blow. The hair swayed in the wind and transformed into another identical Sun Wukong, whether in golden armor, expression, or the rebelliousness in his fiery eyes, all indistinguishable from the original. This clone, possessing the original's intent, did not alert anyone. It shrank down and transformed into a nearly invisible streak of light, silently vanishing into the sea of clouds. Breaking through the clouds and fog, the heavenly wind whistled past his ears. The thoughts of the clone were Sun Wukong's thoughts. He calculated in his heart that Master is now the Sandalwood Merit Buddha, holding a revered status, and has a voice in the West. Usually, he dislikes getting involved in these disputes, preferring a quiet place to chant scriptures and meditate, living freely. But that stubbornness and compassion etched in his bones would not change even after 10,000 years. The wind howled past his ears, and the scenery below shifted from blurred colors to clarity. Mountains, rivers, and cities flew by in his sight. The golden light did not stop at any famous mountains, rivers, or precious temples. It finally landed outside a mortal town in the South Jianbu continent. As soon as it touched the ground, a mixed scent of decay, herbs, and despair rushed towards him. The town before him had its gates wide open, yet there was no bustling scene of people coming and going. The streets were empty, with only a few wild dogs rummaging through the garbage. From the tightly shut windows of the houses, muffled coughing and crying could be heard from time to time. Notices from the authorities were posted on the city walls, long eroded by the wind and rain, but the word plague was chillingly clear. This was a dead city. Chapter 16. Sandalwood Merit Buddha. The clone stepped into the town. His fiery eyes could see through the pervasive death and disease enveloping the city. He followed the direction where the despair was most intense. In the center of the city, A clearing had been set up with many makeshift shelters. This was the place for centralized treatment of the sick. The sounds of groans and wails rose and fell like a hell on earth. However, in the midst of this hell, there was an unusually clean and peaceful spot. The clone quickly spotted him. The man wore the simplest moon-white monk robe, barefoot, standing among the many patients. There was no Buddha light circulating around him, nor any dignified Buddhist appearance manifesting. He looked like the most ordinary ascetic. Yet within the 3 feet around him, all the filth and negative energy dissipated. Those mortals tormented by illness would feel much relief from their pain just by being near him. He was crouching down, gently wiping the forehead of a child with a high fever who was speaking nonsense with a clean cloth. He is the sandalwood merit Buddha. He chose not to enjoy the worship of the ages in the spiritual mountain, but instead walked among the most suffering and filthy places in the world, practicing his Buddhist teachings in his own way. Master, the avatar spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. It had been nearly 100 years since he had called out Master. The monk paused slightly while wiping the child's forehead, but did not turn around. He wiped away the child's sweat and infused a strand of peaceful Buddhist power into his body, stabilizing his weak vitality, before slowly standing up and turning around. Wukong, you have come. There was no hint of surprise on Tang Sanzang's face. I came from the Heavenly Court's celestial execution platform. The avatar did not beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. There was a rogue immortal named Lu Fan who was to be executed. This kid has some connection with me. He briefly recounted Lu Fan's family grievances, revenge, and various bizarre causal relationships with himself. This kid is very tough. Just like I was back in the day. His killing karma is heavy, but the cause does not lie with him. Those people are relentlessly pursuing him, insisting on annihilating his spirit and form. I find it unbearable to watch and want to protect his chance at reincarnation. But I am a person of the Buddhist faith. And since I am also the cause of this matter, it would not be good to confront those bald heads and bodhisattvas directly. This matter has to be handled by you, Master, to speak a few fair words. Tang Sanzang listened quietly. His gaze passed over the avatar's shoulder, looking at those mortals struggling in pain, and softly chanted a Buddha's name. Amitabha. Wukong, do you know why he killed so many people? The avatar was taken aback. Naturally. It was for revenge, for the anger in his heart. Yes and no. Tang Sanzang shook his head. Hatred is the cause, and killing is the effect. But there is something in between cause and effect. What is it? It is suffering. Tang Sanzang's voice was very soft. The tragic death of his parents is his suffering. Being abandoned on the streets is his suffering. Seeking immortality and wisdom, but failing is his suffering. It is precisely these unredeemed sufferings that allowed the seeds of hatred to grow into overwhelming killing karma. He thought that resisting could free him from his suffering. Little did he know that filling suffering with killing would only create greater suffering, not only for himself, but also for the thousands he has killed. The avatar scratched his cheek. These profound truths made his head ache. Master, I don't understand these convoluted matters. I only know that the kid did nothing wrong. If it were me, I would only kill more and cause more chaos. Tang Sanzang looked at him and smiled compassionately. Wukong, you are now the victorious fighting Buddha. You must not speak such impulsive words. I know you feel injustice in your heart. Indeed, there are flaws in this matter. To only speak of letting go without asking for the reason is domineering. To only know how to save, but not understand the suffering is mere empty talk. Hearing this, the avatar's eyes brightened. Master, since you understand, you should speak up for that kid. You are the sandalwood merit Buddha, appointed by the world-honored one. Your words carry more weight than mine. Of course, I will go. Tang Sanzang's gaze returned to those patients. But to go is not necessarily to save his life. Why is that? I go to seek a dharma for him. Tang Sanzang said slowly. One that can truly help him let go of hatred and relieve his suffering. The killing karma has been formed, and the punishment in reincarnation is unavoidable. But his nature is not bad. He should not meet the end of annihilation of spirit and form, never to be reborn. I will tell them that the essence of Buddhism lies in compassion and even more in fairness. If fairness does not exist, compassion becomes hypocrisy. If good and evil are indistinguishable, Buddhism becomes mere empty talk. Good is rewarded with good, and evil is punished with evil. The murderer should be punished accordingly. And those who shield the murderer should also be punished. The avatar stared intently at his master. The monk before him was so gentle and seemingly weak. Yet his words were sharper than any divine weapon, piercing straight to the heart. This is his master. The one who would rather be eaten by a monster than harm the innocent, the pedantic monk. The one who could measure 100,000 miles with his feet for the path in his heart, unafraid of dangers, is a Buddha. Good. The avatar nodded heavily. With Master's words, I can rest assured. After speaking, the avatar's form began to turn transparent, transforming back into a golden hair. Wukong. At the last moment before dissipating, Tang Sanzang's voice sounded again. Your true self must not act impulsively. For everything, wait until I arrive before speaking. Understood, Master. On the celestial execution platform, the face of the pure thought bodhisattva was ashen. He could not wait any longer. He had a strong premonition that if he allowed this karmic water mirror to continue reflecting, who knows what messy and shocking causal relationships with Sun Wukong would emerge. This kid named Lu Fan was like a quagmire. The more he tried to step on him, the deeper he sank himself. Today, he not only failed to establish authority, but instead, the face of the Western teachings was also pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly along with him. No more entangling with past causes and effects. We must strike directly at the heart. Enough. The pure thought bodhisattva suddenly waved his sleeve robe, interrupting the whispers of the immortals. This fellow's past experiences are convoluted and closely related to the victorious Buddha. Right or wrong, let us not discuss for now. Yama. There is no need to trace back to his childhood. Directly adjust the water mirror to the time he became a disciple. I want to see what kind of evil spirit taught this scoundrel who despises the Buddha and kills innocents. Yama was taken aback and quickly bowed in response. He changed the gestures of his fingers, and the huge karmic water mirror began to whirl violently. The previously tranquil clearing in the flower-fruit mountain instantly blurred and disappeared. What appeared again was the boundless raging sea. In the picture, Lu Fan was no longer that young novice. He was navigating a small boat, bobbing in the stormy waves. His face weathered and resolute. He had traversed thunderstorms, evaded beasts, and endured unimaginable hardships, finally seeing an island shrouded in auspicious clouds. The island was filled with an ethereal aura, extraordinary scenery, and was entirely different from any mundane place he had seen before. Lu Fan abandoned the boat and stepped onto the island. Walking through the mountains, he saw rare flowers and plants, deer and cranes. With the sound of clear springs and birdsong in his ears, resembling the legendary fairyland, he continued upward, passing through dense forests, and finally arrived at the foot of a magnificent and beautiful peak. Lu Fan looked up and saw 5 ancient characters carved on the mountain wall in a dragon and phoenix style. Lingtai Mountain. Chapter 17. Disappeared. These 5 characters were clearly reflected in the water mirror and also entered the eyes of the gods and Buddhas of the 3 realms. A moment of silence. Lingtai Mountain. Where's this? Is there such a fairy mountain in the 3 realms? Never heard of it. Could it be the residence of some reclusive, ancient immortal? The celestial officials in the heavenly court whispered to each other, their faces filled with confusion. They searched through all the geographical records of the 3 realms in their minds, but found no information related to this mountain. The pure thought bodhisattva also frowned. He was usually confident in his extensive knowledge, but he had never heard of the 5 characters Lingtai Mountain. Amidst this bewildered discussion, Sun Wukong's heart suddenly sank without warning. All the expressions on his face froze in that instant. Those golden eyes stared intently at the mountain in the water mirror, and the pupils constricted sharply. Lingtai Mountain, Xiayusin Xing Cave, Bodhi, that name, that figure, was the greatest and deepest secret of his life. It was the starting point of his supernatural powers and also the eternal pain of being expelled from his master's teachings. His master had once sternly warned him not to mention his name to anyone, or he would be banished to the depths of the underworld, never to rise again. He remembered his master's teachings well, and for hundreds of years, whether causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace or embarking on a journey to the west to seek scriptures, he never revealed his true lineage to anyone, including his closest master, Tang's son. But now, how could this karmic water mirror reflect this place? Could it be no? This is impossible. Monkey, what's wrong with you? Nezha was the first to notice something was off. He had never seen Sun Wukong display such a disordered expression. Sun Wukong did not answer. He just stared fixedly at the light screen, forgetting even to breathe. In the image, Lu Fan also sensed the extraordinary nature of this mountain. He adjusted his clothes, wearing a pious expression akin to that of a pilgrim, and stepped towards the mountain. The perspective of the water mirror closely followed him. He reached the mountain's peak. An ancient cave quietly sat there, with green pines and cypress trees at its entrance, and a fragrant aura wafting around. Lu Fan's gaze fell upon the cave's upper area. There, a line of words was also carved. Xie Yusin Xing Cave. What does Xie Yusin Xing mean? Is it a title or a code? Tai Bai Jin Xing stroked his beard, his brow furrowed. He felt he had seen a similar description in some extremely ancient text, but could not recall it at the moment. But Sun Wukong could no longer maintain his composure. Xie Yu was the beginning of the character for heart. Sen Xing were the 3 dots above the heart character. These 5 characters combined form the character for heart. Lingtai Fong Si Yuan is also heart. This was his master's, Bodhi Patriarch's, sacred ground. It was the place where he transformed after 7 years of learning. He knew he had lost his composure, but he couldn't control it. This was the person he respected the most, felt the most gratitude towards, and owed the most in his life. In the light screen, Lu Fan respectfully knelt before the cave, performing 3 deep bows. Then, he stood up, took a deep breath, and stepped into the deep darkness. All the deities held their breath, their eyes wide open. They were all waiting to see who the holy being inside the cave was. The gathered immortals, especially those high-ranking deities from the heavenly court, ancient celestial officials, mostly came through the earth-shattering catastrophe of the Fengshen War. That battle not only marked the change of dynasties, but also completely reshuffled the power structure of the 3 realms. The karma of Tao, Buddhism, the heavenly court, and the mortal world was rearranged. Who ascended the Fengshen list, who achieved sanctity in body, who retreated to the mountains, who entered the Western teachings, all became clear accounts. It can be said that since the Fengshen War, within the 3 realms, those with some cultivation or titles were basically known. Whether it was a great immortal like Zhang Yuanzi, who occupied a blessed land and ruled the world, or those reclusive old monsters who did not concern themselves with the disputes of the 3 realms, their names and sacred grounds were somewhat known to the high-ranking immortals. The sudden emergence of Lingtai Fong Si Yuan Mountain and Xie Yusin Xing Cave, a place they had never heard of that could teach immortals, was itself a matter worthy of caution. Another point was the time Lu Fan had spent cultivating the immortal path. At first, they thought that Lu Fan's journey from youth to young adulthood felt lengthy. But when the karmic water mirror connected the trajectory of his life, the immortals suddenly realized. This kid had spent so many years struggling in the mundane world to find immortality and seek revenge. As a mortal, he wandered, begged, practiced martial arts, and sought opportunities. These years were all wasted in terms of cultivation. He truly began cultivating immortality only when he set foot on Lingtai Fong Si Yuan Mountain. And from the time he became a disciple to becoming an immortal and returning for revenge, it had only been a few short years. A few years. From a mortal without foundation to becoming a terrestrial immortal. This speed was somewhat astonishing in today's era. Since the Fengshen War, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had gradually thinned, making it harder than ascending to heaven for a mortal to become an immortal. Thousands of cultivators, exhausting their lives, could only achieve the out-of-body state, which was already a rare talent blessed by their ancestors. Occasionally, a few who succeeded in the immortal path often did so due to extraordinary encounters, such as accidentally consuming ancient leftover elixirs or inheriting the cave and teachings of fallen mighty beings. It had been thousands of years since they had seen someone able to rapidly achieve immortality through their master's structured teachings in just a few years. What did this indicate? It indicated that while Lu Fan's innate talent was indeed rare in 10,000 years, the methods his master employed in teaching disciples were even more extraordinary, reaching an inconceivable level. To cultivate an immortal in today's degenerate era, to turn stone into gold, how high must that hidden expert's cultivation be? However, just as Lu Fan's figure disappeared into the darkness of the cave, the karmic water mirror trembled violently. The clear image of the cave entrance twisted and fluctuated like the surface of water thrown with stones, and then turned into a chaotic, meaningless stream of light. The image was gone. Bodhisattva was stretching his neck, about to witness the final truth, only to see a blank space. He stood there, his expression changing from anticipation to astonishment, then to disbelief and anger. What happened? He suddenly turned to Yama, raising his voice, demanding to know why it stopped. Yama was even more bewildered than him. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, forming a small stream that trickled down his cheek. Bodhisattva, please calm down. His hands were trembling, and in a flurry, he cast dozens of spells at the karmic water mirror, muttering incantations, trying to reconnect with Lu Fan's memories. But the water mirror was like a broken reflection stone, showing nothing but flickering chaotic light. Little king, I don't know either, Yama said, his voice almost in tears, nearly kneeling before Bodhisattva. This karmic water mirror was a treasure of the underworld, connected to the karma of heaven, able to reflect the past of all living beings. It had never encountered such a situation before. Chapter 18. Who exactly is Lu Fan's master? Yama was so anxious that he was covered in cold sweat. Desperately explaining, according to reason, as long as it is something the host personally experienced, leaving traces in his memories and karma, the water mirror should definitely be able to reflect it. Unless what? Hurry up and say it. Bodhisattva urged impatiently. Yama swallowed, guessing in an almost delirious, uncertain tone, unless the existence within that cave has reached an inconceivable level of cultivation. Not only can he sever his own karma and remain untouched by the heavenly path, but he might even erase the memories of all who enter his sacred ground from the river of heavenly karma. Yama was frightened by his own conjecture, his voice trembling. This is a transcendent skill only a saint possesses. Absurd. The Bodhisattva Jingyan fundamentally does not believe in the king of hell's nonsense, and he interrupted the king's speculation sharply. A saint? In the three realms, saints have long ceased to concern themselves with worldly matters, retreating from the world. So how could they lower themselves to teach immortal? I see. It is clearly your karmic water mirror that has malfunctioned, or perhaps your skills are lacking and your magical powers insufficient. He firmly asserted that it was the king and his broken mirror that were at fault. In his view, this was merely another bizarre coincidence. The master of that cave might be an ancient, powerful being proficient in formations and restrictions, using special means to obscure the heavenly secrets, rendering the karmic water mirror unable to pry into them. However, there is no wall in the world that does not let the wind through. If one plan fails, he has a backup. The Bodhisattva Jingyan forcibly calmed himself down, turned to the heavenly immortals, clasped his hands together, and slightly bowed. Fellow immortals, please be patient. The treasures of the underworld may also malfunction at times. This matter is of great importance, and to prove my innocence, I must visit the underworld and invite a powerful being for assistance. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the pale-faced king of hell, and with a flick of his monk robe, the Buddhist light around him surged, directly tearing apart the space and transforming into a golden rainbow, rushing towards the direction of the underworld. With his departure, the tense atmosphere on the immortal slaying platform instantly relaxed. The heavenly officials could finally stop hiding their thoughts and began to discuss openly. What kind of divine place is this Lingtai Mountain, the Shiyue Sanchin Cave? How could it render the karmic water mirror ineffective? To be able to shield the heavenly path of cause and effect. Such means are not something an ordinary great Luo golden immortal could achieve. I suspect it must be a hidden quasi-saint powerful being. Quasi-saint powerful being. Another immortal shook his head. Among the three realms, there are only a few named quasi-saints. The Jinyuan Daxian's Wuzhuangguan is in the west Nyohuzhou. The Baiming Kuanping's Yaoshi Palace is submerged in the eye of the North Sea, and the Blood Sea Mingyi's ancestor is even less likely to establish a dojo in the East Victory Divine Continent. This scope is actually quite small. The Taibai Jinxing stroked his beard, and a glimmer of light flashed in his murky old eyes as he pondered. In the past, before the Fengshan War, there were indeed many free-wandering scattered immortals in the three realms, not belonging to the Chan or Jie sects, not listening to the heavenly court's commands. However, after the Fengshan battle, those who died, were injured, or went into seclusion have mostly vanished without a trace. Could it be that this one is among them? Their speculations all revolved around those legendary ancient powerful beings. No one connected this mysterious cave with the monkey who was standing among them, scratching his ears and cheeks. Because that simply did not make sense. Who was Sun Wukong's master? This is one of the greatest mysteries in the three realms. However, Sun Wukong, who was at the center of the discussion, was now in a state of confusion. He wanted to know the answer more than anyone else. He felt a little guilty. That kid Lu Fan, could it be that he really succeeded in becoming a disciple? If he really became the master's disciple, then Lu Fan would be his junior brother. The moment this thought emerged, Sun Wukong's heart jolted. The significance would be completely different. The bond of brotherhood among disciples, the camaraderie. It was no longer just helping out because of past friendship. It was a responsibility. A responsibility to rescue him completely from this immortal slaying platform, no matter what. Even if it meant turning against the entire Western religion or causing another uproar in the heavenly palace, he would not hesitate. His master had expelled him from the sect, and their relationship was severed. But he, Sun Wukong, could not deny this bond of brotherhood. But is the master really still around? A wave of immense doubt and loss surged in Sun Wukong's heart. He remembered very clearly, during the journey to the west for the scriptures, when he was at his wit's end, he had thought about returning to Lingtai Mountain for help. He rode the cloud of transformation back to that familiar sea area and found that familiar fairy mountain. But on the mountain, it was already deserted. The cave was tightly shut, and vines were overgrown. Where was there any trace of the celestial atmosphere? He waited at the cave entrance for 3 days and nights, not even hearing a single bird chirp. The master has truly left. He left cleanly, without leaving a trace. Whether he is still in the three realms, Sun Wukong himself did not know. What did Lu Fan go in for? Was it an illusion left by his master? Or some demon that later occupied this place? Sun Wukong anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks, wishing he could rush into that water mirror to find out the truth. Just as he was in this anxious wait, the sea of clouds below suddenly surged. A dense Buddhist light, wrapped in boundless Yin energy, broke through the clouds and returned to the immortal slaying platform. As the golden light dissipated, the figure of Bodhisattva Jingyan appeared. Accompanying him was a bodhisattva clad in a kasaya, with a compassionate face and a radiant halo behind his head. It was none other than K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva. Behind K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva followed a peculiar beast. The beast had a tiger's head, a single horn, dog ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and Chilan feet. Its shape was strange yet exuded an air of majesty. It lay at the feet of K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva with gentle eyes, and was the divine beast in the underworld capable of discerning the truth of all things in the three realms. Deity, the heavenly immortals, upon seeing this divine beast, were all invigorated. K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva had actually brought Deity with him. This is great. Deity can hear all sounds of the three realms and 6 paths, distinguishing good from evil, identifying truth from falsehood. What kind of divine being is in that cave? One listen, and it would be known. Yes, no matter how many heavenly restrictions there are, they cannot hide from Deity's divine power. A confident sneer reappeared on the face of Bodhisattva Jingyan. He pointed at Lu Fan, who was kneeling there, and said to K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva, "Please, Bodhisattva, have the divine beast investigate this fellow's lineage and whether it is righteous or evil." K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva, with a compassionate expression, proclaimed a Buddhist chant, Amit Bha. He lowered his head and gently spoke to Deity at his feet. Go. Deity received the command from its master, stood up, and walked steadily to the center of the immortal slaying platform. It did not look at Lu Fan, but gently pressed its enormous ear against the cold white jade ground. In an instant, invisible sound waves spread outwards from it in all directions. This divine power could transcend the barriers of time and space, directly listening to the sound that had been obscured in the river of cause and effect. All the gods and Buddhas held their breath, waiting for the final verdict. Sun Wukong's heart was also raised to his throat. Time seemed to stretch at this moment. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 10 breaths, Deity remained there, motionless. And for the first time, a look of confusion appeared in its gentle eyes. After 10 more breaths, Deity slowly raised its head. It glanced at K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva, and then, under the astonished gaze of the gods and Buddhas of the three realms, gently and helplessly shook its head. Then, it pressed its ear to the ground again, refusing to believe in evil, wanting to try once more. This time, it stayed down for even longer. The entire body of the divine beast trembled slightly. After a stick of incense's time passed, Deity suddenly raised its head, letting out a painful low roar, staggering back a few steps. And its gaze toward K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva was filled with unprecedented terror and confusion. It shook its head heavily once more. The entire venue fell into silence. If the karmic water mirror malfunctioning could still be attributed to the magic weapon having problems. Now, even Deity cannot discern the truth. How could this happen? The cold smile on Jing Yin Bodhisattva's face froze. He pointed at Deity, his voice slightly trembling. Deity, the divine beast, hears all and knows all. How could this be? The K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva sighed softly, stepped forward, and gently patted Deity's head. Deity told me it cannot hear. It's not blocked by any restrictions, nor is it obscured by heavenly secrets. Rather, that causal relationship, that sound, has never existed in the three realms and 6 paths from the very beginning. It's impossible. Jing Yin Bodhisattva's face turned pale, staggering back a step. Mumbling to himself, The celestial officials of heaven were also plunged into great shock. They exchanged astonished glances, their whispers merging into a buzzing sound. Even Di Ting could not identify when such a person appeared in the three realms, obscuring heavenly secrets, erasing causality. I have only seen descriptions of the means of saints in ancient texts, yet saints have long ceased to concern themselves with worldly matters. Could it be some long-lost ancient treasure, like the Chaos Bell or the Taiji diagram? Impossible. Those innate treasures all have their masters. If there were any anomalies, would the mighty of the three realms not be aware? I think this is more likely a man-made method. Back in the day, that six-eared macaque also relied on divine powers to deceive countless gods and Buddhas. No, wait. That six-eared macaque was immensely powerful, able to deceive countless gods and Buddhas. But it could not deceive Di Ting. Now, this one can even deceive Di Ting. The three realms are vast and full of wonders. In the past, when chaos first opened, there were indeed many innate spiritual treasures that could obscure causality and confuse heavenly secrets. This Lu Fan's master must have obtained a similar opportunity. Or perhaps his dojo itself is a treasure capable of isolating internal and external causality. That does make sense. Yes. Perhaps it is a magical artifact left behind by an ancient great power, creating its own realm, impervious to the heavenly path. Among the gods and Buddhas, Sun Wukong's heart was already a mess. He listened to the discussions around him, to those speculations about the means of saints and ancient treasures, but in his heart, there was only one thought swirling madly. It's the master. It must be him. Only he could have such transcendent powers, stepping out of the three realms and not within the five elements. But, should I ask Lu Fan? No. He was afraid. He feared that if he opened his mouth, he would leak the secret he had guarded for hundreds of years. Just then, in this frozen stalemate, Ktagarbha Bodhisattva moved. He slightly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect to the gathered immortals, his voice still filled with compassion and calm. Everyone, Di Ting has done its best. This matter is settled, and I, a humble monk, should return to the underworld. He turned to Lu Fan, who was kneeling there, with a compassionate gaze resting upon him. This child has heavy karma from killing, yet his heart remains untainted. If one day his soul returns to the underworld, I would personally chant sutras for him, guiding him through reincarnation, washing away his enmity. After speaking, he took Di Ting and transformed into a beam of Buddhist light, disappearing into the sea of clouds. Ktagarbha had left. He left decisively, yet he left behind a mess and a promise that nearly made Jing Nyen Bodhisattva spit blood. Guide him through reincarnation? What Jing Nyen Bodhisattva wanted was complete annihilation of form and spirit. Eternal damnation. Jing Nyen Bodhisattva's chest heaved violently, his compassionate facade twisted by extreme anger. The Buddha had entrusted him with this task, which was originally an enormous favor. An unfounded wandering immortal had destroyed several temples and killed some useless disciples. In the context of the flourishing Buddhist teachings, this was the best opportunity to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, showcasing the authority of the Dharma. If he succeeded, his status in Lingshan would rise, and attaining the fruit position of Buddha would be just around the corner. Who would have thought that this easily obtainable chicken would turn out to be a porcupine covered in steel needles? First, it brought up Sun Wukong's long-buried past, causing this calamity to explode on the spot, making him lose face. Now, yet another mysterious master emerged, one that even Di Ting could not identify. The development of events had completely escaped his control. Countless eyes were watching from Lingshan. He could not lose. If he lost, it would not just be his own face at stake, but the face of the entire Western teaching. No, it absolutely cannot end like this. He suddenly raised his head, his blood-red eyes fixed tightly on Yama. Since we cannot see, then let's listen. Use magic to forcibly inject. This seat does not believe that this karmic water mirror cannot transmit even a sound. This was his last resort. Since he could not glimpse the true form of the cave's master, he would settle for second best and listen to Lu Fan's own experiences. To hear how he became a disciple, Yama dared not disobey and could only grit his teeth, pouring all of his remaining magical power into the massive water mirror. The water mirror shone brightly, the chaotic streams of light gradually calming down. The image was still blank, but some faint, intermittent sounds began to seep from the mirror's surface. Whoosh, whoosh, those were sounds of wind, along with Lu Fan's heavy footsteps. Then, a young and resolute voice echoed in the empty cave. Junior Lu Fan, coming from the southern Jianbu continent, has traveled 100,000 miles, sincerely bowing to the immortal. I earnestly request the immortal to show mercy, accept me as a disciple, and teach me the great Tao. There it was. There was a voice. The gods and Buddhas on the immortal slaying platform held their breath, straining to listen. It was unknown how long had passed when an old, indifferent voice, devoid of worldly warmth, finally rang out. You may leave. This place has not accepted disciples for 300 years. Just a single sentence made Sun Wukong's body tremble violently by the immortal slaying platform. It was him. It was the master's voice. Although hundreds of years had passed, this voice had long been etched deep into his soul, unforgettable for eternity. His master was truly still here. Sun Wukong's eyes instantly turned red. In the light curtain, Lu Fan heard this and showed no intention of retreating. He heavily knocked his head, his forehead colliding with the hard stone ground. Bang! A dull sound clearly reached the ears of all the immortals. Immortal, Junior knows his aptitude is dull, and his root is poor, but my heart towards the Tao is as firm as a rock. Junior does not seek immortality, nor do I seek leisure. I only wish to learn the skills that reach the heavens and the earth, to eradicate all injustices in the world, to eliminate all harmful insects under heaven. Chapter 20. Lingtai Mountain, Slanting Moon, Three Hearts Cave, Closed Door Disciple. Inside the cave, there was once again a long silence. The old voice rang out again, this time with a hint of inquiry. Here for revenge? Yes, Lu Fan replied decisively. Killing to stop killing will only plunge you into boundless karmic obstacles, with no hope of liberation. The hatred in your heart is like a poisonous fire, harming others and yourself. Do you know that the path you seek is not the immortal path, but the demonic path? What of the immortals? What of the demons? Lu Fan raised his head, flames of defiance burning in his eyes. If the immortal path is to watch my loved ones die tragically and remain powerless, if the immortal path is to turn a blind eye to the evils of the world, then I will not cultivate this immortality. Junior only knows that whoever killed my parents, I will definitely kill them. Whoever shelters the murderer, I will definitely annihilate their entire clan. This is the cycle of heavenly justice and the heart of the people. If heaven does not grant me justice, then I will take it myself. This is my path. These words were spoken with firmness, reverberating loudly. The cave fell into a long silence once more. Sun Wukong's heart also tightened. He was afraid that his master would really refuse. He understood his master's temperament too well. Tranquil and indifferent, not involved in karma. A disciple like Lu Fan, burdened with deep blood feuds and heavy obsessions, was precisely the type his master disliked the most. Time passed slowly. Just when everyone thought there was no turning back in this matter, that aged voice finally sounded again. Enough, enough. Your temperament is so strong that it has become a foregone conclusion. Whether it is fate or tribulation, it is all determined by heaven. 300 years ago, I had already severed worldly ties and turned away from worldly affairs. Today, your ability to find this place means that there is still unfinished karma between us. Very well. I will accept you. From today onward, you shall be my last disciple. You will be the closing disciple of my Lingtai Mountain. Xiayusen Xin Cave. Come forward. In the water mirror, Lu Fan's ecstatic voice of gratitude was heard. Disciple Lu Fan pays respects to master. My path does not concern these formalities. The old man's voice came. From today onward, you shall be the closing disciple of my Lingtai Mountain. Xiayusen Xin Cave. I will teach you the Tao, impart you with divine powers, and assist you in avenging your grievances, allowing your thoughts to reach clarity. However, you must remember, the old man's voice suddenly became serious. The Tao is a sharp weapon. It can save lives, but it can also kill. How to use it is entirely up to your heart. In the future, when you descend the mountain after learning, if you stir up any trouble or create any karma, it will have nothing to do with my Mountain. At that time, you are not allowed to mention my name to anyone, nor are you allowed to reveal anything about this place. Can you do that? The disciple will strictly obey the master's orders. Good, you may rise. Follow me. The voice ceased. The brilliance on the karmic water mirror dimmed, returning to an ordinary ancient copper mirror, which fell from the air, caught clumsily by the king of hell. On the immortal slaying platform, there was a dead silence. All the deities and Buddhas stood frozen in place, their expressions varied and vivid. Closing disciple? That old immortal actually accepted him? And from the meaning of those words, it seemed to tacitly allow him to seek revenge after learning? What kind of Tao lineage is this? Teaching people to kill, and helping others seek revenge? How is this different from the demonic path? A venerable old immortal, who strictly adhered to heavenly rules, frowned in disapproval. You can't say that. A nearby divine general from the Thunder Department immediately retorted, his eyes filled with excitement. What a bold spirit. This is true character, true Tao. Exactly. Think about us cultivators, going against the heavens. Aren't we seeking a thought to reach clarity? If we even have to let go of deep blood feuds, then what is there to cultivate in immortality? What is there to ask about the Tao? Might as well go home and embrace our wives and children. Well said. What kind of protective and domineering master is this? If I were to join such a sect, who would dare to bully me? My master would probably be the first to attack their mountain gate. Most of the divine generals had strong personalities, valuing quick retribution, and felt deep admiration and longing for the mysterious master's style of doing things. Nezha stood there, unmoving, like a statue that had just been enlightened. His phoenix eyes, which always burned with flames, now held a deep, mixed light of nostalgia and fervor. His hand holding the fire-tipped spear trembled slightly. That weapon, which had accompanied him through countless battles, was also faintly trembling, emitting a low, excited hum. The Hunyuan silk behind him no longer fluttered slowly, but moved as if it had gained life, swirling into circles of crimson flame whirlpools. In front of Nezha, there was no longer the immortal slaying platform above the sea of clouds. It was Chintang Pass. It was the eastern sea stained red with his own blood. It was the endless darkness and solitude after he had returned his father's bones and cut flesh for his mother. He thought he would be shattered, carrying endless resentment and unwillingness. But what he awaited was another voice. That voice also came from an ancient cave, Lingtai Mountain, Golden Light Cave. His master, Tai Jinren, gathered a wisp of his remaining soul and reshaped his lotus flower incarnation with the blue lotus from the immortal pond. When he opened his eyes again from the lotus leaf and saw his master, he did not ask why he had been reborn, but rather about that blood feud. How did his master respond? Did he tell him to let go? Did he advise him to be compassionate? No. His master, with a joyful smile on his face, placed a brand new fire-tipped spear and a pair of howling wind fire wheels before him. Foolish child. Your father Li Jing destroyed your palace and cut off your incense. This is the grudge that severed your path to life. He is unkind. Why should you be righteous? Go find him. Your master gives you this lotus flower incarnation, invulnerable to blades and guns, impervious to water and fire. Here are your divine weapons and treasures. Capable of going to heaven and earth, nothing is impossible. Go seek your justice. If anything happens, your master will bear it for you. And then, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea reported to heaven, and the master personally went to reason with them. The stone lady wanted to avenge her disciple, and without a word, the master directly burned her back to her original form with the 9-dragon divine fire cover. The Chan sect is famous for protecting its own. If the younger ones are beaten, the older ones will come. If the master cannot handle it, there is still the uncle. If the uncle cannot handle it, there is still the ancestor Yuanshi Tianzuan. The principles of the Chan sect are that simple and brutal. In the 3 realms, there is a principle called protection. There is a lineage that is like our Chan sect, only recognizing kinship, not asking about right or wrong. Helping kin, not helping reason. This is the inheritance of Yushu. At that moment, the figure of the master and the aged voice in the water mirror perfectly overlapped at this moment, transcending thousands of years of time and space. This is the master. This is the true passing of the Tao. What is the Tao? What is divine power? It is a sharp weapon. It is a tool that prevents you from being bullied by this universe and from being bound by those so-called rules. If heaven and earth are unjust, then shatter heaven and earth. If rules are ruthless, then trample these rules. As for good and evil, as for karma, those are things written by the victors. Nezha's gaze slowly swept over the group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas across from him, their faces ashen. Let go? Compassion? How ridiculous. He glanced again at his father, Li Jing, who was pressing his hand on the pagoda, with a serious expression not far away. He remembered the scene when he rode the wind fire wheels, wielding the fire-tipped spear, driving him to the point where he had no way to heaven or earth. If it weren't for the lantern Taoist forcibly suppressing him with the Linglong pagoda in the end, he and that so-called father would have long reached a deadlock. A surge of hot blood rushed from his lotus heart to the top of his head. He understood. He truly understood Lu Fan. In this world, there are some grudges that cannot go unavenged. There are some paths that must be practiced with blood. Chapter 21. No longer alone. Sun Wukong froze completely. His body under the golden armor became as stiff as stone in an instant. Those fiery eyes that had seen the changes of the three realms lost focus for the first time. Everything around him, whether it was the shocked discussions of the heavenly immortals or the cold hostility of the Western Sect, faded away at this moment, dissipating into meaningless background. In his world, there was only that voice. Master, it is the master. Sun Wukong's heart suddenly constricted, almost stopping its beat. 500 years on the Five Elements Mountain. 14 years on the journey to the west. Over 100 years of Buddha's reverence. He thought he had long buried that memory, along with that name. In the dust of time, he believed he had become a Buddha of no sorrow, no joy, and all emptiness. But he was wrong. The moment that voice sounded, he was still the little stone monkey, trembling as he knelt on the mat in the 3 Stars cave of the Mountain of Fangs. Listening to the true words of the Tao, he remembered the patience of his master when teaching him the 72 transformations, the guidance when passing on the somersault cloud, and the resolute yet reluctant gaze of his master when he was finally expelled from the school. For centuries, in the midnight dreams, he had thought of returning to take a look. He had indeed gone back, but what he saw was only an empty place, covered in dust and spider webs. He thought his master had long traveled to chaos, with no ties to the 3 realms anymore. That sense of loss had left his fearless stone heart hollow for a long time. But he was still here. His master was truly still here. A huge, indescribable warmth surged from his cold stone heart, instantly reddening his eyes. He wanted to laugh out loud, and he wanted to cry bitterly. He wanted to immediately ride the somersault cloud back to the Mountain of Fangs, kneel before the cave, even if it was just to hear another reprimand. But he couldn't. He was the victorious fighting Buddha, and he was also the unworthy disciple who had been expelled from the school. Soon, he realized another thing. Junior apprentice? Direct disciple? Lu Fan is my junior. This thought illuminated all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. No wonder this kid is so stubborn and hard-headed. It turns out we are family at the root. In an instant, Sun Wukong looked at the figure kneeling on the immortal slaying platform, and his gaze completely changed. It was no longer the perspective of looking at an interesting and sympathetic junior. It was a sense of belonging that was connected by blood, undeniable. We are fellow disciples. We come from the same place, and we have the same master. We are family. Then, everything before was not a favor to be repaid, nor a plea to be weighed. It was responsibility. It was the natural, unshirkable responsibility of being an elder brother. Who dares to harm my junior? That is absolutely unacceptable. Thinking of the familiar admonition he heard when Lu Fan became a disciple, the same warning made Sun Wukong grin. A complex yet understanding smile blooming at the corner of his mouth. He understood. He understood too well. His master's nature was just like that. He could impart you with the ability to reach the heavens and the earth, yet he would never wish to involve himself in a shred of worldly causation. This was a test, but also a protection. Moreover, it was a tacit secret that they, as brothers, shared together. From now on, he, Sun Wukong, would no longer be alone in the 3 realms. He had a junior brother who also bore this secret, who also could not speak the name of their sect. This lonely honor could finally be shared with someone. On the other side, Bodhisattva Jing Yin stood there, his chest heaving violently. Good, very good. After the extreme anger, a surge of ecstasy rose in his heart. He finally grasped the other party's Achilles heel. This is solid evidence. Lu Fan is not inherently evil, but has been instigated by evil demons. He stepped forward and regained the initiative in the arena. Everyone, Bodhisattva Jing Yin's voice, like a great bell, dispelled all the noise. He pointed at the kneeling Lu Fan, whose expression was calm, and once again wore that kind of compassionate pity on his face, but his voice was filled with deep sorrow. You all heard it. The truth is out. This villain Lu Fan, his master, is fundamentally an evil demon. His master is a person who teaches killing techniques, incites the hearts of men, distorts black and white, and condones his disciples to commit evil. What is the way of immortality? The way of immortality is tranquility and non-action, is freedom and ease, is to benefit the 3 realms. Have you ever heard of an immortal who incites his disciples to kill to prove the Tao, to seek truth with hatred? Such twisted reasoning is no different from demons. The reason this villain destroyed my temple and killed my monks is not for some nonsense justice, but because the way he learned fundamentally contradicts the compassion of our Buddha. He saw our Buddha's purity and felt jealousy. When he heard of the flourishing of our Buddha's teachings, he wanted to destroy it. This is a dispute of the Tao lineage, a debate of righteousness and evil. The more he spoke, the more impassioned he became, the Buddha's light behind him shining brightly, transforming him into a righteous judge. My Buddha's disciples, who died at his hands, are to subdue demons, and they died for a worthy cause. Lu Fan, having entered the evil demon sect, learned demonic skills, committed heinous crimes, and the evidence is conclusive. If we cannot destroy him here today, we would be betraying the righteous path of the three realms. We would be irresponsible to countless beings. Such evil demons and their disciples deserve to be punished, and their hearts are despicable. They should not be tolerated by the three realms. His words were righteous and impassioned, directly elevating a personal grievance to the height of a struggle between good and evil, a debate of the Tao lineage. At this point, the immortals of the heavenly court could no longer say anything. After all, teaching revenge and encouraging killing is, in any case, contrary to the transcendence and peace represented by immortality, and although calling it an evil demon might be excessive, it is not without reason. Bodhisattva Jing Nian looked at the atmosphere in the arena that he had turned around again, feeling immensely pleased. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone to know that being an enemy of the Buddha is being an enemy of the righteous path. He even thought about it. Once this matter is settled, he would report to the Buddha, requesting to send down a powerful being to search for that so-called Lingtai Mountain, to uproot that evil demon's dojo and completely purify it, to eliminate future threats. Just as he was feeling accomplished and preparing to request the Jade Emperor to issue a decree for execution, he suddenly felt a chill that made him tremble from the depths of his Buddhist heart. He instinctively looked towards the source of that chill. He met Sun Wukong's eyes. What kind of eyes were those? No longer containing the slightest mockery and cynicism. Those golden pupils had, at some point, transformed into a bottomless blood-red vortex. Like the void before chaos opened, like the coldness after all things perished. That gaze seemed to be looking at a dead person. Bodhisattva Jing Nian's heart suddenly stopped. He clearly felt a pure, unadulterated, and tangible killing intent pressing against his brow. That killing intent was so strong that the protective Buddha light around him began to fluctuate violently, almost freezing and shattering. The Buddhas and Arhats behind him also sensed this terrifying aura, one by one, like facing a great enemy, their Buddha lights surging. Yet they could not dispel that chilling sensation that penetrated to the bone. Sun Wukong stood there quietly, motionless. He did not speak or move, but the air around him twisted and wailed. The white jade floor beneath his feet, the cracks that had been shaken out by his aura, were silently expanding and deepening. Bodhisattva Jing Nian's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Why? His mind was blank, leaving only one huge question. Why? Has this monkey gone mad? Every word he spoke was a condemnation of that mysterious evil master, a denunciation of Lu Fan, the murderer. Every word made sense. Every word pierced the heart. He even praised Sun Wukong, setting him up as a model for repentance, distancing him from Lu Fan, this demon imitating others. He had already given this monkey enough face. But why? Why was he looking at himself with such eyes? This monkey wanted to kill him. No, that's not right. He wasn't just wanting to. He would really take action. At this moment, in this place, in front of the gods and Buddhas of the three realms, he would indeed smash his own head with a stick. Jing Nian Bodhisattva had no doubt about this. Chapter 22. The monkey has become an embryo, but in the end, Sun Wukong did not directly take action. The reason he did not act immediately was not that he had become a Buddha and learned to endure. His anger had long since severed his Buddhist nature, leaving only that rebellious demon heart. Nor was it because he was afraid. When he was a demon, he was the Monkey King. After ascending to heaven and becoming an official, he was the great sage equal to heaven. Even after becoming a Buddha, he was still the victorious fighting Buddha. In Sun Wukong's heart, there was no such thing as fear. The reason he did not smash Jing Nian Bodhisattva's head with a stick was simply because he had done something more important before that. At the moment when Jing Nian Bodhisattva was passionately articulating, declaring Lu Fan's sect to be a heretical evil path, at that instant when all the attention of the gods and Buddhas was drawn to him, Sun Wukong's hand, hanging by his side, subtly flicked. A golden monkey hair detached from his body, transforming into a tiny golden insect smaller than dust, riding the fierce wind from the immortal slaying platform. It silently passed through layers of divine light, bypassing strict guards, and finally landed between Lu Fan's disheveled hair, closely sticking to his ear. Lu Fan knelt there. his spine straight. He was calculating how to respond next when suddenly a voice as thin as a mosquito, yet incredibly clear, reached his ear. "Kid, don't move. And don't make a sound. Old Sun has a few questions for you. You just need to think in your heart, and I can hear it." Lu Fan's heart jumped violently. It was the great sage. He was actually communicating with himself in this way. Lu Fan forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, maintaining a calm expression, and responded in his heart. "What does the great sage command?" "Old Sun asks you." Sun Wukong's voice carried some tension and anticipation that even he was not aware of. "When you became a disciple, did that old immortal mention his Dharma name to you?" Lu Fan's heart stirred, and he immediately understood Sun Wukong's intention. He was signaling a code. He could not directly reveal his master's name, only confirm each other's identities in this way. Lu Fan's acting skills instantly kicked in. He created an emotion of hesitation and struggle in his heart. The great sage's command. The disciple dares not disobey. Any matters concerning the sect must not be revealed to outsiders. He deliberately displayed a difficult look, as if he were loyal to the sect and afraid to say too much. Upon hearing this, the huge stone that had been suspended in Sun Wukong's heart for hundreds of years finally crashed to the ground. It was him. No mistake. "Good kid." Sun Wukong's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy and excitement. "You did the right thing. The master's rules cannot be broken. However, Old Sun is not an outsider." Lu Fan, in his heart, appropriately expressed great shock. "Great sage, what do you mean by this?" He. Sun Wukong chuckled softly. "To be honest, Old Sun is also the master's disciple. I ask you, is the master doing well now? Is there still a purple bamboo forest in that cave? Have the peaches on the back mountain ripened?" He asked a series of questions, all details that outsiders could never know. Lu Fan gasped in his heart, displaying a normal person's shock as if the sky had fallen. You are. After telling you so much, how do you still not understand? Old Sun is your senior brother." Boom. Lu Fan's body trembled almost imperceptibly. He slowly lowered his head, his disheveled black hair covering his expression. But his slightly trembling shoulders fully conveyed the huge waves in his heart. In his mind, he responded with a voice mixed with disbelief and ecstasy. "Senior brother? Great sage? It's actually you." His master indeed mentioned it. He said that among the many disciples he accepted, there was a senior brother with extraordinary talent and the highest nature. He said that he had mastered the heavenly skills. The disciple always thought that was just a legend used by the master to encourage him. But he never imagined that the senior brother was actually you, the great sage equal to heaven, renowned throughout the three realms. This statement, half true and half false, scratched at the most sensitive spot in Sun Wukong's heart. What he cared about most was the master's opinion of him. Now, hearing praise from his newly recognized junior brother, that sense of satisfaction and pride was even more exhilarating than defeating Erling Shun. Ha! Sun Wukong laughed heartily in his heart. Good. As long as the master remembers Old Sun, that's good. His genuine joy was clearly transmitted to Lu Fan's consciousness through that thin monkey hair. Lu Fan felt a sense of calm in his heart. It worked. He had grasped this life-saving straw. He continued in his heart, using a tone of both reverence and intimacy that a junior would have towards a senior brother, and slowly began to speak. "Senior brother, after you left back then, the master often mentioned you. Mentioned Old Sun?" Sun Wukong's voice was filled with urgency and expectation, with a hint of disbelief. "What did the master mention?" "The master often sighed." Lu Fan carefully chose his words in his heart. "After you left, Mount Fongsuan became much quieter. The master dismissed all the other senior brothers, leaving only me as the disciple. He often sat alone under the pine tree at the cave entrance for a whole day, looking at the fallen leaves you swept away back then, looking at the training ground where you practiced, staring for a long time." Sun Wukong seemed to see that scene. The cold immortal mountain, the ancient cave, a lonely figure stretched long in the sunset. It turned out that the master was not really so heartless towards him. He would also miss him. The master said, among the 3,000 disciples he had in his lifetime, only you, senior brother, were truly a raw gem, a natural seed of the Tao. The other senior brothers learned only skills, methods, the superficial aspects of immortality. Only you, senior brother, learned the essence of the Tao. Lu Fan's voice continued to echo in Sun Wukong's mind. The master also said that in his life, his greatest pride was accepting you as a disciple. But his greatest regret was also accepting you as a disciple. What does this mean? Sun Wukong asked. The master said that senior brother's nature is pure, rebellious. His spirit far exceeds that of all beings in the three realms. His understanding is quick to grasp, and he learns easily. The 72 transformations he mastered in just 3 years, a somersault of 10,000, 8,000 miles. When learned, it's like a natural talent. The master said that teaching that senior brother was the happiest and proudest time of his life. This statement immediately made Sun Wukong feel like he had become an embryo. Proud. Master is actually proud of me. Sun Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks, the monkey hair on his face standing on end. That was pure excitement and joy. Chapter 23 finally got a big leg to hold on to. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong could no longer suppress himself. A deep and hearty laugh rolled out from his throat. Although the outside world could not hear it, in Lu Fan's ears, this laughter was earth-shattering. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Master has never blamed me. At this moment, everything about the fighting Buddha and the Western paradise became insignificant. Nothing compares to Master's understanding in this one sentence. However, just as Sun Wukong's joy peaked, Lu Fan's voice suddenly changed, carrying a heavy and heart-wrenching sigh. But just those 2 words made Sun Wukong's laughter come to an abrupt halt. The most feared is this, but after saying this, Master sighed deeply. He said that although that senior brother was a rare genius, his fate was too hard, and hard things easily break. Master said that the reason he expelled the senior brother from the sect back then was not because he caused trouble, but because he foresaw an unavoidable calamity in the senior brother's fate. That calamity was not war or fire, nor monsters and demons, but stemmed from his own heart. The heart of a monkey is unsettled, and the horse of intention is hard to rein in. This calamity is his destiny, the cause and effect he was born to bear. Even Master, with all his divine powers, could not alleviate it by even a bit. The color drained from Sun Wukong's face bit by bit. The fiery golden eyes that had just been shining with joy dimmed instantly, turning into a still and silent deep pool. Lu Fan did not give him time to think, and continued to speak. Master also said that for that calamity of yours, he could do nothing and could only watch you suffer for 500 years. This became his lifelong heart demon. That is why he no longer accepted disciples and dispersed all his students. He said he was afraid. He was afraid of teaching another talented disciple like you, only to watch him go through that destined death calamity, until the disciple found Mount Fonsuan. Master divined for me, and said that my fate resembles that of my senior brother back then. Both have unyielding anger in our hearts, and both refuse to bow to heaven and earth. He said this is heaven's will, a chance for him to choose again. That is why he made an exception to accept me, to teach me the way and grant me divine powers. He hopes that I can learn and maintain my original heart in the future, and not repeat the mistakes of that senior brother. Master said he does not seek for me to achieve fame and glory, but only hopes for me to have peace in this life. Lu Fan's words came to an end. He had woven everything he could weave. The rest depended on Sun Wukong's own choice. Sun Wukong fell silent. The hair that transmitted the sound was still stuck to Lu Fan's ear, but no further sound came. He remembered the 500 years under the 5 Elements Mountain. The dark, sunless loneliness, the suffering from wind and rain. He remembered the 14 years on the journey to the west. The deep pain brought by the tightening spell. The inability to argue when facing Master's misunderstanding. He thought all these sufferings ended when he was proclaimed the fighting Buddha. He thought he had jumped out of the 3 realms and escaped fate. But can he really let go? Sun Wukong stood there, motionless. After a long while, junior brother. Sun Wukong's voice finally echoed in Lu Fan's mind. You did well. I understand Master's painstaking efforts. He doesn't want you to walk my old path again. I, Sun Wukong, also don't want you to suffer the same hardships I did. You can step on this immortal slaying platform, but you must not touch this immortal slaying blade. Rest assured, Sun Wukong's voice, word by word, was deeply etched into Lu Fan's consciousness. Today, with me, Sun Wukong here, the sky will not fall. Junior brother, listen well. This matter, you and I know, heaven knows, earth knows, absolutely must not let a third person know. The relationship between you and me is a huge secret. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Lu Fan heavily responded in his heart. The tiny golden flying insect, after completing its mission, quietly flew out from Lu Fan's hair, tracing an almost imperceptible arc in the air, and then re-entered the hair behind Sun Wukong's ear, as if it had never left. Sun Wukong's hand, which hung at his side, clenched into a fist again. The blood-red killing intent slowly receded from the depths of his eyes, returning to that devil-may-care golden hue. But at this moment, There was something in that gold that no one could understand. The terrifying killing intent that pressed against the brow of pure thought Bodhisattva suddenly vanished, and he felt relieved. But his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He gasped for breath, looking at son Wukong with eyes full of astonishment and fear. He couldn't understand, but he dared not think further. The most urgent thing now was to thoroughly nail down Lu Fan's crime. Yama, pure thought Bodhisattva, forcibly suppressed the agitation in his heart, refocusing his attack on the main target, and sternly shouted, "No need to care about where he learned the demonic arts." Directly released the ironclad evidence of how he later harmed the common people and slaughtered my Buddhist disciples. Today, this demon must be punished on the immortal slaying platform. He had lost patience and just wanted to quickly end this public trial that had made him lose face. Yes, yes, Bodhisattva. Yama wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously urged his powers again. The huge light screen rippled like water, and the images began to flow again. Within the light screen, scenes changed. The grass on the grave grew yellow and green and yellow again. Who knows how many seasons have passed? Finally, the image froze. That familiar, legendary immortal cave reappeared before the eyes of the gods. The cave door slowly opened, and a tall figure dressed in a blue gown walked out. Time had worn away the childishness from his face, but in his brow, a sharpness like a sword blade had settled. His figure and appearance were indistinguishable from Lu Fan, who was kneeling on the immortal slaying platform at this moment. A clear and solid immortal aura emanated from his body. He had already become a human immortal. How many years had it been? He could actually transform from a mere mortal into an immortal body. Such talent. His master must truly be a person of extraordinary means. The discussions among the heavenly gods were filled with astonishment. In the light screen, Lu Fan walked out of the cave, but did not leave immediately. He turned around, tidied his clothes, and solemnly knelt down before the ancient cave. Without words, respectfully, he bowed 3 times. His forehead touched the blue stone, making a dull sound. When he raised his head for the 3rd time, that immortal cave that had existed for countless years began to turn transparent. The mountains, ancient pines, and cave doors swayed like reflections in water, twisting and slowly dissipating into the air. In just a few breaths, all that remained before him was an ordinary cliff, with no trace of the immortal cave left, as if everything before was just a dream in the South Branch. This unpredictable method made the experienced immortals on the immortal slaying platform feel a chill in their hearts. They understood that this mysterious master was using this approach to completely sever all ties between Lu Fan and this place. In the light curtain, Lu Fan bowed deeply to the empty mountain wall. Then, he stood up, his eyes no longer showing any confusion, only a cold determination. He summoned a sword light, soaring into the sky, rushing towards the direction of home. Chapter 24, Revenge. The light curtain spun rapidly, and the scene shifted to a bustling tavern in the mortal world. A burly man with a face full of flesh was drinking heavily, his face flushed, embracing a scantily clad woman, loudly boasting about his heroic deeds from years ago. Back in the day, when I was in the underworld, I had 7 or 8 brothers under me. We dared to rob not only ordinary merchant caravans, but even the government's escort carriages. Just as he was getting into the story, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. He looked down and saw a sharp sword tip protruding from his throat, with warm liquor dripping from it. His eyes bulged, and the breath of life quickly faded from his body. Screams erupted in the tavern, and chaos ensued. The young man in the green shirt, wielding a sword, coldly withdrew his long sword, carefully wiping the blood from the blade with a clean white cloth, and turned to disappear into the panicking crowd. The cold and efficient killing method made many celestial generals secretly nod in approval. What a superb sword technique! There was no hesitation whatsoever. The images in the light curtain began to switch rapidly. The second robber died at a gambling table, a blood hole in his forehead, still maintaining a card-grabbing posture at his death. The third robber died in his own bed, the sheets stained crimson, without even a scream. One after another, Lu Fan followed the trail of hatred, pulling out the gang of robbers from the sea of people and sending them to the underworld. His sword grew faster and colder. He himself became increasingly silent. This persistence and ruthlessness made all the observing gods and Buddhas feel a pang of anxiety. The face of the pure thought Bodhisattva grew increasingly grim as he coldly snorted, indiscriminate killing, for personal vengeance, stirring up such slaughter in the mortal realm, treating human lives like grass. Such behavior is no different from that of a demon. The bodhisattva's words were misguided. Nezha, holding the fire-tipped spear, coldly interjected. What he's killing are the murderers who destroyed his family. How can there be any talk of innocent victims? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It's only right. How did it become indiscriminate killing in your mouth? The pure thought bodhisattva was momentarily speechless, angered. When will the cycle of revenge end? His heart is filled only with slaughter, already blinded by hatred, falling into the path of demons. Son Wukong chuckled, scratching his cheek, and leisurely chimed in. I see it clearly. This kid knows exactly what he's doing. Whoever owes him, he goes after them, clear and straightforward. That's far better than some who preach compassion while secretly engaging in sordid dealings. His words almost named names. The faces of the Western followers and the Buddha were shrouded in frost. The pure thought bodhisattva was furious, his Buddha light trembling, but dared not truly confront the monkey and Nezha, and could only vent his anger on Lu Fan in the light curtain. Watch closely. You all watch closely. See how he ultimately loses his mind, swinging his butcher knife towards the purity of my Buddha's teachings. Yama did not dare to slack off, and the light curtain continued to flow. In the scene, Lu Fan had killed all the enemies he could find. Only one remained, the most important one, the one-eyed dragon who had personally shot his father. Following the clues, he tracked down and finally returned to the homeland he had not visited for over a decade. The border town was still as barren and desolate as ever. However, when he reached the eastern end of the town, he discovered that the previously dilapidated temple had become resplendent, with flourishing incense offerings. Devotees came and went in an endless stream, creating a scene of peace and prosperity. Lu Fan stood outside the mountain gate, looking at the gilded plaque of Xian Temple, his gaze icy. He sensed it. The filthy aura belonging to the one-eyed dragon was amidst this peaceful Buddha light. In front of the mountain gate, people came and went, with the devotees wearing expressions of reverence and fear. On the bluestone steps, Lu Fan's figure seemed out of place. Dusty and weary, hand on his long sword. His eyes held not a shred of the warmth of a devotee, only a deathly stillness like a millennium of ice. Step by step, he ascended the steps. The devotees instinctively made way for him, intimidated by the aura of do not approach. Benefactor, please hold. Two monks responsible for receiving guests hurriedly approached to stop him. They clasped their hands together, wearing professional smiles. May I ask whether the benefactor has come to offer incense or to pay respects to the Buddha? Lu Fan's gaze passed over them, directing towards the magnificent hall of great heroic treasures deep within the temple. I come to kill. The smiles on the two monks' faces instantly froze. Benefactor, please be cautious with your words. One of the older monks' expressions darkened. This is a pure place of the Buddha. How can you speak such nonsense and disturb our Buddha? Lu Fan did not look at them again and walked straight in. Stop him. The two monks exchanged glances and immediately reached out their arms to block him. But as soon as their hands reached out, they felt an invisible, sharp force sweep past. Both let out muffled grunts, feeling a sharp pain in their arms, and involuntarily stumbled back. The commotion quickly alerted more monks inside the temple. Who is being reckless here? A powerful voice rang out, and dozens of martial monks wielding staffs rushed out from the courtyard, surrounding Lu Fan, all glaring at him. The devotees inside the courtyard were frightened and scattered, screams erupting. Just then, an old yet authoritative voice came from the direction of the main hall. Stop! Upon hearing the voice, the martial monks immediately retracted their staffs, bowing and stepping aside to clear a path. A monk draped in a colorful kasaya, holding a 9-ringed staff, slowly walked out, surrounded by his disciples. He had a kind face, long eyebrows, and a steady gait. It was Master Faiyun, the abbot of Xian Temple. Amitba, benefactor. Seeing your celestial aura, you are no ordinary person. May I ask what brings you to my humble temple, harboring such anger? Lu Fan did not answer him. His gaze passed through Faiyun and the monks behind him, finally locking onto one person. It was a stout monk standing behind the crowd, head bowed, hands clasped, muttering something. A hideous scar extended from his brow to behind his ear on his shiny bald head, ruining the false sense of solemnity. That scar was something Lu Fan would never forget until his death. Hand him over. Lu Fan raised his long sword, pointing the tip directly at the monk. I will kill him and leave. Master Faiyun followed his sword's point, furrowing his brow, and then uttered a Buddha's name. You jest, benefactor. The person you point to is my disciple, Uw. He is devoted to the Buddha and has long severed worldly ties. I do not know what enmity you have with him. Chapter 25. The Truth Revealed. Uw? Lu Fan chewed on the name, the corners of his mouth curling into an extremely sarcastic arc. What had he realized? That after committing murder and arson, one could simply shave their head and don a robe to feel justified? 10 years ago, it was this beast, in the wilderness east of the city. He shot my father with an arrow and chased my mother to her death. Such deep-seated blood feud, and you're telling me he has severed his worldly ties? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was shocked. Those pilgrims who had not yet run far stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with astonishment and horror. Amipa, benefactor, the past is all karma. Once one has gained enlightenment and entered our Buddha's door, it signifies a determination to repent for past mistakes and be reborn anew. Our Buddha is compassionate, advocating for laying down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. Why must you cling to the past and refuse to give him a chance for redemption? A chance? Lu Fan laughed, his laughter filled with desolation and madness. When my parents met their tragic end, who gave them a chance to live? Your Buddha's compassion is just sheltering a murderer. Your so-called Pure Land is merely a den of filth and thieves. Master Faiyun's face turned a deep shade of red, and he slammed his 9-ringed staff heavily onto the ground, producing a loud clang. Heretical words that confuse the masses. Stubborn and unrepentant, he shouted sternly. This person has been blinded by hatred and has fallen into the demonic path. All disciples, heed my command. Form the Arhat formation and capture this demon. I will personally chant scriptures to root out his demonic essence. Yes, the monks responded in unison, their figures flashing as they instantly formed a large formation. Golden Buddhist light rose from them, intertwined to form a massive golden net, which descended upon Lu Fan. Even the one-eyed monk named Hu raised his head at this moment. There was no longer any trace of the peace he had during chanting, replaced by resentment and ferocity. He too summoned his Buddhist power, becoming part of the formation. Seeking death, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had waited too long for this day. Azure celestial energy erupted violently from his body, and the long sword in his hand let out a clear dragon's roar. He did not retreat. Instead, he charged headlong into the golden net, his body flowing like a stream of azure light, fiercely rushing forward. Clang! The sword light collided with the Buddhist light, erupting in a blinding flash. The ground of Tsiyun Temple shook violently. The Arhat formation was indeed profound, but those who set it up were merely a group of ordinary monks. How could they confine a person with a heart solely bent on killing? The azure sword light twisted and tore a massive opening in the golden Buddhist net. Lu Fan's figure flashed through it. He did not linger in battle. His goal was clear. The warrior monk blocking his path felt a blur before his eyes. Then a sudden pressure in his chest, and he was sent flying, spitting blood. Though heavily injured, he still had his life. His revenge was aimed at one person alone. Nowhere to run. Master Faiyun, seeing this, was furious. He threw his 9-ringed staff forward, which burst forth with Buddhist light in the air, transforming into a golden angry dragon, clawing and pouncing toward Lu Fan's back. Lu Fan did not look back. Instead, he swung his sword with a reverse grip, unleashing a solid azure sword chi that cleaved forward. Boom! The sword chi collided with the golden dragon in midair, producing a deafening roar. A violent shockwave swept outward, instantly collapsing the vermilion doors of the Great Hero Hall, sending countless bricks and stones flying in all directions. Using the rebound force from this strike, Lu Fan's speed increased, as if he had teleported, appearing before the one-eyed monk. The one-eyed monk Huiwu, seeing the formation broken and his treasure blocked, lost all last remnants of hope. Fear and despair tore away his disguise. It's you, little bastard. You should have been killed back then too. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he pulled out a shiny, smiley face, a type of ceremonial sword, from beneath his monk robe, advancing instead of retreating, putting all his strength into thrusting it toward Lu Fan's heart. This was the last struggle of a cornered beast. However, in Lu Fan's eyes, this dying struggle was so slow, so laughable. He merely extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched. Clang! That, infused with the one-eyed monk's full power, was firmly pinched and could no longer advance an inch. The one-eyed monk's face was filled with disbelief. Lu Fan looked at him. At the face he had hated for 10 years, his gaze chillingly calm. My father, my mother, have been waiting for you down below for a long time. As soon as the words fell, he gently pushed his long sword forward. Simple, direct, and decisive with one sword strike. Stab! The sword tip pierced through the one-eyed monk's heart, emerging from his back. The The one-eyed monk's body stiffened, the ferocity in his eyes rapidly dimming. Lu Fan slowly withdrew the long sword, drawing forth a spray of hot blood. The one-eyed monk's tall body slumped down weakly, lifeless. Blood stained the bluestone-paved ground. Blood also splattered onto the golden Buddha statue behind him, which stood solemnly. At this moment, the entire Xian temple fell into a deathly silence. Monster! How dare you commit murder before the Buddha? Master Faiyun looked at his most favored disciple lying in a pool of blood, shaking with rage, pointing at Lu Fan. His eyes almost bursting. Lu Fan did not look at him. He merely shook the blood droplets off his sword blade, then turned to look at the Buddha statue stained with blood, sheltering a murderer, aiding evil. Such a Buddha is not worth worshipping. He raised the long sword in his hand. In the next moment, a brilliant azure sword light shot up into the sky, wherever the sword light reached. The Buddha statue collapsed, the treasure hall tilted, the bell tower fell, and the scripture pavilion burned. In just a moment, this magnificent, incense-laden ancient temple, which had stood for 1,000 years, was reduced to ruins under the violent sword energy. Lu Fan stood amidst the ruins, leaning his sword on the ground, laughing long and loudly to the sky. In that laughter, there was the comfort of avenging a great grievance, the release of 10 years of repression, and endless sorrow and desolation. Father, mother, your son has finally avenged you. Amidst the ruins, Master Faiyun looked at everything before him, seemingly mad. He suddenly pulled out a blood-colored jade talisman from his bosom and without hesitation, crushed it with a single hand. Boom! A blinding beam of blood light broke through the clouds, shooting straight into the sky. The image in the karmic water mirror came to an abrupt end at this moment. The entire Slaying Immortals platform fell into silence. All the deities and Buddhas fixed their gazes on the place where the light curtain had vanished, unable to look away for a long time. The cause and effect were crystal clear. This was a revenge without a hint of suspense. The celestial officials of the heavenly court exchanged glances, their expressions complex to the extreme. How should they judge this? To say he was guilty? It was only right for him to avenge his parents' blood feud. To say he was innocent? He had indeed destroyed a temple that had been passed down for 1,000 years and had committed mass murder in the Buddha's Pure Land. Chapter 26. What crime should be discussed? Bodhisattva Jingyan stood there, his face shifting from green to white, then from white to black, his chest heaving violently. He could not just accept defeat. If he could not decisively subdue Lu Fan today, the face of the Western teachings would truly be lost. You all saw it. Bodhisattva Jingyan's voice rang out again. But this time, there was no longer the previous righteous tone, only a chilling, killing intent. Indeed, the abbot of Xian Temple, Faiyun, has misjudged people and handled matters improperly, which is a shortcoming of our Buddhist sect. Once this matter is resolved, our Western teachings will naturally clean up our doorsteps and punish those responsible without leniency. We must give an account to the three realms. He first took the initiative to admit his fault, throwing Faiyun out and assuming a posture of righteousness. Immediately afterward, he changed his tone, becoming incredibly sharp. However, one thing is one thing. Faiyun is at fault, but he does not deserve death. The hundreds of monks at Xian Temple are devoted to worshipping Buddha and are utterly innocent. This Lu Fan, for his personal vendetta, has vented his anger on the entire temple, turning our Buddhist purity into scorched earth and slaughtering our disciples. Even if we take a step back and say that his revenge is justified, why, after avenging himself, does he still want to destroy our Buddha statues and burn our scripture halls? This is no longer revenge, it is venting anger. This is irrefutable evidence of his lawlessness and contempt for our Buddha. He has never hated just that one-eyed dragon. He hates our entire Western teachings. He is challenging the dignity of our Buddhist sect. Such a mindset has long become demonic. If we do not eradicate him completely, to serve as a warning to others, in the future, won't everyone in the three realms be able to use revenge as an excuse to slaughter and destroy our temples? By then, where will the dignity of our Buddhist sect be? Where will the order of the three realms exist? I humbly request that the Jade Emperor issue a decree to punish this demon on the spot, scattering his soul and spirit, so that he may never be reborn, to rectify the heavenly order and to bring peace to the Buddha's heart. After saying this, he deeply bowed toward the Lingshao Hall. The Buddhas and Arhats behind him also bowed and recited the Buddha's name in unison. A powerful, undeniable intention transformed into an invisible pressure, enveloping the entire Zhanxian platform. The atmosphere among the celestial beings in the heavenly court became subtle. The Western teachings have made their stance clear, indicating a relentless attitude. No one wants to truly tear their face with the entire Western teachings for the sake of a rogue immortal. In this stagnant silence, the Taibai Jinxing lightly coughed, twirling his long beard, and slowly stepped forward. Bodhisattva, please calm your anger. He first tried to smooth things over, then changed his tone. The old minister believes that this matter still has room for discussion. Lu Fan, this child, has destroyed temples and killed monks, violating heavenly laws. His crimes cannot escape punishment. And that is one point. However, there is a reason for this. His circumstances are indeed pitiable. He has encountered the misfortune of losing his family, endured for 10 years, and sought revenge in one morning. This is human nature and also a manifestation of filial piety, which is the second point. The third and most important point, the Zhanxian platform is a critical place in the heavenly court, overseeing the punishments of the three realms. Law enforcement must be based on heavenly laws and prioritize justice. We cannot recklessly open a killing spree due to one side's anger, nor can we be biased and violate the law due to one side's emotions. In the old minister's view, this child has already formed a celestial root, but is burdened by the karma of killing, making it unsuitable for him to remain in the celestial realm. It would be better to sever his celestial body, abandon his Taoist fruits, and, acknowledging his commendable filial heart, allow him a thread of true spirit, casting him into the cycle of 6 paths to suffer the pains of reincarnation, thus resolving the sins of this life. In this way, we punish his crimes while leaving him a chance to live. Wouldn't that be a win-win? This statement is reasonable and well-founded, impartial and fair. It not only gives the Western teachings a way out, but also preserves the judicial fairness of the heavenly court and subtly aligns with Sun Wukong's intentions. What Taibai Jinxing said is indeed true. We all agree. The generals of the Thunder Department immediately voiced their agreement. King Li Jing of the pagoda also nodded slightly in approval. The attitude of the celestial officials in the heavenly court has become clear. It is permissible to kill, but not to let him scatter his soul. At this moment, the expression of the Jingyan Bodhisattva darkened. He did not expect the heavenly court stance to be so resolute. Just as he was about to rebut, a dull and heavy voice rang out from the ranks of the Western teachings. Bodhisattva, what Taibai Xingjuan said also makes sense. Everyone turned to look and saw Sha Wujing stepping forward from the ranks, holding the demon-suppressing treasure staff. He wore a sorrowful expression, first bowing to the Jingyan Bodhisattva, and then offering 11 bows to the celestial beings of the heavenly court. Disciple Wujing was once a person of deep sins, but our Buddha is compassionate. And the venerable master did not give up on me, but guided me toward goodness, leading me westward, ultimately giving me the opportunity to cleanse my sins and attain enlightenment. Although the benefactor Lu Fan has heavy killing karma, his nature is not bad, and there is something to pity in his heart. Since our Buddha was able to save me back then, why can't he give him a chance for reincarnation and a fresh start? To completely eradicate him is not the intention of our Buddha's compassion. His words came from the heart. He recalled his own unbearable past and felt empathy for Lu Fan's plight. However, upon hearing this, the Jingyan Bodhisattva was filled with rage. Sha Wujing, what do you understand? He scolded sharply. Your situation cannot be compared to his. You were enlightened by the sage and embarked on the journey to obtain the scriptures, gaining great merits to dissolve your karma. This person, however, is stubborn and refuses to repent, even wielding the butcher's knife against our disciples. This is actively doing evil, which is fundamentally different from your passive mistakes. You are merely a golden body arhat, and you have yet to comprehend the essence of the Buddha's teachings. How dare you talk frivolously about punishment here? Retreat at once. He mercilessly reprimanded him in public, causing Sha Wujing's face to flush red. He wanted to argue again, but found himself at a loss for words and could only retreat, filled with shame and helplessness. His weight, after all, was still too light. The Jingyan Bodhisattva's face twitched violently, his chest heaving beneath the robe, and his eyes no longer held any compassion, only fury and resolution after being offended. Sha Wujing's words not only failed to calm him down, but instead poured fuel on the fire. A mere golden body arhat even dared to teach him how to act? This was no longer just a matter for Lu Fan. Sun Wukong's provocation, Nezha's confrontation, Taibai Jinxing's attempt at mediation. And now even Sha Wujing dared to stand up and sing against him. If he could not suppress this demon with overwhelming power today, he, Jingyan Bodhisattva, and even the entire Western teachings would become the laughingstock of the three realms. He did not want to debate any further, nor did he need to. He had already lost in verbal exchanges. Then he would use the most direct force to declare the final outcome. Enough. The Jingyan Bodhisattva let out a decisive shout. And the sound, infused with the Buddha's lion's roar divine power, shook the weaker celestial officials, causing their blood to surge. Taibai Xingjuan, I cannot agree with your compromise. If this demon is not eliminated, how can the hearts of my countless disciples in the Buddhist sect be at peace? He no longer looked at the faces of the celestial officials in the heavenly court, his gaze like a knife, piercing directly at the kneeling Lu Fan. This person has destroyed my temple, killed my disciples, and insulted my Buddha. Each and every one of these is a capital crime. Heavenly laws govern, and our Buddhist precepts govern as well. Today, I will personally take action to clean up our doorsteps and uphold the dignity of the Buddha. Chapter 27. Who dares to act today? As soon as the Jingyan Bodhisattva said this, the atmosphere on the Zhanshan platform suddenly froze. Taibai Jingxing let out a long sigh, retracting his gaze and falling silent. He had done all he could. The Bodhisattva of the Western teachings was determined to kill, and as a civil official, could he really rush forward? The favor he owed to son Wukong had reached its limit. King Li Jing of the pagoda furrowed his brow tightly, but could only remain silent. Nezha felt a sinking sensation in his heart and could only hold back. The air on the Zhanshan platform was filled with a chilling atmosphere. The Jingyan Bodhisattva said no more. He slowly raised his right hand, forming a sword-like gesture with his fingers, chanting incantations. The surrounding air began to thicken. Golden Sanskrit flowed from his fingertips, swirling, intertwining, and coalescing in midair. The light gathered, and ultimately, above Lu Fan's head, it transformed into a 3-foot-long golden ring blade. On the blade, the sound of the Dharma echoed, and the aura of slaughter surged into the sky. The clouds above the immortal slaying platform were pushed aside by this force, forming a massive void. The space where the blade pointed showed subtle distortions. This was the punishing blade of the Buddhist sect, specifically designed to execute those who violated the precepts, capable of severing celestial bodies and extinguishing divine souls. Lu Fan knelt there, his spine straight. He could feel the terrifying power emanating from the above his head, capable of completely erasing him. He slowly closed his eyes. Demon, you shall die? The killing intent in Jingyan Bodhisattva's eyes was palpable, and the gathered sword pointed forward with a sweep. The golden suspended high in the air emitted a humming sound, tearing through the sky and ruthlessly descending towards Lu Fan's celestial brain. The speed was so fast, and the momentum so fierce that all the immortals present felt their hearts tighten. If this blade struck, it would surely mean annihilation of both form and spirit. Just as the blade was about to touch Lu Fan's hair, at this critical moment, clang! A thunderous sound that shook the heavens erupted without warning. It was not the sound of the blade cutting flesh, but rather the resounding clash of metal. As if two stars had collided, a golden shockwave, indescribable in words, spread wildly in all directions from the point of impact. A fierce wind rose from the immortal slaying platform, causing the garments of the immortals to flutter wildly and their bodies to sway. The sea of clouds high above was forcibly torn apart by this shockwave, revealing the deep and boundless dark sky behind. All gods and Buddhas were horrified, quickly channeling their powers to steady themselves, looking uncertainly towards the center of the collision. They saw that the unstoppable golden had actually halted 3 inches above Lu Fan's head, unable to advance a single step. Its blade was blocked by something, a massive golden divine iron descending from the heavens, piercing through the earth. This divine iron was so enormous that it reached the hard white jade tiles of the immortal slaying platform below and extended into the clouds above, its length unknown, possibly thousands of miles. It lay there stubbornly between Lu Fan and the exuding an overwhelming aura that suppressed the universe. The punishing blade, condensed from Jingyan Bodhisattva's lifelong cultivation, appeared fragile like a child's toy before this divine iron. The source of the shockwave was the striking the divine iron, releasing energy as it shattered. The gazes of the immortals were shocked as they looked up along the towering pillar. They saw the familiar, ancient, intricate cloud patterns on the pillar, the gleaming golden rings at both ends. They also saw 5 gigantic, radiant golden characters glowing brilliantly on that divine iron. Rui, Jingu Bang. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They quickly turned their heads to look at the figure that had remained aloof all along. Son Wukong sat atop a cloud. He sat upright, one hand casually resting on his knee, while the other extended forward, palm down, gently pressing against the base of the towering divine pillar. His face bore no expression. Jing Yin Bodhisattva was frozen in place, maintaining the gesture of pointing, his face as pale as paper. He looked at the massive divine iron. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from it that could easily crush him, his throat dry, unable to utter a word. He couldn't understand why this monkey would go to such lengths for a stranger, a scattered immortal. Sun Wukong's gaze slowly swept across the entire scene. From the ashen-faced Jing Yin Bodhisattva to the astonished immortals of the heavenly court, it finally landed on the figure kneeling behind him, protected by him. Old son. Want to see who dares to make a move today? Jing Yin Bodhisattva felt his Buddhist heart shatter. This was no exaggeration. He could clearly hear the sound of his heart, tempered 1,000 times and as firm as crystal, cracking under the unbearable pressure. Fear. An emotion he thought he had long severed and discarded surged uncontrollably from the deepest part of his Tao fruit. He looked at the towering golden divine iron, and then at the indifferent monkey above the clouds, a profound sense of helplessness rising in his heart. Who understands? Even if he wanted to rage, he felt he couldn't match the opponent. How to fight? With what to fight? This rebellious monkey, before becoming a Buddha, was the great sage equal to heaven, with cultivation that had already stirred the 3 realms and wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace at the peak level. Without the saints emerging, he was nearly invincible. Looking across the 3 realms, the only ones who could suppress him, apart from his own Buddha, were probably only a handful like the great master Zhenyuan of Wuzhuangguan. He, Jing Yin, had only attained the bodhisattva fruit position for a few hundred years, and could only be considered a junior in the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain, in terms of magical power, divine abilities, and combat experience. How could he compare with the victorious Buddha of battle before him? To clash head-on was no different than hitting a stone with an egg. The overwhelming fury rising from the loss of face quickly cooled before absolute power, transforming into cold, rational calculations. I cannot make a move, but I also cannot retreat. Today's matter is no longer just about Lu Fan's life or death, but about the dignity of the Western religion. If he shrank back under Sun Wukong's pressure, he, Jing Yin, would become a laughingstock, and the face of the entire Western religion would be trampled underfoot. Jing Yin Bodhisattva's eyes darted rapidly in their sockets, thoughts flashing like lightning. He remained calm, but his fingers hidden in the wide sleeves of his robe subtly moved. A thought split into 2 streams and quietly left him. One stream, swift as light, headed towards the distant Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain's grand Thunder Sound Temple. This was an urgent signal to report the situation to the Buddha. The journey was long, and by the time the Buddha's decree arrived, it would be too late, but this procedure had to be followed. The other stream of thought was more secretive and urgent, heading towards another direction, the Guanjiang mouth, racing away. He could think of only one person in the 3 realms who had the ability and was likely willing to wrestle with this monkey. Qing Yuan Miao Dao Zhenjuan, Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Everyone knew that these 2 had built a grudge since the great chaos in the heavenly palace and had looked down upon each other. Over the years, whenever there was a chance, they would always compete for superiority. Yang Jian was known for not listening to orders and daring to defy even the Jade Emperor's commands, making him a notorious troublemaker in the heavenly court. However, if he were told that Sun Wukong was going crazy here and wanted to smash the place, Jing Yin Bodhisattva was sure that the proud Zhenjuan would be the first to rush over with his 3-pointed 2-edged sword. He felt he was very clever. In that brief moment, he had come up with this only feasible way to break the deadlock. Now, all he had to do was buy time. Chapter 28. An unexpected savior. The muscles on Jing Yin Bodhisattva's face twitched, forcing out a smile that was more hideous than crying. Victorious Buddha of battle. What do you mean by this? This fellow is a grave sinner, a traitor of our Buddhist sect. It is only natural for me to take action to clear the door. Why do you, as a fellow member of our Buddhist sect, intervene? He deliberately emphasized the title of Victorious Buddha of battle, intending to use identity and rules to constrain Sun Wukong. The immortals of the heavenly court also regained their senses from the earth-shattering shock. They looked at the golden staff, cold sweat pouring down their faces, their hearts racing. It was over. It was over. This monkey had truly gone mad. This place, the slaughtering immortals platform, wouldn't it become the battlefield for a second rebellion in heaven? Great sage, please calm down. The first star of Venus, Tai Bai, was the first to step forward, wiping the sweat from his forehead and bowing repeatedly. He was genuinely scared now. This monkey had dared to attack the heavenly palace back then, What place wouldn't he dare to smash? Great sage, let us talk this out. Let us talk this out. The bodhisattva of pure thought was also in a moment of desperation, not intentionally offending him. There is still room for negotiation regarding Lu Fan. We absolutely cannot resort to violence, as it would harm the harmony between heaven and the Western paradise. The king of the heavenly kings, Li Jing, had already gripped his 7-treasure pagoda in his palm, and with a serious expression, he advised, Great sage, the 3 realms have their own rules. If you have any objections, you can go to the heavenly palace and present your case to the Jade Emperor. There will be a fair judgment. Using divine weapons here has already violated heavenly regulations. Please think twice. None of them dared to criticize Sun Wukong. They could only keep advising and mediating. They were not helping Lu Fan, nor were they helping pure thought. They were saving themselves. They feared that if this monkey was unhappy, he would swing that staff capable of puncturing the heavens and demolish the slaughtering immortals platform first. However, Sun Wukong ignored all their pleas. He offered no explanation, nor did he disdain to explain. Why? Does old Sun need to explain to you why he acts? He merely used his actions to express his stance. That towering Rui golden cudgel was his strongest response. He was protecting Lu Fan. Whoever moves, whoever dies. Seeing that Sun Wukong was unyielding, Bodhisattva of pure thought grew increasingly anxious. Yang Jian would need time to arrive, and the Buddha had yet to respond. If this situation was not handled well, he feared he might die himself. Great sage, this monk knows you possess immense powers and unmatched combat strength. However, this matter concerns the reputation of our Buddhist sect. Just think, if today I let this demon, who slaughters monks and burns down temples, go free, what will the beings of the 3 realms think of our Buddhist sect? In the future, wouldn't everyone think they could kill disciples of our Buddhist sect at will? Great sage, you are the victorious fighting Buddha, the protector of the law. Maintaining the dignity of the Buddhist sect is also your responsibility. By protecting this scoundrel today, it seems you are acting chivalrously, but in reality, you are undermining the foundation of our Buddhist sect. Can you bear the consequences of this? By the end, his voice carried a hint of threat. He even invoked the Buddha. Great sage, I have already reported this matter to the Buddha Tathagata. Do you really want to defy the Buddha's decree for an irrelevant loose immortal? Upon hearing the name of the Buddha, Sun Wukong's somewhat gloomy expression finally changed. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth. The Buddha? Old Sun was suppressed under the 5 Elements mountain for 500 years and has never heard the Buddha speak any reason to me. Now, Old Sun wants to protect someone, and I need to reason with you? Pure thought, why don't you tell me, in the 3 realms, who has the final say on reason? As his voice fell, he pressed down lightly on the golden staff. Boom. The entire slaughtering immortals platform suddenly sank downward. Centered on the golden staff, the indestructible white jade floor tiles instantly cracked with countless spiderweb-like fissures, spreading out in all directions. That terrifying pressure suddenly increased. Bodhisattva of pure thought let out a muffled groan, feeling as if an ancient divine mountain had suddenly pressed down on his Tao fruit, the Buddhist light flickering wildly, and his body uncontrollably retreated 7 or 8 steps. He tasted blood in his throat, nearly spitting out a mouthful of golden Buddhist blood. Sun Wukong sat in the clouds. Unmoving, he answered the Bodhisattva of pure thought's question in the most direct way. Here, now, I, Sun Wukong, am the reason. Tension filled the air. The entire slaughtering immortals platform became a bowstring pulled to its limit. With just a little more force, it would snap completely, resulting in a catastrophic outcome. Even the breaths of the gathered immortals were cautious, fearing to disturb the indifferent monkey king above in the clouds. Cold sweat gathered into beads on the forehead of the Bodhisattva of pure thought, sliding down his smooth face. He could feel his Buddhist heart being continuously eroded and squeezed by that unparalleled demonic aura. His proud composure was on the verge of collapse in the face of Sun Wukong's pure will. He could only wait. In his heart, he urged frantically, urging the reinforcements he had summoned. Come quickly. Hurry up. In the midst of this tense standoff, a strange change occurred. The terrifying pressure emanating from the golden staff that had everyone gasping for breath unexpectedly lightened without warning. It was not that Sun Wukong had reined in his momentum, but rather as if another, grander, gentler force, like spring water flowing over ice, quietly neutralized and soothed that rage and bloodshed. The gathered immortals looked on in confusion. Following this strange change, They saw that the stern ranks of heavenly soldiers at the southern heavenly gate silently parted to the sides, creating a passageway. A figure was slowly walking through that passage. He did not ride on clouds, nor was he surrounded by Buddhist light. He wore the simplest moon-white monk robe, stepping steadily on the cold white jade tiles, one step at a time. His pace was slow, but had a peculiar rhythm, as if each step was in sync with the pulse of the universe, resonating with the heartbeat of all beings. He was ordinary as a wandering monk who had traveled millions of miles in the mortal realm. Yet he was transcendent, so transcendent that the overwhelming pressure of the gods and the tense atmosphere seemed to him just a fleeting cloud. Wherever he passed, the cracked ground under the pressure of the golden staff slowly healed. The restless heavenly winds also became gentle and yielding. Master! A suppressed cry of excitement and admiration rang out from the camp of the Western teachings. Sha Wujing could no longer maintain his composure. He pushed aside the arhoot in front of him, hurriedly stepped forward, and knelt deeply before the monk, his forehead touching the ground, his body trembling slightly with excitement. This shout of master was like a thunderclap, awakening everyone present. It was him, the Buddha of sandalwood merit. Tang Sung. The pupils of Bodhisattva of pure thought contracted to their utmost in an instant. He had sent someone to summon the Buddha, yet it was this merit Buddha who had come. His mind raced. Not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, he quickly collected his thoughts, put his hands together, and bowed deeply. Disciple pure thought pays respects to the Buddha of sandalwood merit. The heavenly immortals all breathed a sigh of relief. Tai Bai Jingxing's back straightened immediately. Li Jing relaxed his grip on the pagoda, and Nezha's tense little face showed a hint of relief. The savior had arrived. The one who could truly control this unruly monkey had come. Chapter 29. First courtesy, then arms. Sha Wujing could no longer maintain his composure. He pushed aside the arhoot in front of him, hurriedly stepped forward, and knelt deeply before the monk, his forehead touching the ground, his body trembling slightly with excitement. He had just been publicly reprimanded by the Bodhisattva of pure thought, filled with shame and grievance, now seeing his master. It was as if a bullied child had seen their parent, and all his strength crumbled in an instant. The slowly approaching monk stopped in his tracks. He lowered his gaze to his third disciple kneeling at his feet, extended his hand, and gently helped Sha Wujing up. Wujing, get up. The journey to the west has long been accomplished, and you have also attained the Arhat golden body. There is no need for such great courtesy. You have worked hard today. Wujing felt a warmth in his eyes, tears nearly spilling over. He held back, bowing and saying, Disciple is not hard at all. Seeing master makes me feel at ease. After comforting Sha Wujing, Tang Sanzang finally raised his eyes to the ever-changing expression of the Bodhisattva Jingyan and the Western followers behind him. The Bodhisattva Jingyan felt a shiver in his heart and did not dare to be negligent. He quickly led the Buddhas and Arhats behind him, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply, saying, I pay my respects to the Buddha of the sandalwood merit. Tang Sanzang's expression was solemn, and he returned the Buddhist greeting meticulously. Hands clasped together and slightly bowing, Bodhisattva Jingyan, esteemed virtuous ones, this humble monk greets you. The Bodhisattva Jingyan straightened up and spoke first. The Buddha of merit has arrived just in time. There is a demon monkey causing chaos here, disregarding the Buddha's feelings and forcibly interfering in our teachings. We ask the Buddha of merit to intervene and subdue it to clarify the truth. What a quick change of face. Just now he was the victorious fighting Buddha, and now he is directly calling it a demon monkey. Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang showed no sign of joy or anger on his face, only calmly replying, The rights and wrongs are still in debate. My unruly disciple has disturbed the Bodhisattva and esteemed virtuous one's cultivation, which is my fault for not disciplining him properly. The reasons behind this matter, I still need to inquire carefully before I can make a judgment. I apologize for the disturbance. Then, he turned towards the direction of the heavenly immortals. The Star Lord Tai Bai seemed to see a savior and quickly led a group of celestial officials to greet him. Bowing deeply, the Buddha of sandalwood merit has graced us with his presence. Our heavenly court is honored. You have finally come, if you hadn't. This celestial slaying platform might not be preserved. He was half flattering and half complaining. Tang Sanzang once again bowed in return, his demeanor even more humble than when addressing the Western teachings, as this was the heavenly court's home ground. Your words are too kind. My disciple is unruly and has acted recklessly in the heavenly court. This is my fault. I will prepare a simple gift another day and personally visit the Lingshao Palace to apologize to His Majesty, the Jade Emperor. His gaze swept over the heavenly officials, pausing slightly on a figure hiding behind the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, who was trying hard to suck in his belly, revealing only a pair of round, darting little eyes, nervously peeking this way. It was none other than the pigsy, Zhu Beiji. When Tang Sanzang's gaze fell on him, Zhu Beiji stiffened, his face fat freezing. He instinctively wanted to pull his head back, but dared not, so he could only force a smile that was worse than crying, and very subtly nodded towards his master. Master, I'm here. I've been good. I didn't do anything. A hint of helplessness and amusement flashed in Tang Sanzang's eyes. He did not expose him, merely shifting his gaze away calmly. After finishing all this and greeting all parties from the three realms, he finally turned around and stepped forward. One step. Slowly, he walked towards the golden staff that propped up the sky, towards his eldest disciple, who was the most troublesome and concerning to him. Wukong. There was no scolding, no questioning. Just like in those countless mornings or evenings on the journey to the west, the most ordinary call. But just these two words made Sun Wukong's body tremble violently. He slowly, somewhat stiffly turned his head, finally meeting his master's gaze. Tang Sanzang looked at him, observing the stubbornness in his eyes and the hidden grievance that could not be concealed, gently uttering a Buddha chant. Amitba. He slowly reached out his hand, lightly placing it on the cold golden staff. When I came here, I saw the southern heavenly gate filled with resentment and murderous intent. I thought it was some demon that had come to invade the heavenly court. I never expected that the one causing trouble here would be my victorious fighting Buddha from the west. Wukong, you have become a Buddha? Why does your heart still harbor such great anger? Sun Wukong's monkey face flushed slightly. What he feared the least were the Jade Emperor's 100,000 heavenly soldiers and the Buddha's 5 elements mountain. But what he feared most was his master's questioning like this. I, old Sun, scratched my cheek, my eyes dodging, not daring to meet my master's gaze. I, old Sun, am not causing trouble. I am saving people. Saving people? Tang Sanzang's gaze moved away from the golden staff and landed on Lu Fan, who was being protected behind. To save one person, putting all beings in danger. Is this the Buddhist principle you have grasped as the victorious fighting Buddha? Sun Wukong was left speechless. He could argue with the Bodhisattva Jingyan and twist words with the Jade Emperor, but in front of his master, his logic simply could not hold. After a long pause, he finally muttered, I, old Sun, just can't stand it. So, you want to use your logic to enforce the law for the heavenly court and uphold the Buddhist precepts? Are you going to use this staff to smash the celestial slaying platform along with the heavenly court's laws and the Buddhist precepts? Sun Wukong fell silent. He knew his master was right, but he just did not want to back down. If he retreated, what would happen to his protected junior brother? In this stalemate, Tang Sanzang let out a slight sigh. He turned around to face the ever-changing expression of the Bodhisattva Jingyan, clasped his hands together, and slightly bowed. Bodhisattva Jingyan. This disciple of mine has not changed his unruly nature and has disturbed the Bodhisattva. I apologize to you on his behalf. Seeing this, the Bodhisattva Jingyan dared not accept his bow and quickly stepped aside, saying in panic, the Buddha of merit speaks too highly. I, the disciple, dare not accept it. Dare not accept it. However, his heart was churning. This Tang Sanzang first suppressed Sun Wukong and then apologized to him, lowering his posture to an extreme, leaving no room for error. This made all the prepared words he had in mind get stuck in his throat, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Wukong's fault will be discussed later. Tang Sanzang straightened up, his expression becoming solemn. This humble monk comes for the Dharma as well as for human feelings. The Dharma is the law of heaven and the law of the Buddhist gate. Human feelings are the feelings of old acquaintances and the feelings of all beings. I already have a general understanding of the cause and effect of this matter on my way here. Bodhisattva Jingyan, I only ask one question. Tang Sanzang's voice became unprecedentedly serious. The Tsiyun Temple has sheltered the criminal for 10 years, providing protection for a murderous demon under the guise of the Buddhist gate's purity. Is this fact? Chapter 30. Tang Sanzang's reason what? How did the topic come to this? The Bodhisattva Jingyan's face suddenly stiffened, and his eyes, burning with anger, met Tang Sanzang's calm gaze, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably. He could not deny it. In the mirror of karmic retribution, the cause and effect were clear, witnessed by the gods and Buddhas of the 3 realms. But he could not admit it. If he did, it would be equivalent to acknowledging that all his previous righteous arguments had become a joke. The facts were as they were. But the reasoning was not like this. Such words could not be spoken. He shook his head, the Buddha light on the back of his head gathering again. What the Buddha of merit says is indeed true. He first admitted it calmly, then shifted his tone. However, this matter must be observed from its essence, not its appearance. The Buddhist gate is not a court of judgment, but a boat of salvation. What Master Heian saw back then was not a murderous criminal, but a lost lamb willing to lay down its butcher's knife and kneel before the Buddha. Buddha is compassionate and emphasizes that turning back is the shore. The fault of Master Fayun lies in his compassionate heart, which was misplaced in trusting the repentance of that wicked person. As for Lu Fan's crime, it lies in his deeply rooted demonic nature, refusing to turn back. After he killed his enemies, not only did he not appreciate that our Buddhist sect left him a chance for revenge, but instead he vented his anger on the entire temple, slaughtering hundreds of innocent monks. Buddha of merit, do you truly believe that the temporary lapse of good intentions by Master Fayun is a sin that outweighs the heinous act of Lu Fan slaughtering hundreds of people? If one forsakes great righteousness for minor righteousness, and disregards the lives of hundreds for the private grudge of one person, this surely cannot be the true meaning of our Buddha's teachings. This speech is one of deceit and evasion, lightening the heavy matters. Hearing this, many celestial beings in the heavenly court nodded slightly, feeling there was some truth to it. After all, compared to the improper handling of a temple, the sin of slaughtering hundreds indeed seems more severe. However, after listening, Tang Sing's calm demeanor showed no signs of wavering. The words of the Bodhisattva, seemingly filled with compassion, actually confuse the roots of good and evil and reverse the order of cause and effect. Salvation and sheltering are just a thought apart, leading one astray by thousands of miles. Poor monk asks you, what is salvation? Salvation is to ferry the heart, not the body. It is to make one sincerely repent, rectify past wrongs, and confront one's own sins. If that wicked person truly repented, what Master Fayun should have done is to hand him over to the authorities, confess his crimes, seek leniency from the law, and then guide him towards goodness with Buddhist teachings, which is the right path. But what did he do? He shaved his head, bestowed him a Dharma name, hid him in the temple, and allowed him to enjoy offerings. This is not salvation. This is indulgence. It allows him to evade responsibility, comfortably covering his bloody past with a monk's robe. If the heart's demon has not been removed, and the obsession has not dissipated, then shaving the head is merely changing into a new skin for a wicked ghost. How can there be talk of rebirth? Tang Sing spoke and took a step forward. The moon-white monk robe moved without wind, emanating an invisible, formidable aura from the source of the great Tao, compelling the Buddha light behind the pure thought Bodhisattva to sway slightly. The Bodhisattva only saw the slaughtering knife in the hands of the wicked person being put down. But did he see the souls of Lu Fan's parents lying in a pool of blood? Did they find peace? The Bodhisattva only saw Lu Fan destroy the temple. But did he see that the resplendent temple was built on a tragedy of broken families? The Bodhisattva repeatedly claimed that the hundreds of monks were innocent. The poor monk asks you again, when that wicked person enjoyed 10 years of peace in the temple, did any one of them stand up to speak a just word for the wronged souls? They enjoyed the offerings brought by the wicked person, sheltered under the eaves stained with blood. Were they truly innocent? Each question resounded like the evening drum and morning bell, deafening. On the immortal slaying platform, there was silence. All the gods and Buddhas were stunned by these words. The face of the pure thought Bodhisattva changed from white to green, then to purple. He opened his mouth to argue, but found himself momentarily speechless. Tang Sung walked up to him, merely 3 feet apart. Our Buddha's compassion is to relieve the suffering of all beings. If this compassion comes at the cost of another's grievance, then it is not compassion, it is favoritism. It is hypocrisy. It is the filth of the Buddha's teachings, the pestilence of the 3 realms. Each word pierced the heart, striking hard at the Bodhisattva's resolve. His body shook violently, and the sacred Buddha light behind his head cracked with a loud sound, its brilliance dimming instantly. He staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of golden Buddha blood. The sky returned to clarity. Tang Sing no longer looked at the pure thought Bodhisattva, whose face was ashen. He slowly turned around, facing the direction of the Lingshao Hall, adjusted his monk robe, and bowed deeply. I report to the Jade Emperor. The cause and effect of this matter are already clear. Lu Fan is entangled with killing karma, destroys temples and slaughters monks, violating heavenly rules. His crimes deserve punishment. However, His filial piety is to be sympathized with, and his nature is not extinguished. He should not suffer the cruel punishment of complete obliteration. The poor monk earnestly requests your heavenly grace to sever his immortal body, abolish his Tao fruit, and leave his true spirit to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, enduring suffering for 100 lifetimes to expiate his sins in this life. Master Faiyun, the abbot of Xian Temple, as a disciple of the Buddha, failed to discern good from evil and sheltered a wicked person, causing grievances to go unaddressed and hatred to grow. He is truly the root of this case. The poor monk believes that those who shelter wicked people are guilty alongside the wicked. They should also have their cultivation abolished, cast into the abyss, and never attain rebirth. As for the monks of Xian Temple, since they enjoyed illicit offerings, they should bear the responsibility of collective punishment. They should all be expelled from the Buddhist gate. Reincarnating for 100 lifetimes, enduring the sufferings of the world, only then can they understand what true compassion is. Thus, it would be fair. This speech was clear and logical, with rewards and punishments distinctly outlined. It punished Lu Fan, judged Xian Temple, and clearly analyzed the root of the matter. Once this was said, the entire place fell silent. Harsh. Too harsh. Everyone thought that the Buddha of merit would come out at this critical moment to help the Buddhist sect. They never expected he would say such words. For a moment, the entire immortal slaying platform was silent. The celestial officials of the heavenly court felt a chill in their hearts, and then nodded in unison, their faces showing genuine admiration. Truly the Buddha of merit. This handling not only punished the sinner, but also comforted the victim. More importantly, it upheld the fairness of the heavenly way, leaving no room for criticism. This is true equity. What the Buddha of merit said is a balanced argument. The old ministers agree. Tai Bai Jinxing was the first to stand up, stroking his beard in admiration. The generals of the Thunder Department agreed. The Water Army of the Heavenly River agreed. At that moment, the attitude of the celestial officials in the heavenly court reached an unprecedented consensus. A beautiful conclusion was thus reached, right? Among the crowd, there was one person's face more unpleasant than eating shit. Sun Wukong. Chapter 31. The Savior of Pure Thought has arrived. Sun Wukong was truly anxious. His stone heart felt like it was being roasted over a fire, restless and uneasy. Reincarnation? Abolishing his Tao cultivation and casting him into reincarnation? If this had happened half an hour ago, it would undoubtedly have been the best outcome. He had gone to great lengths, seeking favors, building connections, pleading with everyone, just for this result. But now it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The one kneeling on the immortal slaying platform was not some chance acquaintance, nor a sympathetic junior. That was his little junior brother, the closed-door disciple of Lingtai Mountain, from the Xie Yusen Xing cave, the only successor recognized by Patriarch Bodhi after him. His master watched helplessly as he went through a tremendous calamity, regretting it for life. How could he now watch this only junior brother repeat the same mistakes, or even suffer a worse fate? Abolishing all the hard-earned cultivation and casting him into the 6 paths of reincarnation, which might take who knows how long to emerge. What difference is that from dying? No, absolutely not. With the master absent, as the elder brother, he must shoulder this responsibility. However, he had no way to express his relationship with Lu Fan was a huge secret that could never be publicly revealed at this moment. Yet he also could not bear to see his junior brother be ruined like this. He had previously put on a monkey face, sought help from Nezha, asked for Pigsy's assistance, even communicated with the Thunder Department's heavenly sovereign. Everything he did was to ensure his survival and entry into reincarnation. Now Tang Sung has arrived, and the proposal he put forward is exactly the same as the result he previously sought through pleading. Everyone believes this is the best outcome. Nezha feels it is fair. The Jade Emperor feels respected, and Tang Sung believes this is justice. If Sun Wukong were to jump out and oppose it, insisting on releasing the person, what would that mean? Wouldn't it be a case of going back on his word? Wouldn't it be a betrayal of those who have helped him? Even more so, it would be slapping his master Tang Sing in the face. What can he do? At this moment, all the celestial beings in heaven nod in agreement, feeling convinced. With the bodhisattva of sandalwood and virtue personally speaking, it is as solid as a nail, with no possibility of change. On the Western Church's side, although they are reluctant, with the bodhisattva of sandalwood and virtue personally setting the tone, they have no choice but to accept the order. A storm seems to be settling down. Everyone thinks this is the best outcome, except for Sun Wukong. Oh no, actually, There is another person whose face looks as if they have eaten excrement, the Bodhisattva of pure thought. He feels he should never have come. He is now regretting why he boasted in front of the Buddha and took on this hot potato task. He recalls how, in the Great Thunder Sound Temple's treasure hall, he was filled with righteous indignation upon hearing about Lu Fan, how he vowed to capture this villain and uphold the dignity of the Buddhist sect. Now looking back, he just wants to travel back in time and slap himself twice for his foolishness. Why was he so thoughtless? After the calamity of the investiture of the gods, the three realms have been stable for thousands of years. When has the Western Church ever been so provoked? A nameless loose immortal dared to stir trouble in the Heavenly Master's territory and slaughter an entire temple. How could such a person have an easy background? Why didn't he think carefully? First, the great sage equal to heaven jumps out, demanding to protect someone. Then, this bodhisattva of virtue speaks, causing his Buddhist heart to suffer and his light to shatter. What is going on? Buddha, disciple regrets, please save your disciple. But he does not dare to refute Tang Seng's words. What Tang Seng said is based on justice, reasonable and irrefutable. If he were to argue, it would be a blatant declaration that the Buddhist sect does not uphold justice and seeks to oppress others. Then he, pure thought, would truly become a laughingstock of the three realms, a sinner of the Buddhist sect. He also does not dare to provoke the one sitting high in the clouds, grasping the golden cudgel. Although that monkey has not spoken, pure thought can feel a cold, warning gaze locking onto him. He has no doubt that if he dares to utter a single negative word, that cudgel capable of piercing the heavens will first smash his head. There is no way out. He must endure. He can only accept his bad luck and swallow the anger mixed with Buddhist blood back into his stomach. Just as the bodhisattva of pure thought bowed his head, preparing to reluctantly accept this outcome, a clear and sharp sound, carrying an overwhelming and sharp aura, suddenly reverberated from the horizon. Everyone was startled and looked up in unison. A cold light, like a meteor breaking through the sky, tore through the clouds and shot straight towards the center of the execution platform. It was a long weapon, entirely forged from unknown divine metal. The spear had split into three, and the blade shone with a cold silver light. It was a three-pointed, double-edged knife. Before the weapon arrived, a strong will, high and proud, looking down on all beings, had already enveloped the entire execution platform. This will was entirely different from Sun Wukong's domineering and wild nature. It resembled an iceberg that had never melted for 10,000 years, coldly examining all life. Clang! The three-pointed, double-edged knife was precisely nailed to the ground between the golden cudgel and the bodhisattva of pure thought at an extremely tricky angle. Its blade embedding 3 feet into the white jade floor, the knife body still vibrating, exuding a chilling murderous aura. This perfectly severed the confrontation between Sun Wukong and the bodhisattva of pure thought. Woof! A fierce low growl followed. A silver shadow, fast as lightning, charged in from the direction of the south heavenly gate and landed steadily beside the three-pointed, double-edged knife. It was a divine and slender dog, its fur like silver satin, its body agile, its gaze fierce, and a vertical pattern right in the middle of its forehead. It bared its teeth, letting out a threatening growl. Its eyes fixed on Sun Wukong high in the clouds. It was the famous Hound of Heaven. The weapon has arrived, and the divine beast has also arrived. The identity of the newcomer is already self-evident. Monkey, it has been years since we last met, and your monkey nature has become even more frenzied. A cold voice came from the direction of the south heavenly gate. The celestial beings looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome divine general clad in silver armor, standing with his hands behind his back. He stood tall, with a proud expression and a tightly closed vertical eye in the middle of his forehead, containing the divine power to see through illusions and penetrate the 9 hells. It was none other than the heavenly court's war god, the true monarch of clear source and wonderful Tao, the true monarch Yang Jian. Upon seeing Yang Jian appear, the bodhisattva of pure thought almost cried out in excitement. Reinforcements. The reinforcements he called for have finally arrived, although it was a bit late. And although the situation had already been controlled by Tang Song, they had finally come. He was overjoyed but did not dare to show it, forcing himself to suppress it, observing with a nose, and a nose watching his heart, pretending to be uninvolved. The celestial beings of heaven inhaled sharply. It's over. This time it's really over. One victorious Buddha is already enough to give people a headache, and now there's another true monarch Yang Jian. These two are famous enemies in the 3 realms. They fight whenever they meet, neither yielding to the other. Today, The execution platform is likely to be torn apart. Chapter 32. The step down expected by many. Tang Sung saw Yang Jian, and for the first time, a hint of obvious helplessness appeared on his otherwise calm face. He let out a long sigh, closed his eyes, and stood with one hand on his chest, silently reciting scriptures. This disciple is truly his destined tribulation. However, what surprised everyone was Sun Wukong's reaction. If it were any other time, he would have bared his teeth and rushed forward. But at this moment, he instead wore a wild and exuberant joy on his face. That pair of fiery golden eyes burst forth with intense battle intent. He has found it. He has finally found the reason that allows him to overturn the table with justification. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong suddenly stood up from the clouds, letting out a thunderous laugh. He grabbed the golden cudgel that could support the heavens, and the cudgel rapidly shrank, easily resting on his shoulder. Yang Jian, I said, you a little gatekeeping saint. Why aren't you at your own Guangjiang Pass, but come here barking at me? Sun Wukong has waited too long for this moment. He can't argue against Tang Sung's reasoning. He cannot deny the favors of the heavenly court. He has a body full of strength, but nowhere to use it. Feeling so stifled he might explode. Now that Yang Jian has arrived, the appearance of his arch-nemesis is the best reason. What more reasoning is needed? What more favors are needed? Just fight. Make a big deal out of it, until it becomes uncontrollable, until everyone's plans are rendered void. This is indeed the style of action of the great sage, equal to heaven. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, his gaze growing colder. You rascally monkey. Your mouth is still as foul as ever. I have heard that someone is causing trouble at the immortal slaying platform. So I came to see who dares to act recklessly in the heavenly court. It turns out to be you, the former stable keeper who was lucky enough to survive back then. Today, I am here to enforce the law. If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately and come with me to the Lingshao treasure hall to plead for leniency. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless and turning you back into your original form. Yang Jian did not inquire about the ins and outs of the matter. He didn't care. He received a message from Jing Yan. Only hearing that Sun Wukong was causing trouble in the heavenly court, so he rushed over. His hands were itching. What could be more exciting than sparring with his old rival? Ha ha. Good. Well said. Sun Wukong, instead of getting angry, laughed, shouldering his golden staff, and leaped down from the clouds, landing heavily on the immortal slaying platform, facing Yang Jian directly. But just you? Back then, the two of us fought 300 rounds without a clear winner. If it weren't for that Taishang Laojuan sneak attack with the diamond cutter, who captured whom would still be uncertain. Today is just right. Let us see who is stronger, this three-eyed freak of yours or my old son's staff. Before his words fell, his aura erupted with a roar. The violent, demonic energy from the ancient fierce ape, which had been suppressed by Tang Sanzang, surged into the sky without reservation, once again stirring the clouds that had just settled. Senior brother, Zhu Beiji, who had been hiding in the crowd, saw this scene and trembled in fear, shouting loudly, Senior brother, calm down. Master is still here. He wanted to remind his senior brother not to act impulsively, as Master had finally managed to stabilize the situation. But Sun Wukong wouldn't listen. He stomped his foot, transforming into a beam of golden light. And with the golden staff in hand expanding in the wind, he struck down fiercely at Yang Jian's head with the power to tear the sky apart. This strike was fierce and pure. There was no holding back. Good hit. Yang Jian's eyes shone brightly, and he equally erupted with strong fighting spirit. He reached down to grab the three-pronged, double-edged knife from the ground, flicked his wrist, and the blade traced a mysterious trajectory upward to meet the attack. Clang! Another earth-shattering loud noise. The golden staff and the three-pronged, double-edged knife, two of the most powerful divine weapons in the three realms, collided violently. A terrifying energy storm, centered around the two, swept across the entire immortal slaying platform once again. This impact was 10 times more violent than when the shattered before. Nearby celestial officials were directly sent flying, and those with slightly weaker cultivation even spat out blood on the spot. The ground of the immortal slaying platform cracked and collapsed in pieces under this force. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's figures, at the center of the storm, were instantly separated, each flying backwards for hundreds of feet. The two faced each other from a distance, their fighting spirit not diminishing, but instead escalating to the extreme. Two completely different yet equally dominant wills, standing at the pinnacle of the three realms, clashed and tore at each other. The residual waves enough to shatter the hearts of celestial officials below the golden, immortal level. Ha ha! So exhilarating. Sun Wukong roared repeatedly, his golden staff transforming into a storm of golden light in his hands. A horizontal sweep carried the force of 10,000 tons, capable of leveling mountains. A fierce chop could tear through the sky, summoning wind and thunder. Meanwhile, Yang Jian stood firm like a pillar amidst this storm of attacks, unwavering. The clear sound of metal clashing resonated, shaking the 9 heavens and seas restlessly. "Rascal monkey, is this all the brute force you have?" Yang Jian shouted coldly, seizing the moment when Sun Wukong's staff was swung out to dash forward suddenly. He no longer blocked with the 3-pronged, double-edged knife, but transformed defense into offense, turning the blade to slice directly at Sun Wukong's throat. This strike was at a tricky angle, as fast as lightning, containing unmatched sharpness. Sun Wukong's fiery eyes shone as he didn't retreat but advanced, abruptly tossing the golden staff upwards while lowering his body, sliding past the deadly blade at an incredible angle. Barely avoiding the lethal strike, he slid to Yang Jian's side, his fingers curling into claws, aiming directly for Yang Jian's vital spot. This move was wild and unrestrained, a pure manifestation of combat instinct. Yang Jian's brow tightened, having not expected this monkey to use such a rogue tactic. He stomped his left foot hard, unleashing divine power from the ground, his figure soaring into the sky, evading the treacherous claw. Sun Wukong's strike missed, but he did not stop. He reached out, and the golden staff that had been thrown into the air instantly returned to his hand. Using the rebound from the ground, he soared into the sky, chasing after Yang Jian's figure, aiming a staff strike directly at his heart. The two chased and fled, instantly battling high above the 9 heavens. The celestial beings below had long retreated to the edge of the immortal slaying platform, their faces pale, setting up layers of celestial light barriers to barely withstand the ever-expanding residual waves of battle. The pagoda-bearer Heavenly King Li Jing, holding the treasure pagoda, spoke gravely to the nearby Taibai Jinxing, Star Lord. "We can't let them continue fighting. If they keep this up, the southern heavenly gate will be torn down." Taibai Jinxing, with a bitter expression, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "It's easy for the Heavenly King to say, but who dares to go up and persuade them? Who can persuade them? Why don't you go?" Li Jing's face turned red, but in the end, he chose to back down. There's no shame in backing down on this kind of matter. No one would find it strange to be afraid of Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. Chapter 33. The battle turns the world upside down. The celestial beings turned their pleading gazes toward Tang Sanzang, the only one remaining calm in the arena. But Tang Sanzang merely closed his eyes and recited scriptures. He himself was also struggling to hold on. The situation was originally fine. Why did Erling Shin suddenly arrive? Isn't this guy usually indifferent to such matters? How could he be so proactive today? Did he take the wrong medicine? Just as the celestial beings were in a state of anxiety, the battlefield above the heavens underwent another change. Yang Jian, losing patience after a prolonged attack, suddenly distanced himself from Sun Wukong, hovering in the clouds, and changed his hand gestures. 8-9 mystical skill. A brilliant silver light erupted from him, his form rapidly twisting and expanding in the brilliance. His bones cracked like popping beans, muscles bulged, and wings spread out. Screech. A high-pitched, piercing cry that could shatter gold and split stone resonated throughout the 3 realms. As the silver light dissipated, a golden divine bird with a wingspan of thousands of miles appeared. Its wings were like those cast from gold, stirring up a gale that could tear through space. Its claws were forged from divine iron, shining with a cold light capable of crushing stars. Its bird-like eyes were cold and proud, locking onto Sun Wukong tightly. "Stable keeper, watch me tear you apart." The golden divine bird spoke human words, flapping its wings and transforming into a streak of golden light, charging towards Sun Wukong with lightning speed. Good hit. Seeing this, Sun Wukong not only felt no fear, but was even more spirited. Instead of transforming himself, he laughed heartily and suddenly pulled a hair from his body. "Little ones, come out for me." He brought the monkey hair to his mouth and blew hard. Whoosh. The sky was filled with dazzling golden light, and hundreds of monkey hairs spun in the air, all transforming into figures identical to Sun Wukong, each holding a golden staff. Clad in chainmail, with divine light in their eyes, the aura of demons soaring into the sky, the body outside the body technique. Hundreds of Sun Wukongs formed a golden sea of clouds, issuing earth-shattering shouts, bravely charging towards the attacking rock. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The enormous golden rock crashed through the army of countless Sun Wukongs. With its sharp claws swinging, 7 or 8 monkey clones were torn to pieces, scattering like hair. With its iron beak pecking down, it shattered one clone along with the golden staff in its hand. However, there were simply too many clones of Sun Wukong. They surged forward one after another, fearless of death. Some jumped onto the back of the rock, smashing with their staffs. Some clung to the rock's wings. Biting with their teeth, others targeted its eyes, creating disturbances. For a moment, even the powerful rock transformed from Yangjian was thrown into chaos by this endless army of monkeys, letting out waves of furious cries. Damn monkeys! The rock, unable to fight for long, felt its anger rising. It suddenly flapped its wings and flew high, escaping the encirclement of the monkeys. Hovering in the high sky, a vertical line slowly split open at the center of its enormous bird head. The third eye opened. In that eye, there was no pupil, no white. Only a chaotic divine light swirling. A terrifying aura, penetrating the essence and obliterating all laws, spread from it. A destructive golden divine light shot out from that vertical eye. This divine light was silent, yet incredibly fast, containing enough power to obliterate all things in the world, wherever the divine light passed. Those brave monkey clones didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly vaporized, evaporated, turned into nothingness. In an instant, the golden monkey fur cloud sea was cleared of a huge, straight path by this divine light. The target of the divine light was none other than the real body of Sun Wukong hidden among the many clones. Sun Wukong's heart tightened, and he immediately dispersed all clones, swiftly dodging to the side. Boom! The divine light brushed past his body, shooting towards the distant horizon. Not knowing which unfortunate star it turned into cosmic dust. Yangjian, your 3 eyes are indeed stronger than before. Sun Wukong steadied himself, grinning cheekily. Damn monkey. Today is your death day. The rock spoke human words, its vertical eye shining brightly, and another beam of destructive divine light shot forth. Sun Wukong sneered. Taking hits was never his style. His fiery eyes blazed. Law, heaven, phenomenon, earth, rumble. His body, visible to the naked eye, grew explosively. 10 zhong, 100 zhong, 1,000 zhong, 10,000 zhong. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong transformed into a colossal giant ape towering into the sky. His golden fur bristled as if forged from divine gold, muscles bulging with explosive power. His fiery eyes, now as large as the sun and moon, emitted divine flames capable of incinerating all. The Rui Jingu Bang in his hand also transformed into a true pillar supporting the heavens, held tightly by him. Facing the incoming destructive divine light again, the towering giant ape let out a roar that shook the 3 realms. Not dodging but swinging the massive divine iron in his hand towards the divine light with all his might. Break it for me. Boom. The pillars supporting the heavens collided with the destructive divine light in midair. An indescribable explosion occurred. A sphere of light brighter than the sun suddenly illuminated the skies, casting the entire heavenly court in a pale light. The destructive divine light was actually smashed into pieces by that one strike. What? The rock transformed from Yangjian let out an incredulous exclamation. However, before he could react, the towering giant ape had already begun to charge forward through the sea of clouds. Yangjian, seeing this, became furious. Sun Wukong, do you think you're the only one who can use the law of heaven and phenomenon? He roared, reverting to his true rock form, returning to his divine general state, and similarly unleashed the divine ability of law of heaven and phenomenon. Another towering silver-armored giant appeared above the heavens, wielding a similarly gigantic trident and facing Sun Wukong from a distance. Staff comes, blade goes. Wind and thunder roared, stirring up a bottomless whirlpool in the sea of clouds. The cold gleam slicing through the air made even space unable to bear its sharpness, emitting a pained howl. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of visible shockwaves mixed with golden and silver light spread towards the boundless universe. The sun and moon lost their light, and the stars trembled. In the sea of clouds, towering waves rose, churning the clouds for billions of miles into chaos. Yet, strangely, the destructive power of such a world-ending battle was precisely controlled high above the heavens. They fought fiercely, yet tacitly maintained the battlefield at a height that would not cause substantial damage to the heavenly court. This was the tacit understanding between top-tier war gods. They could determine victory or defeat but neither would truly destroy the Jade Emperor's domain. This was unspoken. After all, neither of them genuinely intended to fight to the death. They were merely itching for a fight. However, the onlooking immortals could not perceive this subtlety. They only felt the overwhelming heavenly might and divine power like a prison. The pressure emanating from the two giants causing their hearts to tremble, their paths unstable. The ground of the immortal slaying platform, having merely borne a fraction of their unleashed energy, was already on the brink of collapse. The face of the morning star was pale, hiding behind Li Jing's pagoda. Feeling his beard tremble, "Heavenly King, think of a way. If this continues, the heavens will collapse." Li Jing held the pagoda, veins bulging on his forehead. He wanted to intervene, but what could he use to intervene? His 7-treasure pagoda might suppress ordinary demons, but against these two calamities, it would likely be smashed into a metal disc with a single strike. The Bodhisattva of pure thought was even more despondent. The reinforcements he had brought not only failed to resolve the issue, but escalated it to a level he could never have imagined. Three Eyes, your sword technique is still as soft as a woman's embroidery needle. The towering giant ape roared as it smashed through the trident. Damn monkey, don't rely on your tongue. Watch me today peel your monkey skin and make it into a battle robe. The silver-armored giant angrily responded, the blade turning, slicing through a cold light that severed cause and effect. Chapter 34. The majesty of the ruler of the three realms. The two fought to madness, murderous, intense soaring, ready to unleash true fire, dividing life and death. Just then, enough. A voice containing absolute authority over all things suddenly appeared, instantly calming the violent energy and solidifying the turbulent sea of clouds. The two towering giants engaged in a life-and-death struggle froze suddenly. All the immortals, including the chanting Tang song, felt a jolt in their hearts and simultaneously looked up towards the source of the voice. They saw the direction of the Lingshao treasure hall, the heavenly curtain opening. The 9 dragons' incense sedan slowly emerged, with the carriage adorned with clouds, auspicious vapors, and celestial music resounding. An emperor dressed in a 9-chapter ceremonial robe and wearing a Ping Tian crown sat majestically upon the dragon sedan. His face was blurry and indistinct, but his eyes contained the birth and death of the universe, the rotation of the stars, coldly gazing at everything below. The Jade Emperor. He didn't even personally attend the immortal execution platform, but merely revealed his divine presence outside the Lingshao Palace. Yet that supreme aura, ruling the three realms and commanding the heavenly path, enveloped the entire scene. The silver-armored giant transformed from Yang Jian had the divine light in the vertical eye on his forehead dim first. He glanced at the figure on the dragon chariot, snorted coldly through his nose, and ultimately did not defy. His towering body quickly shrank, the radiance dissipated, and he returned to the form of the silver-armored deity, casually summoning the 3-edged 2-blade knife back to his hand. He did not bow but slammed the knife to the ground, turning his head away to express his dissatisfaction. Yet his actions also indicated obedience. Seeing Yang Jian stop, Sun Wukong grinned. His towering giant ape form exploded into a burst of golden light, reconstituting into the Monkey King clad in armor. The golden staff also shrank to a normal size, casually resting on his shoulder. What? Three-eyed monster, not fighting anymore? Sun Wukong shouted playfully at Yang Jian. Is it your uncle who doesn't let you fight anymore? Yang Jian's temple twitched, and his hand gripping the knife handle tightened sharply. Wukong. Tang Xing opened his eyes and calmly called out. Sun Wukong retracted his neck, scratched his cheek, swallowed the remaining words back, and muttered, "Got it, master," so long-winded. He reluctantly stood behind Tang Xing with his staff. A storm that was about to destroy the heavens and the earth calmed down after the Jade Emperor's appearance. On the immortal execution platform, all the immortals, whether from the heavenly court or the Western teachings, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The tension that had hung over their hearts finally eased. Ministers, pay your respects to your majesty. Tai Bai Jingxing was the first to react, leading the heavenly immortals to bow respectfully towards the Lingshao Palace. Li Jing, Nezha, the 4 heavenly kings, and generals of the Thunder Department all bowed deeply. The pure thought Bodhisattva hurriedly got up from the ground, tidied up his broken Buddhist heart and disheveled appearance, leading a group of Buddhas and Arhats, hands clasped, bowing deeply. Disciples of the Buddha, pay respects to the great heavenly sovereign. Tang Xing also clasped his hands and bowed. For a moment, all forces from the 3 realms on the immortal execution platform bowed in submission. On the dragon chariot, the Jade Emperor's gaze slowly swept across the scene. He saw his nephew Yang Jian, who harbored dissatisfaction but had to comply. He saw son Wukong, who was reprimanded by his master, with an expression of displeasure. He saw Tang Sung, who was humble and composed. He also saw the group of Western teaching Buddhas, who usually acted independently, but now looked pale and bowed in submission. A feeling of long-lost relief filled the Jade Emperor's heart. This was the dignity that the ruler of the three realms should have. Whether you are a war god of the heavenly court or the victorious fighting Buddha, regardless of your vast powers or deep backgrounds, within this southern heavenly gate, in front of this Lingshao palace, you all must listen to me. I am the only law of the three realms. Delightful. Especially seeing the pure thought Bodhisattva's expression as if he had eaten a fly made the Jade Emperor feel even more pleased. On the surface, he and the Western teachings were harmonious, but secretly there had been many conflicts. Today, seizing this opportunity to give these bald donkeys a good beating, making them understand who is the true ruler of heaven and earth, was truly a pleasant surprise. However, he also understood the importance of knowing when to stop. With matters having escalated to this extent, if he pressed further and truly tore the face, forcing the Buddha to intervene, it would be unseemly. Now that everyone had given him, the heavenly emperor, face, he also needed to give everyone a way out. All of you get up. The Jade Emperor's voice was both imposing and calm. The immortals stood up, but still bowed their heads, not daring to look directly at the heavenly countenance. The Jade Emperor's gaze fell on the pure thought Bodhisattva. Pure thought Bodhisattva. The pure thought Bodhisattva's heart tightened, and he quickly responded, "Disciple is here." Just now, the decision I made seemed a bit hasty. As soon as these words were spoken, the pure thought Bodhisattva was taken aback. Then his eyes burst with incredible joy. Hasty? The Jade Emperor said the previous decision was hasty? This meant there was still a chance for change. Son Wukong's ears perked up as well, his fiery golden eyes sparkling with unusual light. He heard the Jade Emperor continue. The case of Lu Fan involves extensive connections and complex causes and effects. Although the words of the Sandalwood Merit Buddha have some principles, they also need to consider the sentiments of the Buddhist community. I believe this matter should not be rushed to a conclusion. Since today, both the judicial heavenly God and the Sandalwood Merit Buddha are present. It is truly the will of heaven. Why not let everyone discuss it together, lay out the causes and effects, distinguish right from wrong, and then make a decision? This way, it would be fair and could also win the hearts of the beings of the three realms. Pure Thought Bodhisattva, what do you think? The Pure Thought Bodhisattva was almost moved to tears with joy. He had no objections whatsoever. From a certain defeat, it had transformed into a game that could be renegotiated. He immediately bowed deeply, tears of gratitude streaming down, and said, "Your Majesty is wise. This handling is extremely fair, and all disciples of the Buddha are in complete submission. We rely on your Majesty to make the decision." As long as he didn't have to leave today in shame in front of the gods and Buddhas of the three realms, everything else could be discussed. The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Son Wukong. "Son Wukong, do you have any objections?" Son Wukong scratched his cheek. He certainly knew this was the best outcome. If it continued, even the master couldn't suppress it. If they really angered the Jade Emperor, the situation would only worsen. To be able to pull his junior brother's life down from the immortal execution platform and negotiate slowly was a victory. He grinned. "Old son has no objections. I will listen to your Majesty's arrangements." A tremendous storm was resolved invisibly in just a few words from the high and mighty Jade Emperor. This is power. This emperor, sitting in the Lingshao Palace for millions of years, his true strength was never his own cultivation, but the supreme order of the three realms he represented. In that case, let us discuss it again. The Jade Emperor issued his final decree. The dragon chariot turned, the canopy concealed, the heavenly curtain slowly closed, and the overwhelming pressure also disappeared. The terrifying pressure that had engulfed the immortal execution platform suddenly vanished. The sky returned to clarity. The heavenly wind became gentle again. The flowing clouds began to gather and disperse, and sunlight poured down. Everything returned to normal. All the immortals exhaled a long breath. This breath had been held too long and was too difficult. Tai Bai Jinxing finally dared to straighten his back. He stroked his beard, which had been disheveled by the battle's aftermath, feeling extremely fortunate. Fortunately, the Jade Emperor intervened in time. Otherwise, he truly didn't know how to conclude. And the report he had to write later would probably fill the entire document hall. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing also silently withdrew the 7 treasures Linglong pagoda that he had been holding tightly and tucked it back into his sleeve. The heavenly court's face was preserved, and their duties as military generals were also secured. The Western teachings felt as if they had been pardoned. The Jade Emperor's intervention not only provided them with a way out, but also revitalized a situation that was bound to result in defeat. The pure thought Bodhisattva's emotions at this moment were a mix of feelings. From a position where he was about to be publicly humiliated and possibly killed by Sun Wukong, he had directly gained the current opportunity. This means he still has cards to play. Sun Wukong also relaxed, taking the heavy golden cudgel off his shoulder and gently striking it on the ground, producing a muffled sound. He grinned and whistled in the direction of Yang Jian, with a face that showed the regret of not having fought enough. But deep down, he knew better than anyone that this was the best outcome for now. He had escalated the matter to the point where the Jade Emperor had to intervene. It was precisely because of this escalation that Lu Fan's life was forcibly dragged out from the edge of the execution platform. Next, it was time for some wrangling. And wrangling is always better than having no life. Chapter 35. Rediscussion. In this atmosphere of general joy, only 2 people remained calm. One was Yang Jian. The other was Tang's son. Yang Jian stood coldly to the side, holding his 3-pronged double-edged knife. He was Sun Wukong's archenemy, and no one understood this monkey better than him. This monkey was arrogant, self-important, and unruly. However, his sense of righteousness had its limits. This limit was defined by those he recognized as his own. But today, this monkey, for the sake of a random loose immortal he didn't know, first humbly begged the heavenly officials, and when that didn't work, he turned hostile on the spot, not hesitating to go against the entire Western teaching, even engaging in a fierce battle on the execution platform. This was abnormal. When did this monkey become so warm-hearted and compassionate? Yang Jian didn't believe it. There must be some reason behind it that he was unaware of. The more this monkey acted with righteous indignation, the more it indicated that he had something to hide. As for Tang Sung, he thought even deeper than Yang Jian. He was even more confused. His confusion stemmed from Sun Wukong's contradictory behavior. Not long ago, Sun Wukong had rushed to him, pulling a monkey face and almost pleading with him to intervene. At that time, Wukong made it very clear. As long as he could protect Lu Fan's true spirit and prevent him from being completely annihilated, allowing him to enter reincarnation would be enough. He remembered Wukong's anxious demeanor and the earnestness in his eyes. Therefore, he came. After he arrived, he suppressed Wukong's anger, refuted the twisted reasoning of pure thoughts, and finally proposed a disposal plan to the Jade Emperor, which was to sever his immortal body, abolish his Taoist fruit, leave a wisp of true spirit, and throw it into the 6 realms of reincarnation. This was entirely the result Wukong had requested. By rights, when he proposed this plan, Wukong should have been the happiest person. But what was the reality? The reality was that after he finished speaking, he clearly felt the violent aura of his eldest disciple behind him, which had just been calmed down, almost erupted again. Soon after, Yang Jian appeared, and Wukong seemed to have found an outlet for his emotions, without hesitation, even joyfully, throwing himself into a battle that could have been avoided. Why? Why was he dissatisfied when he had fulfilled his request? Something must have happened in between that he didn't know about. But what was it? The atmosphere on the execution platform shifted from a tense standoff to a strange calm. Tai Bai Jinxing cleared his throat as the Jade Emperor's mouthpiece. He had to take the initiative to preside over the situation. Ahem, everyone. His Majesty has issued an edict. This matter needs to be discussed again. I wonder if the esteemed immortals and Buddhas have any insights? For a moment, the scene cooled down again. Everyone knew that the course of events had been clearly laid out. There was nothing more to argue about. Siyun Temple sheltered the guilty first, and Lu Fan sought revenge afterward. What was to be discussed now was not the facts, but the stances. It was how to achieve a delicate balance between the heavenly laws, the face of the Western teachings, and Sun Wukong's personal feelings. Yang Jian snorted coldly, breaking the silence first. He was not there to participate in this bureaucratic wrangling. He had been forcibly placed there by the Jade Emperor. What was there to discuss? The monks of Siyun Temple had hidden dirt and disdained heavenly rules. They should be treated as co-offenders. Lu Fan, seeking revenge, had also indiscriminately killed the innocent, which was an unforgivable crime. His Taoist cultivation should be abolished, and he should be sent to the animal realm for 3 lifetimes to atone for his killings. This matter should end here, clean and decisive. His disposal plan was even harsher than Tang Sang's. It severely punished the Buddhist sect and heavily penalized Lu Fan, completely standing in the perspective of the heavenly judiciary, impartial and ruthless. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyelids twitched, and his grip on the golden cudgel tightened. The expression on the face of the bodhisattva of pure thoughts grew even darker. He had just managed to recover from Tang Seng's argument for justice. But Yang Jian's statement hit him back to square one. At that moment, a flash of inspiration crossed the mind of the bodhisattva of pure thoughts. He found a breakthrough point. Since, regarding Lu Fan's actions in this life, no matter how it was argued, the Buddhist sect could not gain the upper hand. Why not step outside the framework of this life and redefine Lu Fan from a more macro perspective? The bodhisattva of pure thoughts took a step forward, saluted everyone with a gesture of reverence, and restored that compassionate expression on his face. What the true monarch said is the power of heavenly laws. The disciple does not dare to speak recklessly. What the Buddha of Sandalwood said is the principle of cause and effect. The disciple is also convinced. He first lowered his stance, then changed his tone. However, we Buddhists observe people not just for a moment, but for 3 lifetimes. A person's actions may stem from momentary impulse or great sorrow and pain. Their true nature of good and evil cannot be concluded from one incident. Lu Fan's actions in this life are deeply sinful and indisputable. But I, a poor monk, still have a question. Is this person inherently good-natured but has gone to extremes due to great changes? Or does his nature harbor a root of killing? And the events of this life are merely an opportunity for it to explode? This matter concerns the determination of his sins and also the fairness of our Buddhist reincarnation. I have an unreasonable request. The heavenly court possesses the supreme treasure, the 3 lives mirror, which can reflect the past trajectories of living beings' reincarnations. May I request His Majesty's grace to borrow this mirror to reflect Lu Fan's past? Upon hearing this, the entire room was shocked. The 3 lives mirror. That was a primordial treasure that could trace back time and reveal the past lives of beings. It was a significant artifact of the heavenly court, not to be casually used. The bodhisattva of pure thoughts intended to strip Lu Fan bare and scrutinize him in front of the gods and Buddhas of the 3 realms. Sun Wukong's heart sank suddenly. He instinctively wanted to voice his opposition, but the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. He could not oppose it. This was an irresistible open scheme. The bodhisattva of pure thoughts looked at Sun Wukong's frustrated expression, which seemed to want to rage but didn't he dare to, and sneered in his heart, continuing to speak. This request of mine is not to add to Lu Fan's sins, but to seek true justice. If the 3 lives mirror reveals that he has been a good person in every lifetime, and this life's evil was indeed caused by tragedy, then he is a person who turns evil due to goodness, and his situation can be sympathized with. Our Western teachings are also willing to acknowledge that Siyun Temple mishandled the situation and failed to transform the hatred in his heart. I, the bodhisattva of pure thoughts, am willing to return to Lingtai Mountain and confess my sins before the Buddha. His words carried a righteous tone. However, what followed revealed his true fangs. But if this mirror reveals that in his past reincarnations, he was indeed a great villain, committing murder and arson, and doing every evil deed, then the events of this life are not accidental, but the inevitability of his malice. Such a stubborn and unrepentant person, sending him back into reincarnation would merely allow him to change his identity and continue to wreak havoc in the world. At that time, discussing reincarnation would be an irresponsible act towards countless innocent beings in the future. In my humble opinion, if that is truly the case, there is no need for further deliberation. It should be proper to scatter the soul and completely obliterate it between heaven and earth to prevent future troubles. The others, including the great sage, looked at each other, feeling that this proposal seemed to have no objections. Clarifying the cause and effect before making a decision aligns well with the procedures of the heavenly court. However, to publicly scrutinize a person's past lives in front of the deities of the 3 realms is undeniably ruthless. Chapter 36. Investigating Lu Fan's past lives. The crowd whispered among themselves, discussing fervently. This proposal, from a legal standpoint, was impeccable. Yang Jian, holding his 3-pointed, double-edged knife, stood aside, and the vertical eye on his forehead moved slightly. This seemingly pedantic and incompetent bodhisattva was not without cunning. Tang Seng clasped his hands together, lowering his gaze in silence. This matter involved the karma of reincarnation, which is fundamental to Buddhist teachings. To investigate a being's true nature and then determine their sins. This method was something he could not oppose. I have no objections. Tang Sung spoke calmly. I have no objections either. Yang Jian's voice was as hard as iron. In an instant, everyone surprisingly reached a consensus on this proposal. All eyes once again focused on the Monkey King, who was carrying the golden staff. Sun Wukong's monkey face was as hard as stone. He was in a state of turmoil. What to do? He was not familiar with Lu Fan at all. All he knew was one thing. Lu Fan was the master's personally acknowledged disciple after him. He was the heir of the Shiyue Sanshin Cave. Just based on this point, he had to protect him. But he only pieced together Lu Fan's detailed experiences in this life from others' words at the Zhanshan platform. As for his past life and reincarnation, Sun Wukong had no idea. What if this kid was not a good person in his previous lives? What if he was truly a born villain? And the words of Jing Yin Bodhisattva were prophetic? No, he couldn't agree. But could he refuse? Advancing was dangerous. Retreating was perilous. This overwhelming pressure made even his fearless stone heart feel a heavy burden. Sun Wukong's fiery golden eyes stared fixedly at Jing Yin Bodhisattva, his gaze filled with a desire to devour him whole. He had never felt as suffocated as he did at this moment. In the midst of this stalemate, Sun Wukong suddenly stomped his foot, transforming into a beam of golden light, ignoring all rules, and directly landing beside the kneeling figure at the center of the Zhanshan platform. This action stunned everyone. Sun Wukong, however, paid no mind. He leaned down and whispered into Lu Fan's ear. Hey, kid, that bald donkey wants to investigate your past life. You have already become a celestial being and can see your past and future clearly, so you should understand your past matters. I, old son, ask you, is there really a problem? Give me a clear answer. If you are truly a good person, I, old son, will break through the heavens today and protect you. If you really have a problem, now's the time to say it, so I can think of another way. He had prepared for the worst. If Lu Fan truly had a problem, he would do anything to disrupt this trial and take him away first. However, Lu Fan, who was kneeling on the ground, remained calm. Hearing Sun Wukong's whispers at this moment, a change finally appeared on his dust-covered face. He slowly turned his head to look at the Monkey King, who was so close. His eyes were clear and calm, showing no signs of panic from being in a desperate situation. He even smiled at Sun Wukong. Senior brother, he called softly in a voice only the two could hear. Rest assured, only those two words, without further elaboration. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He looked into Lu Fan's serene eyes, observing the calmness on his face, and all his restlessness miraculously settled down. This was a trust that could not be explained in words. Yes, how could the master's vision be wrong? How could someone taken under his wing be that kind of treacherous villain? He had truly become overly anxious. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong suddenly straightened up and let out a wild laugh towards the sky. His laughter left all the celestial beings stunned. What kind of madness was this monkey exhibiting? After laughing, Sun Wukong slammed his golden staff heavily onto the ground, shaking the entire Zhanshan platform. He pointed at Jing Yin Bodhisattva from a distance, his face openly provocative. Investigate. Just as you said, let me investigate. Tang Xing looked at his disciple and shook his head helplessly, but he said nothing more. Yang Jian, on the other hand, observed coldly, with deeper doubts in his eyes. Seeing Sun Wukong agree, Taibai Jingxing breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned to bow and report to the Lingshao Palace. Your Majesty, the victorious fighting Buddha, also has no objections. I respectfully request your Majesty's permission to use the Three Lives Mirror for fairness. A moment later, the Emperor of Heaven's majestic voice echoed from the skies. Approved. With a single word, the decree was set. The moment the words fell, the space above the Zhanshan platform began to warp. A crack opened up in the air, revealing a strange light flowing with fragments of time. An ancient copper mirror slowly emerged from the crack. The mirror was about a person's height, with a frame made of unknown bronze, engraved with ancient totems of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and plants. The Three Lives Mirror. As soon as it appeared, an air of desolation, vastness, and antiquity spread out. All deities, regardless of their cultivation level, felt their primordial spirits become incredibly insignificant before this mirror. Jing Yin Bodhisattva's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. His opportunity had come. He looked at the ancient mirror, his breathing becoming slightly hurried. He took a step forward, facing the mirror, and clasped his hands together, his expression solemn. Before the Three Lives Mirror, I, disciple Jing Yin, have a request. We are all celestial beings, with long lifespans. If we were to check Lu Fan's reincarnation one life at a time, we don't know how much time it would take. I believe my fellow Taoists also lack such leisure. Upon hearing this, the crowd of celestial beings nodded. Indeed, a being's reincarnation could easily span hundreds or thousands of lifetimes. If they were to look through each one, they would be left with nothing. This was the effect Jing Nian Bodhisattva wanted. He needed to use a grandiose reason to silence everyone. Then, he revealed his sharpest fangs. To save time and to directly address the essence, I request the Three Lives Mirror not to trace the complete reincarnation. Just need to accurately check. Check in all the lives and reincarnations whether there were any acts of disrespect or grievances towards the heavenly deities. Check in all the lives and reincarnations whether there were any violations of heavenly laws or defiance of celestial principles. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Zhanshan platform fell into sudden silence. The smile on Taibai Jinxing's face froze at the corners. The hands of the Toda heavenly king holding the pagoda tightened suddenly. Even Yang Jian, who had been watching coldly, furrowed his brows tightly. They finally reacted. This was not an investigation. This was a frame-up. This was a perfect, unsolvable conspiracy. Life after life, how long it is. A being, in endless reincarnation, suffers the pains of the world and experiences joy and sorrow. Who can guarantee that at their most desperate moments, they have not looked up and cursed the heavens for being unjust? Who can guarantee that in their most hopeless times, they have not felt resentment toward the lofty gods? Who can guarantee that in the countless lives they have crawled through in the mortal realm, they have never violated any of the strict and complex heavenly rules? Don't even mention mortals, even the celestial officials present. If they were to stand before the Three Lives Mirror and investigate in this manner, how many would dare to claim absolute innocence? Chapter 37. The trap set by Jingyan. This is not about seeking the truth. This is a presumption of guilt conducted with the most severe and inhumane standards. As long as the Three Lives Mirror can find even a single piece of evidence from Lu Fan's vast reincarnation that meets the standards, Bodhisattva Jingyan can use this to cast Lu Fan into an abyss of no return. Brilliant. Too brilliant. And also too vicious. The faces of the celestial officials changed dramatically. Just now, they had agreed to use the Three Lives Mirror for verification. Now, Bodhisattva Jingyan has merely proposed a more efficient method of verification, and from a legal standpoint, they cannot find any fault. From the very beginning, this was a trap. However, at the center of this storm, the person whose life and death were being decided, Lu Fan, remained inexplicably calm. He was completely unconcerned with the trap Jingyan had set for him. His heart was filled only with praise for the system. It was truly useful. Lu Fan internally gave countless thumbs up to that invisible yet omnipotent ability of his. The past he constructed in a moment of urgency. That of being the closed-door disciple of the Shiyue Sanshin cave of the Lingtai Mountain was simply a stroke of genius. Whether it was the conversations with his parents related to monkeys or his journey of seeking immortality, it was all fabricated by him. Otherwise, had he heard even a hint of anything related to monkeys, he would have known he was in the Honghuang world and wouldn't have dared to provoke those monks so stubbornly. He wasn't a fool. TSK. Being the closed-door disciple of the Shiyue Sanshin cave was such a useful identity. This move was simply brilliant to the extreme. Because the Lingtai Mountain and the Shiyue Sanshin cave itself is one of the greatest secrets in the three realms. It is like a black hole of information, a blind spot of causality. Except for Sun Wukong, the person involved, perhaps only those at the saint level, the big shots at the very top of the pyramid, would know of its existence. This means it does not belong to the history known to everyone. Since it is not common knowledge, it becomes a canvas for him to freely express himself. This identity was not meant for the Jade Emperor, not for Jingyan, and not even for Tang Sun. It was solely for one person, Sun Wukong. This monkey, seemingly lawless, was in fact lonelier than anyone else in his heart. Being expelled by his master was an eternal pain for him. In the entire three realms, there were no fellow disciples left. Now, suddenly, a legitimate, master-recognized closed-door junior brother had emerged, and the impact on him was devastating. It struck at the softest spot in his heart. As for the others, how would they investigate? What would they use to check? Where would they go to investigate? They didn't even know which direction the gate of the Lingtai Mountain faced. How could they disprove it? This is the core function of his ability, turning falsehood into truth. When he anchored the concept of Lu Fan being the closed-door disciple of Bodhi Patriarch in the past through the system's ability, this false past became a true reality. It would become a timeline that truly existed in the world and a fellow disciple of Sun Wukong. Even if the patriarch himself came, he could only acknowledge him as a disciple. Saints might be able to perceive the past and future, but what they can perceive is what has already happened. This is the most domineering and unreasonable aspect of his ability, deceiving the world, deceiving time and space, deceiving the heavenly way. Now he was directly clinging to the thickest, hardest, and most unreasonable thigh in the three realms, that of the Monkey King. Who would complain about having such support? Looking at the scene before him, the Bodhisattva of the Western teachings, the war god of the heavenly court, even the Jade Emperor was disturbed. If this had been him before, he might have been reduced to ashes. But now, not only was he alive and well, he had become the core of the entire event. Bodhisattva Jingyan's suggestion, which seemed like a certain kill to others, was, in Lu Fan's ears, like heavenly music. In terms of the past of this life, Lu Fan had a name and achievements that could be verified. Due to certain limitations, he couldn't fabricate anything too outrageous. At most, he could add a background of being a disciple. But what if they investigated the experiences of his past reincarnations? Wouldn't that be like handing him the brush and canvas, allowing him to create freely in front of the gods and Buddhas of the three realms? Past reincarnations, vast as the sea, who could clarify them? As long as it wasn't too excessive. As long as he adhered to those two basic principles, not touching the established history known by the beings of the three realms and not trying to steal power directly from it. His room for creativity was practically limitless. Bodhisattva Jingyan thought he had found a way to destroy him, but he did not realize he had handed him a key that could break through the heavens. Lu Fan's mind began to race. What kind of past should he fabricate? This was a technical job. It had to be substantial enough to instantly stabilize the entire scene and evoke strong empathy from a key figure, thereby turning the tide. His gaze slowly swept across the platform, carefully examining everyone present. The first target was naturally Tang Seng. He was a legitimate sandalwood merit Buddha, a disciple of the Buddha. And Jin Chanzi. As long as he could handle him, it would basically be settled. What if he fabricated a background of being Tang Seng's biological father? Chen Guangrui? The thought just arose, but he extinguished it himself. No, the timeline didn't seem to match. Chen Guangrui was a newly crowned top scholar, harmed by water bandits. And there was evidence to verify it. His current identity could not fit into that historical reincarnation, and forcibly altering such an established fact would lead to big problems. What about a certain life from Tang Seng's earlier 10 lives of tempering in the mortal realm? Jin Chanzi's 10 lives of cultivation were all righteous and virtuous people, but unfortunately, they all became a buffet for Shah Sun. What if he became a relative, friend, or benefactor of one of those lives? Lu Fan pondered for a moment and shook his head again. That still wouldn't work. He had not heard that this sandalwood merit Buddha had any special attachment to his past experiences in the mortal realm. He had long severed past ties and was wholly devoted to Buddhism. Trying to establish such a connection with him would likely be playing a lute to a cow. At most, he would receive a response of Amitabha, all is illusory, and then nothing more. The emotional connection was not deep enough. It wouldn't be useful even if he fabricated something. This pure disciple of Buddhism was clear-minded and ascetic, with almost no flaws, making it quite difficult to handle. The path of Tang Seng was not feasible. Lu Fan's gaze shifted away from Tang Seng and continued to search through the crowd. Zhu Beiji? Sha Wujing? No. These two are really insignificant. Associating with them would only add 2 more people shouting Master and Big Brother as cheerleaders, which is of no real use. Lu Fan's gaze ultimately passed over everyone and landed on the silver-armored divine general holding a 3-pronged double-edged knife, who exuded an air of aloofness and a sense of do not approach from the beginning. Qing Yuan Miao Dao Zhenjuan, Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. That's him. Lu Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 38. 3 lives mirror the Emperor has granted permission. Then let us begin. Jing Yin Bodhisattva said loudly, fearing that the night would be long and dreams would be many, urging Tai Bai Jinxing. Tai Bai Jinxing glanced at Sun Wukong, then at the expressionless Tang Seng, sighed inwardly, but felt helpless. He walked up to the 3 lives mirror, bowed, and said loudly, I hereby announce the edict of the Jade Emperor. Activate the 3 lives mirror to check Lu Fan's reincarnation roots, to clearly distinguish the source of his good and evil. Check throughout his past lives to see if there have been any acts of disrespect towards the heavenly gods and Buddhas, or any violations of heavenly laws and immortal paths. As his voice fell, The ancient copper mirror began to swirl with chaotic light, forming a deep vortex on its surface. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats. Sun Wukong gripped his golden hoop tightly, the sound of it creaking as his fiery eyes stared intently at the mirror, ready to respond to the worst-case scenario at any moment. Tang Sun closed his eyes, silently reciting scriptures. Yang Jian stood with his arms crossed, a hint of curiosity appearing in his indifferent gaze. The light flowed, and the vortex in the mirror gradually calmed, revealing a clear image. However, the figure that appeared was not Lu Fan from any of their anticipated past lives, but a man entirely unfamiliar to them. The man was dressed in a faded blue long gown, with a handsome face and an air of scholarly demeanor between his brows. He was sitting in a simple study, with the rain pattering outside. By the dim yellow oil lamp, he was meticulously copying scriptures, each stroke careful and deliberate. The celestial beings looked on in confusion. "Who is this person?" Nezha whispered to Li Jing beside him. Li Jing shook his head, indicating he did not know. "Is the three lives mirror malfunctioning?" One celestial official whispered. "Impossible. This is an innate spiritual treasure, capable of perceiving the three realms, and has never made a mistake." Another celestial official immediately retorted. Jing Yin Bodhisattva's brows also furrowed. This image was completely different from what he had envisioned. He wanted to see Lu Fan committing acts of violence or disrespect towards the heavens in his past life. But what was this weak scholar doing? A sense of ominous premonition rose in his heart, but he still forced himself to remain calm and thought, this person must have a deep causal connection with one of Lu Fan's past lives. The image continued to flow, showcasing the daily life of this scholar. He lived in poverty, teaching the village children to read, writing letters for illiterate neighbors, and in his spare time, copying the works of sages. He was gentle in nature and kind to others, a greatly praised good man within dozens of miles. Time passed quickly to a deep night. With wind and rain lashing, thunder and lightning flashing, the scholar had long gone to sleep, but was awakened by a sudden urgent knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. He put on his outer robe, lit the oil lamp, and walked to the door in confusion. "Who is it?" No one answered. Only the sound of the wind and rain. He opened the bolt and peeked out, but found no one outside, only the shadows of trees dancing wildly in the wind. Just as he was about to close the door, he caught a glimpse of something white curled up in the corner of the porch. He leaned in to take a closer look and found it was a small snake, entirely snow white. The snake was gravely injured, its scales curled back, blood and flesh in a mess, with only its abdomen weakly rising and falling, and a faint trace of golden demonic energy on its body, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The scholar was startled and retreated several steps. He was just a mortal, with a natural fear of such strange creatures. But looking at the small snake gasping for breath in the cold wind and rain, his fear was replaced by compassion. He hesitated for a long time. In the end, he gritted his teeth, found a clean piece of cloth, and carefully cradled the dying little snake, bringing it back inside. He cleaned its wounds, applied some of his precious golden wound medicine, and placed it next to the warm ashes of burnt grass and wood. Seeing this, Jing Yin Bodhisattva's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a cold smile reappeared on his lips. "Good, truly heaven helps me. Keeping a demon, regardless of the motive, is explicitly forbidden by heavenly laws. This crime is enough." In the image, the white snake gradually regained its vitality under the scholar's care. However, trouble soon followed. One morning, a group of monks clad in yellow robes, holding Zen staffs, arrived at the scholar's door. At the forefront was a middle-aged monk with a stern face and sharp eyes. Amitabha. The monk chanted a Buddhist name, his voice booming. "Benefactor, we are monks from Tianshui Temple, hereby order to capture a demon snake that has committed many evils. May I ask if you have seen a completely snow-white demon snake recently?" The scholar was startled, instinctively blocking the doorway with his body. He glanced at the direction of the ashes in the room, shook his head, and spoke with a tight voice. "I have not seen any demon snake." "Oh." The leading monk narrowed his eyes, a sharp light flashing. "Benefactor, please think carefully. I truly have not seen it." The scholar's hand gripped the door frame tightly, his face devoid of color, but his gaze was determined. On the immortal slaying platform, Jing Yin Bodhisattva could no longer suppress a sneer. "Foolish. Ridiculous. To lie to the Buddhist sect for a demon creature is a crime. Knowing it is a demon yet harboring it is a second crime. Unable to distinguish between good and evil, right and wrong, This person's nature is already one of evil and heresy. The celestial beings exchanged glances, all silent. This Jing, Nien Bodhisattva, seemed too eager. The image in the Three Lives mirror had just begun, and the relationship between this person and Lu Fan was still unclear. Yet he hurried to condemn the scholar in the image. Such behavior lost the dignity expected of a great Buddhist power. Where is Lu Fan? Who is this scholar? Everyone's hearts hung with a huge question mark. The image continued. The middle-aged monk gave the scholar a deep look, but ultimately did not force his way in, only leaving behind the words, "Benefactor, take care of yourself," before leading the other monks away. The storm calmed temporarily. The scholar closed the door, leaned against the door panel, and let out a long breath, realizing that his back was soaked with cold sweat. He returned to the room, looking at the white snake that had regained some vitality, gazing at him with its black bean-like eyes, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "I do not know whether saving you is right or wrong, but I cannot stand by and do nothing in the face of death." Days passed by. The scholar continued teaching, copying scriptures, and carefully taking care of the white snake. He shared his already meager rations with it, fearing it would be cold at night, so he pulled the ashes of burnt grass and would closer. The snake's injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace under the scholar's care, and the demonic energy on its body gradually solidified from a flickering candle in the wind. It began to understand human nature, using its tail to gently swipe the scholar's wrist, urging him to rest when the scholar was tired. It would lay its head on his lap, quietly accompanying him. A man and a snake formed a wonderful symbiosis in this simple study. Chapter 39. Love between human and demon until a night of full moon. The scholar, weary from studying, dozed off at his desk. In a hazy state, he felt a pair of gentle hands draping a coat over him. He suddenly woke up, and upon raising his head, there was no sign of the white snake. A woman in a plain white long dress stood gracefully before the table, moonlight streaming through the window, enveloping her in a soft halo. Her brows and eyes were like paintings, her skin fair as snow, and her clear eyes held a hint of shyness and gratitude as she gazed at him. "Young master." The woman softly parted her red lips, her voice melodious. The scholar was startled, standing up from his chair and backing away repeatedly, stammering, "Why you? Do not be afraid, young master. I am the white snake you saved," the woman said, bowing gracefully. "I am Bai Yao, here to thank you for saving my life." A commotion suddenly arose on the immortal execution platform. "Isn't this the story of Su Xian and Bai Nyangzi?" Many celestial officials whispered to each other, their eyes inadvertently drawn to a dignified female immortal in the crowd. It was the former Bai Suzhen. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Bai Suzhen was momentarily taken aback, then looked carefully at the image in the mirror. After staring for a moment, she gently shook her head. "The person in the mirror is not my husband Su Xian. That snake demon is not me." Her words were firm, dispelling the crowd's speculation. The events of that year were known throughout the three realms. After escaping from Leifeng Tower, she had followed the mother of Mt. Li and the Bodhisattva Guanyin to diligently cultivate, having long severed her ties to the mortal world. Since it was not the legend of the white snake, what was this? The curiosity of the celestial beings was piqued. The expression of the Bodhisattva Jing Nian turned somewhat gloomy. He had thought he had seized a handle, but it was only the beginning. He snorted coldly, thinking, "A demon is a demon, humans and demons are on different paths, and private feelings are even more intolerable by heavenly principles. Let us see what tricks you can play." The story in the mirror continued to unfold with warmth. The scholar gradually moved from initial fear to accepting Bai Yao's presence. Grateful for his kindness, Bai Yao stayed to do laundry and cook for him, managing household chores. The humble study became filled with the warmth of life and laughter because of a woman's arrival. The scholar taught Bai Yao to read and write, while Bai Yao mended and washed for him. He explained the teachings of sages, and she shared tales of the mountains and wilderness. Over time, feelings naturally blossomed between them. They fell in love. Without a matchmaker's words or formal rites, one evening drenched in sunset, the scholar held Bai Yao's hand, and she did not pull away. Soon, Bai Yao became pregnant. The scholar was overjoyed and treated her with even more care. After 10 months of pregnancy, the day of childbirth arrived. With a loud cry, a baby boy was born. At the moment the baby was born, the image in the Three Lives mirror suddenly trembled, and all the scenery in the mirror became blurred, except for the newborn baby, whose essence radiated an exceptionally clear light. The form, color, and aura of that light were identical to Lu Fan, who was kneeling on the immortal execution platform. The truth was revealed. This scholar was Lu Fan's father in his previous life. This snake demon was Lu Fan's mother in his previous life. And the newborn baby in the mirror was a reincarnation of Lu Fan. A fervent joy surged onto the face of the bodhisattva Jing Nian. The opportunity he had been waiting for had come. He pointed at the Three Lives mirror, appearing almost mad. Everyone, please look. The true nature of this creature has been revealed. Love between humans and demons goes against heavenly principles. The child born from them is an abomination that cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. He was born with demonic energy. His roots are filthy. Such a nature. In this life, committing heinous acts is not a coincidence, but a certainty. The evidence is conclusive. There is no need for further discussion. I asked the emperor to issue a decree for the judicial heavenly god to carry out the execution and thoroughly eradicate it, to uphold heavenly order. However, the scene that Jing Nian had anticipated, where the celestial beings would agree with him, did not occur. The celestial officials in the heavenly court exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat strange. The Jade Emperor stroked his beard, cautiously speaking. Bodhisattva, your words may be inappropriate. This child has just been born. He is still a blank slate. Whether he is good or evil is yet to be determined. Is it too hasty to condemn him to death based solely on his origins? That's right. The king of heaven Li Jing said in a deep voice. How a child is born is not something he can choose. We cultivators focus on their actions after birth, not their innate origins. If we were to implicate a child because of his parents' faults, when his heavenly law becomes so unreasonable, a god from the Thunder Department bluntly stated, Bodhisattva, you are mistaken. The Buddhist teachings are vast and aim to save all beings. I have heard that within the Buddhist realm, there are many powerful beings whose mounts are themselves born of spirits and monsters. They can cultivate diligently and serve the Buddha, proving that origins are not original sins. Why, when it comes to this individual, does it become a reason for certain death? The face of Bodhisattva Jing Nian instantly turned the color of liver, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. Indeed, Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden-haired hound, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's white elephant, Manjushri Bodhisattva's blue lion, none of them were not born from great demons? To use origins as a basis for conviction would only serve to slap the Buddhist community in the face. Sun Wukong, seeing this, grinned silently in mockery. He carried his golden staff, feeling quite pleased. Bodhisattva Jing Nian forced himself to maintain composure, coldly saying, well, since you all believe that origins are not an issue, then let's continue to watch. I want to see what good can come from a child raised by a demon. The images in the Three Lives mirror continued to flow. Bai Yao and the scholar named their child Lu Fan. They poured all their love into this child. The scholar taught him to read and write, teaching him benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom. Bai Yao, in her simplest way, taught him kindness. Whenever a family in the village faced difficulties, she would have the scholar deliver money and grain. If there were stones obstructing the road, she would quietly use magic to move them at night. She was a demon, yet understood compassion more than many people. Under their guidance, little Lu Fan grew day by day. He was clever, kind, lively, and filial. He would carefully hide the pastries given out in school in his clothes and bring them home for his parents. He helped his mother take care of the flowers and plants in the yard. He would climb onto his father's back and listen to him tell stories of sages. The years in the mirror were warm and tranquil. The gods and Buddhas on the immortal execution platform watched these scenes, many of them involuntarily smiling. This was an incredibly ordinary happy family. The child in the mirror was just a remarkably ordinary kind boy. No one could associate him with the term abomination. The face of Bodhisattva Jing Nian grew increasingly unsightly. Time flew by, and Lu Fan was about to undergo the crown ceremony, officially becoming an adult. The family was filled with hope for the future. The scholar prepared the clothes and hat for his son's crowning, while Bai Yao arranged a lavish feast. However, just the day before the ceremony, disaster struck. Chapter 40. Your mother is also trapped under the mountain? The sky has turned overcast, though one cannot tell when it happened. Dark clouds loom over the village, and the wind howls fiercely. A group of monks in yellow robes, holding Zen staffs, descends from the sky, stepping on the black clouds. At the forefront is the imposing middle-aged monk from years ago, but now his expression is even colder, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Monster, it's been 10 years. Today, let us see where you can escape. The monk's voice booms like thunder as his staff points at Bai Yao, who is in the courtyard adjusting Lu Fan's attire. Bai Yao's face turns pale instantly, and she instinctively shields Lu Fan behind her. The scholar rushes out, spreading his arms to protect his wife and child, shouting at the sky, "Master, although my wife is a demon, she has never harmed anyone. She is kind-hearted and has helped educate our neighbors alongside me. What crime has she committed? I beg Master to show mercy." Humph. Humans and demons are on different paths. It is the law of nature. The union of a demon and a mortal is an even greater sin. The monk coldly pronounces, "This demon disrupts the moral order and must be punished. You, a mere mortal, are blinded by this creature and deluded. Thus you shall also be punished." As he speaks, he swings his staff, and a beam of golden light shoots towards the scholar. Bai Yao, seeing this, exclaims in alarm, shoving her husband aside and rushing forward. Boom. The golden light strikes Bai Yao, causing her to let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from her mouth as her body is sent flying against the wall. "Mother!" Lu Fan cries out in a heart-wrenching scream and rushes over. "Yaoer!" The scholar also rolls and crawls to his wife's side. The law of heaven is clear. The demon must face justice. The middle-aged monk, expressionless, raises his staff, chanting incantations. The dark clouds in the sky begin to swirl, forming a massive vortex. As a phantom mountain slowly descends from it, the mountain radiates an irresistible power of suppression, shaking the ground of the entire village. "Don't!" Bai Yao weakly extends her hand, looking at her husband and son, her eyes filled with tears and reluctance. "Husband, take care of Lu Fan. Lu Fan, listen to your father and live well." She uses her last bit of strength to push away her husband and son. Then, she reveals her true form as a white snake, soaring into the sky to confront the mountain. She knows she cannot escape, but she wants to fight for one last chance for her family. No. Young Lu Fan's cries are heartbreaking. He watches helplessly as his mother is brutally crushed by the mountain that descends from the sky into the valley below. Boom. The ground shakes as the white snake is crushed beneath the mountain. The demon that has caused chaos in the world is now suppressed beneath this mountain, imprisoned for 100 years, suffering the torment of heavenly fire day and night to atone for her sins. The monk's cold voice echoes between heaven and earth. After doing all this, he leads the other monks away on clouds. The sky clears, and sunlight pours down again. But for young Lu Fan, his world has already collapsed. He kneels in a daze, staring at the mountain that has imprisoned his mother, tears streaming down his face as hatred burns in his eyes. However, this shocking scene does not stir much emotion among the celestial beings. The officials on the immortal slaying platform have varied expressions, but most appear bored. A divine general yawns, earning a disdainful glance from a colleague. The star of Venus strokes his long beard, his gaze drifting towards the distant sea of clouds, his thoughts no longer here. The story of a human and a demon falling in love ultimately leading to tragedy is one they have seen too many times. Within the three realms, the mortal world is bustling with countless lovesick men and women. Not every tale can end in a happy union like by Suzhen and Suxian. Most of the time, the conclusion is as grim as the one in the mirror, or even more tragic. The laws of heaven are strict. Humans and demons are on different paths, a hard and fast rule inscribed in the order of things. Occasionally, a few lucky ones may meet a good end, but they are merely embellishments in the long passage of time. They have lived too long and have grown accustomed to the separations of life and death. Their hearts have been hardened and smoothed by the passage of time. Compared to this formulaic tragedy, the celestial beings find Lu Fan's parents' experiences somewhat novel. A mortal couple, trying to deliver food to a monkey, ends up being robbed and killed by mountain bandits on the way. This is both absurd and filled with dark humor. After all, this is a subplot that cannot be found in ordinary tales, enough for them to privately discuss and enjoy for a long time. In contrast, the sense of dislocation brought by the latter's unpredictable fate makes these lofty immortals feel a bit intrigued. Just as this eerie calm settles, the voice of the bodhisattva of pure thoughts sharply cuts through the silence. "Everyone, the truth is now clear." He points at the boy in the mirror, kneeling and crying, with flames of hatred igniting in his eyes, his face showing pathological excitement. "Do you see? It is because of this experience that the seed of hatred has been sown in his heart. He hates the Buddhist teachings. He hates the injustice of heaven. This hatred follows him through his reincarnations, never fading. His nature is already corrupted, and he is beyond salvation." "Shut your mouth." Son Wukong, wielding his golden staff, retorts unceremoniously. The mirror hasn't finished showing yet. How do you know what he did later? Maybe he worked hard afterward, studying like Su Sherlin to take the imperial exam and bring glory to his family. You bald donkey, your mouth stinks worse than the stones in a latrine. You monkey. The bodhisattva of pure thoughts turns pale with anger. Among the celestial beings, only one person's expression grows increasingly strange. Erlang Xinyang Jian crosses his arms, his closed vertical eye trembling slightly. This story, this plot. His mother was a goddess who fell in love with a mortal and violated the heavenly law, ending up suppressed beneath a high mountain. The son embarks on a quest to save his mother. How does this sound so familiar? Your mother was also suppressed beneath a mountain? The only difference is that he, Yang Jian, is the nephew of the Jade Emperor, with the blood of the divine clan flowing through him. He eventually became a disciple of the Jade Ding Zhenren and mastered the 8-9 profound arts. Meanwhile, Lu Fan in the mirror is merely a mortal and the descendant of a minor demon. He lacks that celestial background and the chance to defy fate. The images in the 3 lives mirror continue. Young Lu Fan buries his ailing father. He bows 3 times at his father's grave. He does not cry. The tears had long dried up on that day. He packs a simple bag, bidding farewell to his hometown, embarking on a journey to seek immortals and the way of enlightenment. He seeks revenge. He wants the power to overturn that mountain, to make those lofty monks pay with blood. Just like his experiences in this life, he traverses mountains and rivers, enduring hardships in search of the legendary immortal mountains and caves. He kneels before the mountain gate, praying for the immortals to take him in. However, what he receives is always a cold rejection. You have not severed your mortal ties. Your heart is too heavy with killing intent. You are not one of us in the path of immortality. You are tainted with demonic energy. Your roots are impure, making it difficult to achieve the great way. Go back. The path of immortality is vague and not something you mortals can glimpse. Time and again, he faces setbacks. Time and again, he is met with disappointment. He is ragged and emaciated, yet the fire in his eyes has never been extinguished. Chapter 41. Splitting the mountain to save his mother on the immortal slaying platform. An official cannot help but laugh out loud. This Lu Fan is indeed a foolish person. How come every life is like this? Indeed, generation after generation. It's all about avenging his parents, running to seek immortals. This fate is truly peculiar. The Tai-Bai Jinxing stroked his beard and sighed lightly, shaking his head. This was no longer a mere obsession. It was practically an imprint engraved in the true spirit. A soul, in endless reincarnation, continuously repeats similar fates and performs the same tragedies. To these immortals who have lived for countless years, it is both pitiful and somewhat comical. With no way to seek immortality, Lu Fan discovered a glimmer of hope in a desolate ancient battlefield ruin. It was a piece of scorched earth forgotten by the 3 realms, said to be the place where a powerful being fell during the Battle of the Gods, still lingering with a chilling, killing intent, which ordinary beings would not dare approach. He stumbled inside, and, amidst the mountains of broken treasures and desiccated bones, he was drawn to a long spear that was slanted into the ground, pitch black, with a trace of dark red ghostly light shining from the blade. He reached out and grasped the cold, chilling spear handle. At the moment he pulled out the spear, a vast surge of information filled with killing intent and resentment flooded into his mind. The soul-slaying spear, a congenital spiritual treasure, neither copper, iron, nor steel. Once hidden in the chaos, unattached to karma, on the immortal slaying platform, there was a deathly silence. Then came the sound of gasps. A congenital spiritual treasure? The white hairs of the duster in Tai-Bai Jinxing's hand fell out. The king of heavenly kings, Li Jing, instinctively tightened his grip on his 7-treasure Linglong Pagoda, his eyes revealing undeniable shock and jealousy. Among the immortal officials present, who was not an enlightened immortal who had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years. Yet among them, very few possessed acquired spiritual treasures, let alone this treasure tainted with the term congenital. What luck does this kid have? Seeking immortality and wisdom, hitting walls everywhere, on the verge of despair, and then casually stumbling into a ruin to pick up a congenital spiritual treasure? This luck is simply unreasonable. In the image of the 3-life mirror, the young Lu Fan, having obtained the soul-slaying spear, had completely changed in momentum. He was no longer the desperate boy begging everywhere. He stood straight, his eyes cold, surrounded by visible black, killing aura. Holding the long spear, he stepped out of the ancient battlefield ruins. With a clear target, the mountain that suppressed his mother, He was going back, killing his way back, splitting the mountain to save his mother. Wait. On the immortal slaying platform, an immortal official finally reacted. This plot, all eyes turned, as if with substance, toward the silver-armored celestial general who had been watching with crossed arms. Then, as if burned, they quickly averted their gazes, not daring to look longer. Erling Shun, Yang Jian. Splitting the mountain to save his mother. These 4 words would immediately bring to mind one name for any immortal in the 3 realms. It was him. To rescue his mother, Yao Ji, who was trapped under Peach Mountain by the Jade Emperor, he split Peach Mountain, earning fame throughout the 3 realms. Later, his good nephew, Qin Xiang, also split Huashan to rescue his sister, the 3 Holy Mother, performing an act of filial piety that echoed through time. The Jade Emperor's family matters are the greatest taboo in heaven and the most widely spread gossip in the 3 realms. Yang Jian's family is practically a specialist in the field of splitting mountains to save mothers. But now, in the 3-life mirror, this kid named Lu Fan is about to perform the same act? What a coincidence. A coincidence that sends chills down the spine. Just as the immortals were lost in their thoughts, someone finally thought of the most critical question. An immortal official in charge of laws furrowed his brow and said, "Wait a minute." What the Bodhisattva of pure thoughts asked the 3-life mirror to verify was whether Lu Fan had ever shown disrespect to the heavenly gods or violated heavenly laws. However, splitting the mountain to save his mother is an act of filial piety. Although the true monarch's actions back then were against heavenly principles, they were ultimately regarded as a tale of virtue due to his filial heart. How can this act be considered a crime? As soon as these words were spoken, all the immortals nodded. Yes, the Bodhisattva of pure thought selection criteria are extremely harsh and venomous. But splitting the mountain to save his mother seems to have nothing to do with these 2 conditions. Could it be that the 3-life mirror really made a mistake? Upon hearing this, the Bodhisattva of pure thought's stiff expression suddenly relaxed, transforming into a knowing, compassionate, cold smile. Everyone, please remain calm. Continue watching, and you will understand. In the 3-life mirror, Lu Fan had already returned to the mountain that imprisoned his mother. 10 years had passed, and it was now desolate. The mountain peak exuded an unsettling Buddhist power. "Demon, you dare to come back." A loud shout interrupted Lu Fan's gaze. Golden light flashed, and the group of monks from Tianshui Temple appeared once again, blocking his way. The middle-aged monk at the forefront held a staff, his expression even more imposing and cold than 10 years ago. After 10 years, you, this wicked being, not only fail to repent, but have instead fallen into the demonic path, holding a deadly weapon. Do you intend to commit murder here? Lu Fan did not answer. He slowly raised the soul-slaying spear in his hand, the black spear tip pointing toward the middle-aged monk. His cold, emotionless gaze seemed to look upon a dead person. "I will ask once. Release her, or not." "Impudence!" The middle-aged monk shouted angrily. "This mountain is transformed by the great power of our Buddhist sect to suppress demons and uphold the heavenly path. You wicked being dare to speak such wild words. Asking us to release your demon mother? Delusional." The monks behind him quickly took formation, chanting scriptures, and golden Buddhist light interwove into a net, enveloping the entire mountain. "Today, we shall act on behalf of heaven, casting you, the demon spawn, and your demon mother into the abyss, never to be reborn." The middle-aged monk raised his staff high. "Powerful magic gathering. Heavenly path?" Lu Fan murmured softly, then laughed. That laugh was filled with mockery and madness. "Your path is worthy of being called heavenly?" He stopped wasting words. The magic within him merged instantly with the innate killing intent from the soul-slaying spear. The black killing aura surged into the sky, dyeing half of the sky black. He gripped the long spear tightly, raising it high above his head, and struck down fiercely at the group of monks. At the golden mountain. "Break for me." Boom. In the 3-life mirror, the black spear shadow collided violently with the vast Buddhist light. Golden light and black aura tore at each other, annihilating. Those monks with slightly weaker cultivation didn't even have time to scream before being ground into powder, along with their treasures, by the overwhelming innate killing intent. Flesh and blood flew, and their souls shattered. In one strike, the Buddhist light formation was shattered. The young Lu Fan stood in midair, holding the long spear, surrounded by swirling killing aura, as if he had emerged from the depths of the abyss. Drenched in golden Buddhist blood, his black pupils reflected only cold, killing intent. "Today, I will use your blood to sacrifice for my mother's freedom." Chapter 42. Failed to save mother. However, the middle-aged monk's cultivation was far above that of the ordinary monks. He looked at his disciples being slaughtered without sadness, only a furious rage at having his dignity violated. Wicked spawn, you dare to resist. Today, let me show you the true boundlessness of Buddhist law. He loudly recited the Buddhist mantra, and his yellow monk robe moved without wind, swelling like a ball. Golden Buddhist light surged from his body, condensing behind him into a fierce-looking Vajra manifestation. The Vajra had 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding a demon-subduing pestle, a precious wheel, and exuding immense power and divine light. Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored K. Itagarbha, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Brahma void. With a thunderous shout, the fierce Vajra manifestation moved. 6 arms swung simultaneously, bringing crashing down towards Lu Fan. There was no trace of fear in Lu Fan's eyes, only boiling killing intent. He crossed the soul-devouring spear before his chest, pouring all the power within him into it without reservation. On the spear, a dark red ghostly light suddenly brightened, and a blurred, ancient demonic shadow filled with endless resentment and killing intent flashed behind Lu Fan. Kill! He exerted all his strength, swinging the spear upward to meet the overwhelming Buddhist light. The black shadow of the spear clashed with the golden in midair. The fierce Vajra manifestation shattered inch by inch under the innate killing aura of the soul-devouring spear. But that vast Buddhist power also pressed down on Lu Fan, making his entire body tremble. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lu Fan stumbled in the air. After all, he was merely immortal, having obtained the spiritual treasure for a short time, relying solely on a surge of blood courage to sustain him. The middle-aged monk seized this opportunity, continuously chanting the mantra, and suddenly pressed down with both hands. Suppress. The mountain that imprisoned the white snake shook violently. Above the mountain, an enormous golden Buddhist seal appeared, radiating light. And an irresistible suppressive force descended upon Lu Fan like a heavenly collapse. The son of a demon is ultimately a demon. Under the Buddhist law, how can you be reckless? The middle-aged monk withdrew the manifestation, restoring his dignified appearance, looking down coldly at the collapsed, gasping Lu Fan, his eyes indifferent. The scene in the 3-life mirror froze at the moment the boy fell. On the immortal slaughtering platform, there was a dead silence. Ironclad evidence. Ironclad evidence. The sharp voice of the pure thought bodhisattva broke the silence. Everyone saw it. This brute is cruel-hearted. To save the demon mother, he would slaughter the Buddhist monks. Such a great crime is beyond record. This is the best proof of his corrupt nature. There is no room for any further defense. I implore your majesty to issue a decree. Extract his soul and cast it into the 9 nether fire, burning for 10,000 years to erase his sins, as a warning to others. However, the response he received was an awkward silence. The heavenly officials had complex expressions. They could not refute pure thought's words. Slaughtering monks is indeed a grave offense. Yet in their hearts, they could not muster even a shred of animosity towards the boy in the mirror. What they saw was merely a child who, in a desperate attempt to save his mother, used all his strength and ultimately fell tragically. That filial piety, that reckless determination, was still burning even across the cycle of reincarnation, across the mirror. If it were them, with their own mother oppressed, and someone obstructing them, what would they do? They dared not think. His own mother was trapped under the mountain, and if you obstructed him from saving her, who else would he kill? But such words were hard to voice. Speaking them would offend people. It was a pity that Nezha, watching the scene in the mirror, murmured softly, just a little bit more. He recalled his past, returning bones to his father and flesh to his mother, the despair he understood. So he felt it was a pity. Just when the pure thought bodhisattva thought victory was assured and prepared to ask the Jade Emperor for a decree again, the already frozen 3-life mirror suddenly glowed again. The scene continued. Everyone was stunned. What happened? There's more? Wasn't he the rescue of the mother of failure, ending here? The image in the mirror had switched. It was unclear how long had passed. Lu Fan woke from his coma. He lay in a dilapidated mountain god temple, his wounds treated with rough herbs by someone. He was saved by an old woodcutter passing by. He survived, but his heart had died. He no longer went to that mountain. He knew he could not go. He began to wander aimlessly in the mortal world. He became silent and dazed, like a walking corpse. That spear, which he once regarded as life itself, was wrapped in rags and casually slung behind him like a useless firewood stick. He transformed from a spirited, avenging youth into a wandering man with lifeless eyes. One day, He walked into a bustling town. Hungry, he entered a tavern, using his last few copper coins to buy a jug of the worst quality turbid wine. The tavern was filled with a cacophony of voices, lively and bustling. A storyteller, holding a wooden clapper, animatedly recounted tales on stage, spitting as he spoke. It is said that in the past, the Jade Emperor's younger sister, the fairy Yunhua Yaoji, was a top beauty in the heavenly palace, holding a revered position. However, this fairy had the audacity to descend to the mortal realm, falling in love with a mortal scholar surnamed Yang, and even bore children. The storyteller clapped the clapper, raising his voice high, whetting everyone's appetite. This stirred up a hornet's nest. The rules of heaven are strict when an immortal develops mortal desires. It's a serious matter. The Jade Emperor was furious, issuing a decree to imprison this Yunhua fairy beneath Peach Mountain. The patrons of the tavern listened with great interest, discussing animatedly what happened next. Later, Yang Erlang, born with divine strength, became a disciple, honing his skills, and finally wielded a divine axe to split Peach Mountain, rescuing his mother. As the story reached its climax, the crowd erupted in applause. However, after the cheers, some discordant comments emerged from the corners. If you ask me, this is all the fault of that Yunhua fairy. A burly man, red-faced from drink, said with a hiccup. Why not be a good immortal and run to the mortal realm to suffer? Isn't that sick? Exactly. A thin accountant beside him agreed. Why forsake an immortal life of longevity and wealth to suffer the hardships of a poor scholaress life? What is the point? Did her head get caught in the door? After all, she is a woman, long hair but short sight. She felt good, but in the end, she was trapped under a mountain, dragging her children to suffer along with her. What is that called? Selfish. Confused. The discussions grew louder and more unpleasant, filling the tavern with misunderstanding and mockery of the Yunhua fairy. They were mortals, unable to comprehend that kind of love that sacrifices everything. To them, power, status, and immortality were the most tangible things. To give up these for an ethereal emotion was the most foolish trade in the world. Chapter 43. Why do you like hearing stories so much? Outside the three-life mirror, on the immortal slaughtering platform, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. All the immortals felt as if the surrounding air had frozen. They each observed their own nose, their heart, not daring to breathe loudly, afraid their gaze might meet someone else's. Awkward. Incredibly awkward. The most core royal secrets of heaven, the highest family conflicts, were currently being shamelessly discussed by a group of mortals in a tavern, their words dripping with disdain. This is simply a public execution in front of the gods of the three realms. Is there something wrong? A celestial official silently shouted in his heart. Does Lu Fan really enjoy listening to others telling stories like this? In this life, he listens to son Wukong causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace. And in his last life, he heard about Erlang Shin splitting mountains to rescue his mother. Can't he do something else in this cycle? These mortals truly dare to speak. Fortunately, this is just an old story from Lu Fan's previous life, a fleeting illusion. If Lu Fan were to encounter this scene in a tavern in this life, that manifested true monarch would have probably descended from the heavens with his three-pointed, double-edged blade and wiped the entire town off the map. Sure enough, the gazes of all the immortals subtly shifted towards the center of the storm. Yang Jin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His silver armor seemed to have been frozen with a layer of frost from the cold aura emanating from him. The tightly closed vertical eye on his forehead, although not opened, was twitching violently, ready to burst open and unleash a destructive divine light. Even son Wukong, who usually fears nothing and loves to see Yang Jin's misfortunes, unusually kept his playful demeanor in check at this moment. He scratched his ear, holding his golden hoop rod, and maintained an unexpected silence. He could fight Yang Jin to the death or mock him about anything, but this matter was off limits. This was Yang Jin's only and deepest sore spot. Whoever touches it, dies. The discussions in the tavern continued. So, you see, these immortal stories are just for listening, not to be taken seriously. Where are there such foolish immortals? Exactly, come. Drink up. Filthy words echoed incessantly. However, amidst this noise, an exceptionally clear voice rang out. A bunch of filthy, foolish pigs can only gossip behind others' backs using vulgar language. The speaker was the vagabond who had been silently drinking in the corner. Lu Fan. He slowly stood up. His clothes were ragged, his appearance gaunt, but a spark of light reignited in his previously lifeless eyes. All eyes in the tavern were drawn to him. Kid, who are you? This is none of your business. The drunken man with a flushed face impatiently shouted. I am nobody. Lu Fan shook his head. I just find it amusing that a group of servants who can't even stand straight speculate on why the phoenix would fly out of the golden cage. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was in an uproar. The burly man slammed the table, stood up, and glared with wide eyes. What did you say? Who are you calling a servant? Lu Fan's gaze finally met his, and in his lifeless eyes, there was an unfathomable indifference. He smiled. What? Did I say something wrong? A group of fools who have knelt for so long think everyone standing is guilty. She, a goddess, is willing to give up everything to immerse herself in the mortal world for a true heart. This is called courage, not foolishness. She falls in love with mortals, bears children, and even if it violates heavenly laws, that is between her and the heavenly court. What does it have to do with you gossiping ants? This is called freedom, not debauchery. Did she hinder any of you? Did she eat your rice or drink your water? No. Everything she pursued did not impede you in the slightest. The reason you think she is guilty is merely because you cannot achieve it yourselves. You are greedy, so you cannot understand why someone would abandon wealth. You are cowardly, so you cannot understand why someone dares to rebel against authority. You were born with the fate of slaves, ingrained with servility. So when you see anyone trying to break free from their shackles, you find it glaring and offensive. You are not discussing immortals. You are just jealous. Jealous of her courage that you lack. Jealous of her daring to pursue the freedom you dare not imagine. Measuring others with your filthy, despicable, and servile mindset. Trying to interpret a noble emotion, then feeling justified to spit out the most venomous words. How dare you discuss her? Each word was like a hammer, striking true. Those who had been excitedly discussing just moments ago now had faces alternating between blue and white, poked at their sore spots, feeling humiliated and enraged. Nonsense. The burly man was completely enraged. A woman, for her own pleasure, dragging her family down, is selfish. What is wrong with me saying a couple of words about her? You, a beggar, dare to teach me a lesson. I think you're tired of living. I'll break your dog legs today, he roared, grabbing a nearby bench and smashing it towards Lu Fan's head. The tavern erupted in panic, and people hurriedly retreated. Lu Fan stood still, not moving an inch. Just as the bench was about to hit his head, a barely noticeable black light flashed from the firewood stick behind him. Crack! The heavy bench shattered into two midair. The burly man's body froze in midair, a thin line of blood appearing at his throat. He stared at Lu Fan in disbelief, pointing at him, wanting to say something. But only a wheezing sound escaped, blood pouring from his fingers and the corner of his mouth. With a thud, he fell back, dead. They killed someone. The tavern instantly erupted in chaos, screams of panic rising one after another. Let's fight him. A few local thugs acquainted with the burly man, seeing their companion killed, were filled with rage, drawing their knives and charging at Lu Fan. Lu Fan's face showed no expression. He simply raised his hand and grasped the long spear wrapped in tattered cloth behind him. The black light flickered. The first two rushing forward were directly cut in half, their entrails and blood spilling everywhere. The remaining people were terrified by this hellish scene, shrieking and turning to flee. However, Lu Fan did not give them the chance. In just a few breaths, the tavern fell silent. 7 or 8 corpses lay scattered on the ground, the heavy smell of blood making one nauseous. Holding the soul-slaying spear, Lu Fan stood in the center of the corpses, his clothes stained with warm droplets of blood. He slowly turned his head, his emotionless eyes looking at the storyteller who had long been scared stiff on the ground. The story was good. It was just that it was wrong. She was neither confused nor selfish. She was just braver than all of you. After speaking, he wrapped the long spear back in the tattered cloth, slung it behind him, and turned to walk out of this hell on earth without looking back. Chapter 44. Trouble from the mouth outside the three-life mirror on the Slaying Immortals platform. The pure-thought bodhisattva watched the bloody scene in the mirror, a sickly ecstasy appearing on his face, and he could hardly contain his laughter. Ha! Did you see that? Everyone, did you see it? Nature is hard to change. Bloodthirsty by nature. This fiend's heart is filled only with slaughter. For a few words of dispute, he ruthlessly killed several people in the bustling market. Such a demon, why should we not eradicate him? The evidence is conclusive. The ironclad proof is unassailable. He is simply a born demon. The pure thought bodhisattva became more and more agitated, turning towards the Lingshao palace, deeply bowing, and shouting hoarsely, I implore your majesty's holy judgment. This fiend's nature is already corrupt, irredeemable. Reincarnating again will only bring disaster to the people. He should be executed immediately. His soul scattered, to rectify the heavenly way. After shouting, he stood up with satisfaction, waiting for the approval of the immortals, awaiting the final judgment of the Jade Emperor. However, what he was met with was a dead silence. Moreover, it was an extremely eerie kind of silence. He felt that the atmosphere was off. He looked around and found that all the deities, whether they were celestial officials from the heavenly court or fellow practitioners from the Buddhist sect, were now looking at him with an extraordinarily strange gaze. The star of the polar region, Tai Jinxing, lowered his head, intently studying the patterns on his whisk. The king of the tower, Li Jing, tilted his head back, engrossed in appreciating the transformations of the clouds and seas. Prince Nezha was squatting on the ground, playfully scratching at the tiles with the tip of his fire spear. Even Tang Sanzang had closed his eyes, muttering incantations, instantly entering a meditative state. Oblivious to the outside world, all the deities seemed to have come to a tacit agreement, expressing the same sentiment in various postures. Don't look at me. I didn't hear anything, nor did I see anything. Their gazes, either direct or subtle, carried an indescribable, pitying look, as if looking at a fool, directed towards the bodhisattva of pure thought. The heart of the bodhisattva of pure thought sank. What was going on? What did I say wrong? The bodhisattva of pure thought felt bewildered. What he said stood at the pinnacle of legal reasoning, unassailable. Is it not a crime to indiscriminately kill the innocent? Shouldn't one who is addicted to killing be punished? Why this reaction? He instinctively followed the gazes of the crowd and looked in that direction. Then, his gaze met a pair of eyes that were chilling to the extreme. Erling Shun, Yang Jian. Yang Jian's face was already extremely unpleasant. The cold, murderous aura emanating from him almost solidified, causing the temperature around to drop significantly. The mind of the bodhisattva of pure thought buzzed, blank. A thought, like a divine thunder from the heavens, exploded in his mind. What was he just doing? The smile of the bodhisattva of pure thought froze on his face. A layer of fine cold sweat instantly broke out from his bald head. He finally understood why the deities looked at him as if he were a fool. Was he not a fool? This was a colossal, irretrievable mistake. Oh no, this guy is notoriously reclusive, cold, and unyielding in the heavenly court. He wouldn't even give the Jade Emperor face, and anyone who crossed him would definitely meet a miserable end. It's over. It's really over. He must not have checked the almanac before going out today. First, he provoked Sun Wukong, this fearless monkey, and now he has completely offended Yang Jian, the notorious scourge of the three realms. The bodhisattva of pure thought's lips trembled, and he tried to force out a friendly smile, but it looked worse than crying. He quickly turned to Yang Jian, clasped his hands together, and deeply bowed. True Lord, this humble monk has no other intentions. I am merely outraged by this person's indiscriminate killing of the innocent, treating human life like grass, and I absolutely do not mean any disrespect towards Fairy Yunhua. He now only hoped to quickly clear the relationship. He was afraid that Yang Jian would truly empathize with this Lu Fan. The heavenly court already had a protective and unreasonable son, Wukong. He did not want to create an even more terrifying enemy out of thin air. Seeing Yang Jian's expressionless face, completely ignoring him, the bodhisattva of pure thought began to sweat profusely, his mind racing as he desperately tried to remedy the situation. He was scared. He was really scared. In a moment of crisis, the bodhisattva of pure thought's mind flashed with inspiration, thinking of a perfect remedy. He quickly changed his tone, bowing deeply to Yang Jian, his face full of flattering, admiring smiles. This humble monk wishes to say that Lu Fan's actions are worlds apart from the demeanor you displayed when dealing with the matter of Qinxiang back in the day. True Lord, you are the epitome of selflessness and a deep understanding of righteousness. Back in the day, your nephew Qinxiang also caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace to save his mother. As his uncle, you must have felt 100 kinds of reluctance. But in order to uphold the dignity of the heavenly law, for the face of the heavenly court, you resolutely stepped forward, even at the cost of bearing the blame. To stop Qinxiang, such magnanimity, such demeanor, is truly a model for our kind. That Lu Fan is merely a reckless man, showing off his bravado. And compared to you, true Lord, he is simply a firefly compared to the bright moon, not worth mentioning. The bodhisattva of pure thought's flattery came quickly and loudly. Upon hearing this, the deities immediately reacted and found a way out. That's right, that's right. Tai Jinxing stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly, affirming that what the bodhisattva of pure thought said was indeed true. The true Lord's actions back then were indeed well-intentioned. Yes, a heavenly king echoed. Though he ultimately could not stop Chun Xiang from splitting the mountain, the true lord's actions have already made the heavenly court's position clear to the three realms, maintaining the dignity of the heavenly laws, which cannot be overlooked. In an instant, praises filled the execution platform, and the atmosphere became harmonious once more. The cold aura surrounding Yang Jian dissipated somewhat, and the violently pulsating third eye gradually calmed. Seeing this, the bodhisattva of pure thought let out a long sigh of relief, secretly glad that he reacted quickly and finally managed to appease this scourge. However, amidst this harmonious atmosphere of praise, a sudden laugh rang out clearly throughout the venue. Heh! The praises of the deities came to an abrupt halt. Following the sound, they discovered that the one laughing was not Sun Wukong, nor any other celestial official, but rather the small human deity, Lu Fan, who had been kneeling in the center of the execution platform, treated as a pawn deciding life and death. The deities did not understand. What could this insignificant human deity be laughing about when death was imminent? They had no time to think further, because Yang Jin moved. He didn't say a word. His figure flickered, and he appeared in the center of the execution platform, standing in front of Lu Fan. The silver armor reflected a cold glow under the heavenly light, and the powerful divine might made the air around the entire execution platform freeze. Oh no! Sun Wukong's eyelids twitched. He thought this three-eyed monster wouldn't actually kill him on the spot, would he? He slammed his golden staff down, did a somersault, and landed right between Lu Fan and Yang Jian, grinning as he blocked the front. I say, Yang Jian, let's talk it over. No need to act like a junior. Yang Jian didn't even glance at him. His phoenix eyes were fixed coldly on the kneeling Lu Fan as he spoke icily. What are you laughing at? Chapter 45. Unable to convict Sun Wukong felt a bead of sweat for Lu Fan, if he didn't answer well. Today he might not even need to go to the 9 nether fire, and would be blasted to pieces by the true Lord's divine light. Lu Fan raised his head, meeting Yang Jian's soul-freezing gaze, but the smile on his face did not fade. Instead, it grew more knowing. I am laughing at them. I laugh at their ignorance, and I laugh at the bodhisattva's ignorance. Yang Jian's brows furrowed slightly. They do not understand the true Lord, and the bodhisattva understands even less. Lu Fan's speech was not hurried, each word clear. They think that when you intervened to stop your nephew back then, it was to uphold heavenly laws, to be selfless. Such words are merely flattering words to gloss over the truth. The bodhisattva scolded me earlier, saying that I am showing off my bravado and that I am worlds apart from you, true Lord. That statement is even more absurd. Below the execution platform, the deities craned their necks but could not hear anything clearly. An invisible force surrounded Yang Jian, isolating the sound. They could only see Yang Jian with a face as cold as ice, Sun Wukong scratching his ears and cheeks, while that mortal dared to speak freely. What was this all about? There was no way. Today Qianquan and Shunfeng Er were on duty, and didn't he come over to join the fun? Jing Nian Bodhisattva felt even more anxious. He vaguely sensed that what Lu Fan was saying was definitely not good. On the immortal execution platform, Lu Fan continued, "Are you really doing this for the heavenly law? If the heavenly law were truly useful, how could your mother be trapped under Peach Mountain? You are not selfless either. If you were really selfless, how could you watch your sister repeat the same mistakes, yet only imprison her on Mount Hua, giving Chun Xiang a glimmer of hope? Everyone says you are iron-faced and heartless, obstructing your nephew, claiming it's unfilial and unjust. They have no idea that you are the one who has suffered the most and carries the heaviest burden." Lu Fan looked at Yang Jian's frozen face and slowly said, "Qin Xiang's axe was sharpened by your insistence. His powers were forced to grow through your repeated pursuits and confrontations. His will was forged by your cold and ruthless demeanor, compelling him to be resilient. You used yourself as a whetstone, with your bad reputation as motivation, forcing an ordinary boy to become a warrior brave enough to confront the heavenly court. You are not obstructing him, you are helping him succeed. Without you, the ruthless uncle, even if Chun Xiang obtained the divine axe, he would merely be a child with a treasure mountain, but no idea how to use it. He wouldn't even be able to break into the South Heaven Gate, let alone split mountains to save his mother. They do not understand the deeper meaning, the pain, and the great love within this. They only judge you with the most superficial notions of loyalty, filial piety, and benevolence, or praise you with the most shameless words. So, I laugh at them." Upon hearing this, even Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised. He had always felt there were many issues with Chunxiang's quest to save his mother. But since it ended happily, no one had pursued the matter further. Now, after Lu Fan's words, everything became clear. This kid can see through it all. This three-eyed man is quite deep. Yang Jian remained silent. He neither admitted nor denied it. But Sun Wukong clearly saw the tightly closed vertical eye on his forehead twitching uncontrollably. After a long while, Yang Jian snorted coldly, concealing countless complicated emotions. He gave Lu Fan a deep look, then turned around, transforming into a stream of light, returning to his original position, crossing his arms once again. Sun Wukong grinned and hopped back with his staff. He walked up to Yang Jian, nudging him with his elbow and whispering with a mischievous grin, "Hey, three-eyed guy. I told you, you're the one with the most convoluted thoughts." Yang Jian didn't even lift his eyelids, merely letting out a sound from his nostrils that expressed extreme disdain. The other immortals were even more curious. Was this a failed negotiation or a successful one? Why did the Lord's attitude seem colder than before? But looking at that monkey's gloating expression, it didn't seem like a fight was about to break out. At this moment, the scene in the Three Lives mirror continued to circulate. In the mirror, Lu Fan, who had gone on a killing spree in the tavern, after fleeing from the pursuit of the authorities, ultimately returned to the mountain. He knew his time was short, and he had to make one last attempt. This time, he held nothing back. He burned his own spirit, pouring all his life force into the soul-destruction spear. The black malevolence was denser than ever, almost taking on a tangible form, enveloping him entirely. He charged unhesitatingly toward the glittering golden mountain. "Monster, you dare to come again?" The middle-aged monk appeared once more, his expression one of complete disgust and coldness. He activated the Buddha seal, radiating immense light, a suppression force covering the sky. This collision was earth-shattering. However, the outcome did not change. A mortal body ultimately has its limits. The black malevolence was gradually extinguished by the Buddha light. The soul-destruction spear flew out of his hand, and Lu Fan's body was shattered in midair by the overwhelming Buddha power. Flesh and blood scattered at the foot of the mountain, and his primordial spirit completely dissipated under the illumination of the Buddha light. In this life, it ended with the most tragic defeat. On the immortal execution platform, there was a sigh of regret. Regardless of their stance, seeing such a soul that was relentless in trying to save his mother, ultimately shattering into pieces, stirred something in the hearts of the immortals. Being stubborn and unrepentant harms both oneself and others. Jing Nian Bodhisattva coldly spoke, breaking the silence. He glanced at Yang Jian's direction, seeing he had no reaction, and his courage grew bolder. Everyone saw it. This fellow was so obstinate in his past life. For his own selfish desires, he indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent, ultimately leading to his own demise. Such a mindset, if not severely punished, will only lead to repeating the same mistakes in hundreds of lifetimes. Lu Fan knelt on the ground, listening to Jing Nian's evaluation, but a barely noticeable cold smile crept onto his lips. This outcome was exactly what he wanted. This story had to end with regret and failure. Because the past life is the past, and this life is this life. The tragedy of the past life could garner the greatest sympathy, allowing some to empathize, thus giving himself the greatest room for maneuver in this life, trading a meaningless tragic past for the opportunity to live now. This deal was worthwhile. Jing Nian Bodhisattva initially wanted to take advantage of the momentum and directly request the Jade Emperor to decree that Lu Fan be punished to the point of soul scattering. But as he was about to speak, he swallowed his words. He glanced at the expressionless Yang Jian, then at the amused Sun Wukong holding his staff. Both of these were tough characters. He didn't want to offend either. He weighed the situation in his mind. A mere mortal didn't warrant him offending both of these deities at the same time. After all, since the creation of the world, countless years have passed. A mortal's reincarnation is but a drop in the ocean, not urgent at this moment. Today, he would take a step back. Thinking of this, Jing Nian Bodhisattva cleared his throat and put on a facade of business-like seriousness. However, he changed his tone. Though this world has sins at its root, it stems from a deep desire to save his mother. There are reasons for his actions, and it is understandable, judging solely based on this life's experiences. Deeming his nature to be bad is somewhat biased. In my humble opinion, there are still doubts in this matter, and the evidence is insufficient. It would be better to examine his other past lives for a comprehensive judgment, which would be fair. Upon hearing this, the immortals immediately understood. Tai Bai Jinxing was the first to step forward to mediate. What the Bodhisattva says is very true. Justice requires conclusive evidence. Our heavenly court has always relied on virtue to influence people. We cannot hastily convict. This matter requires further deliberation. Yes, yes, further deliberation, the other immortals echoed. Throughout the entire process, Yang Jian maintained a cold expression, not saying a word. His silence itself was a form of attitude. Chapter 46. Is Lu Fan Yang Jian's father? Below the immortal execution platform, the group of celestial officials each held their own thoughts. The atmosphere was subtle. Sun Wukong nudged Yang Jian with his elbow again, lowering his voice, his monkey face full of inquisitiveness and gossip. Hey, three-eyed guy, seriously, what is your deal? You seem to have a good impression of this kid. Yang Jian glanced at him sideways, the disdain in his gaze undisguised. He has backbone, and I admire that. But what does it have to do with you? What are you, this monkey, jumping around for? I see him as a man of deep feelings and loyalty. It would be too much of a pity to let him meet a tragic end like that. Sun Wukong chuckled, revealing his true intentions. What do you think? Can we come up with a way to save him? Yang Jian's gaze shifted back to the distant Lu Fan. His voice cold. What the other immortals meant before was to spare his true spirit and send him to reincarnation, right? This is already a leniency beyond the law. He paused mid-sentence, suddenly turning his head sharply. His phoenix eye shot out sharp divine light, fixed firmly on Sun Wukong. You monkey. Do you want him to be exempt from punishment? Hee. Sun Wukong scratched his cheek, a bright smile on his face. Impossible. Yang Jian categorically refused. Without any room for negotiation. The fact that he slaughtered the Buddhist monks was undeniable, with blood evidence as high as a mountain. This matter required even the Jade Emperor to consider the face of the Buddha of Lingshan. Life and death in the heavenly rules are no child's play. Today, he must die. As for how he dies, whether his soul is completely destroyed or his true spirit is preserved and sent to the beast path, that is what can be discussed. The smile on Sun Wukong's face disappeared. He realized that Yang Jian, while appreciating him, had an astonishingly strong sense of principle. He could understand Lu Fan's actions, but would never agree that such behavior could be forgiven. Different paths do not conspire. Sun Wukong curled his lip, carrying his golden hoop rod, too lazy to waste more words on this stone in the latrine. As the storm seemed to have temporarily calmed down, Bodhisattva Jing Nian forcibly steadied his mind. He had to bring the situation back under his control. He took a deep breath, once again channeling his magical power into the Three Lives Mirror. The Three Lives Mirror sees all clearly. Please show us again if this person has ever disrespected the heavenly gods and Buddhas or violated heavenly laws and celestial methods during reincarnation. On the mirror's surface, the light flowed again, and chaotic clouds rolled. A new image slowly began to coalesce. The gazes of the immortals were drawn in once more. However, when the image finally became clear, the entire Zhanshan platform fell into a silence more eerie and horrifying than any before. Soon after, there were successive gasps of cold air that could not be suppressed. This is impossible, an immortal officer whispered, his voice trembling. What appeared in the mirror was still not Lu Fan. It was a scholarly young man in a blue robe, with a gentle face and ethereal demeanor, exuding an innate nobility between his brows. However, what made all the immortals lose their souls was this face. The contours of the eyebrows and eyes of this face bore a striking resemblance to that of the silver-armored deity standing by, the true monarch Yang Jian. Some sharp-eyed ancient immortals immediately recognized the true origin of this scholar. The Golden Boy is the reincarnation of the Golden Boy who once served His Majesty. As these words came out, it was like a divine thunder striking the minds of all the immortals. The reincarnation of the Golden Boy, who fell in love with the fairy Yaoji, gave birth to the siblings Yang Jian. The name of this scholar was known throughout the three realms. Yang Tianyu. Lu Fan is the reincarnation of Yang Jian's father? This realization shocked the immortals. They felt a chill running down their spines, a cold air rushing from their tailbones to the crown of their heads. This revelation was too big, so big that it could scorch their hands, enough to suffocate even the immortals. This was no longer simple heavenly gossip. This was something that could result in loss of life. Not only did it involve Yang Jian, but it also related to the Jade Emperor. Many immortal officials turned pale, already starting to quietly move backward, wishing they could instantly use escape techniques to flee the scene, pretending they had never been there today. Bodhisattva Jing Nian, the one who uncovered this earth-shattering secret, was now dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Yang Tianyu in the mirror. then glanced at the grim-faced Yang Jian not far away, his mind buzzing, completely blank. How could this be judged? Why would Lu Fan be Yang Jian's father? Bodhisattva Jing Nian's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the ground. In the dead silence, only son Wukong looked confused. He didn't recognize Yang Tianyu. Although he knew that Yang Jian was the Jade Emperor's nephew and was aware of his story of splitting mountains to save his mother by the time he was born, Yang Tianyu had long since turned to dust, not even leaving behind a bone fragment. He was completely unaware of the twists and turns involved. Who is that? He poked the equally shocked Nezha beside him, who looked a bit like a three-eyed person. Is he your brother? Nezha took a while to recover from his shock. He glanced at the surrounding immortals, who were as silent as death, then looked at Yang Jian's face, which was as dark as a bottom of a pot, and quickly whispered to son Wukong, "Monkey, be quiet. That's not his brother." Then who is it? Son Wukong became even more curious. Nezha leaned closer to his ear and said in an almost inaudible voice, "That's the reincarnation of the golden boy, named Yang Tianyu. Yes, he is his father." Son Wukong's playful smile instantly froze. His fiery golden eyes widened. His father? That's right. Nezha nodded heavily, his expression extremely serious. Back then, the fairy Yaoji, who is actually the true monarch's mother, privately became his wife in the mortal realm, which led to the later calamity of Peach Mountain. Son Wukong's mouth gaped open, unable to close for a long time. The golden hoop rod in his hand nearly slipped from his fingers. He finally understood why the immortals on the Zhanshan platform all looked as if they had seen a ghost. He also finally understood why Bodhisattva Jing Nian's face looked worse than crying. This was getting interesting. Yang Jian, surprisingly calm, spoke. "Summon King Qin Guang of the underworld." The brief 6 words stunned all the immortals. Then they reacted, realizing that the true monarch was going to investigate the source. In the underworld, in the Hall of Yama, King Qin Guang, who was handling official business, suddenly shivered. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, immediately putting down the judge's pen, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, a shadow filled with ominous energy appeared beneath the Zhanshan platform. King Qin Guang bowed respectfully, his attitude extremely deferential. Little King pays respects to the manifest true monarch. I do not know what your summons entails. His heart was anxious. Being directly called by Yang Jian surely indicated a major incident had occurred. Yang Jian wasted no words, pointing at the kneeling Lu Fan. Investigate this person's 3 lifetimes of reincarnation, trace back to the source. Then investigate all reincarnation records after my father Yang Tianyu's reincarnation. Chapter 47. Things that shouldn't be seen. King Qin Guang did not dare to ask further, immediately responding, "As you command, true monarch." He promptly took out the Book of Life and Death, infusing it with divine light. The heavy ledger opened automatically without wind, its pages flipping rapidly, finally stopping on 2 pages. He carefully compared the causal reincarnation lines on both sides. The entire Zhanshan platform was silent enough to hear a pin drop. All the immortals held their breaths, waiting for the final judgment from the Lord of the Underworld. This was not only about determining Lu Fan's fate, but also about whether they could leave this place of chaos alive today. After a moment, King Qin Guang let out a long sigh of relief. He put away the Book of Life and Death and reported respectfully to Yang Jian. "I report to the true monarch, it has been clarified. Lu Fan's true spirit originates from an ancient strand of righteous qi, undergoing countless reincarnations, all as mortals. His reincarnation lineage is clear and has no connection with the soul of the reincarnated golden boy. Yang Tianyu's true spirit has returned to the heavenly path since the year he dissipated and has not re-entered reincarnation." As this was said, a synchronized, relieved exhale echoed across the Zhanshan platform. No, Lu Fan is not the reincarnation of Yang Tianyu. This huge revelation, capable of shaking the heavens, was false. Jing Nian Bodhisattva felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, followed by an overwhelming joy. He felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. Drenched in cold sweat, his legs weak, almost unable to stand. He had preserved his life. He truly had preserved his life. The celestial beings also instantly reacted, their minds finally beginning to function normally. So it was. Tai Bai Jinxing slapped his forehead and stroked his beard, exclaiming in realization, "Yes, yes." It was the same as the situation in his previous life. What the 3-life mirror revealed was not him personally, but rather people or events that had a significant connection to his past life's birth or experiences. Indeed, just like the scholar and the white snake that appeared earlier, This life must also be connected to Yang Tianyu. Everyone began to chatter, finally finding a perfect, logical explanation that dissolved this tremendous calamity into nothing. The atmosphere finally eased. After hearing King Qinguang's report, Yang Jian's tense body finally relaxed a bit. He snorted coldly, and the chill in his voice made Jing Nian Bodhisattva shiver again. Having just relaxed. Continue. Yang Jian waved his hand, signaling King Qinguang to step down while commanding Jing Nian to continue activating the three-life mirror. Sun Wukong leaned over and quietly poked Yang Jian's armor with his staff. Hey, three-eyed guy, since this kid's previous life is related to your dad, have you met him before? This question was tricky. All the celestial beings present perked up, even holding their breath a little. This was a secret concerning the personal matters of a true monarch. Yang Jian's gaze was locked on the three-life mirror, pretending not to hear Sun Wukong's question. However, Sun Wukong was really too annoying and kept bothering him. I haven't seen him. After a long while, Yang Jian squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. I don't believe it, Sun Wukong chuckled. Yang Jian ignored him again. He indeed remembered clearly. Besides his mother, there was no one else around his father, Yang Tianyu, who had any ties to the cultivation world, not to mention a soul that bore a murderous aura and dared to kill monks. He had never even seen an ordinary person with some aptitude. In his memory, there was absolutely no face like Lu Fan's, nor any face that resembled it. However, Yang Jian's brows slowly furrowed in a subtle way that no one noticed. He was actually uncertain. His gaze uncontrollably shifted away from the three-life mirror and fell again on the small figure of the celestial kneeling straight in the center of the Zhanxian platform. After that earth-shattering recognition of his father, he felt nothing but anger. But now, when Sun Wukong asked that question, and as the three-life mirror began to trace back to that part of his life he never wanted to touch again, he looked at Lu Fan and suddenly felt as if he somewhat recognized him, not in terms of appearance, but in a feeling, a sensation as if they had brushed past each other in some forgotten corner, a vague impression. Strange, having looked at him for so long just now. Why didn't I have such a feeling? Doubts flashed through Yang Jian's mind. Was it because the three-life mirror connected the causal links that created this illusion? Or was it that he had truly forgotten something important deep in his memory? Just as the celestial beings were lost in their thoughts and Yang Jian was secretly perplexed, the image in the three-life mirror stabilized. The light and shadow in the mirror flowed, and on the Zhanxian platform, filled with celestial energy. A gentle breeze from Jiangnan blew, carrying the fragrance of water vapor and falling flowers. It was a picturesque landscape, the warm spring sun and the gentle breeze. A bay of clear water wrapped around green mountains, with willows swaying by the shore and peach blossoms blooming like brocade clouds. Outside an elegant study by the water, a young scholar in a blue robe sat by the window, holding an ancient book, absorbed in reading. It was Yang Tianyu. The celestial beings felt a bit awkward for a moment. Is this really something we should be watching? It's one thing to see Lu Fan's past grievances. After all, that's his own matter. But now, what the mirror is showing is the process of the true monarch's parents meeting. This involves the Jade Emperor's own sister, the Princess of Heaven, the celestial Lady Yaoji. Many celestial officials had already begun to quietly shift backwards, wishing they could use their escape techniques to leave this place on the spot, pretending they had never come today. If the Jade Emperor found out about this, even if the true monarch didn't pursue it, they would still face punishment. Tai Bai Jinxing lightly coughed, wanting to say that this matter concerns the dignity of the heavenly family. Perhaps it would be better to temporarily. But he glanced at the expressionless Yang Jian and swallowed his words back. Since the main person hadn't spoken, what business did he have to say? Only Sun Wukong was watching with great interest, occasionally nudging Nezha with his elbow, looking like he was watching a grand performance. In the mirror, Yang Tianyu grew tired of reading. He set down the scroll, picked up a jade flute from the table, walked to the window, and began to play slowly against the wind. The flute's sound was clear and distant, carrying a touch of a scholar's aloofness, and a hint of affection for the mountains and rivers. The melody was not complex, yet the artistic conception was far-reaching, cleansing the soul. At that moment, a peach blossom fell from the branch without warning, but instead of dropping to the ground, it twirled lightly and landed gently on his flute. Yang Tianyu paused in his playing, looking at it in confusion. He saw that on the petal of the peach blossom was a drop of crystal-clear dew. Just as he was about to reach out to brush it away, he suddenly heard a clear voice, like silver bells, coming from above the peach tree. Your flute playing is quite good, but the tune is a bit too melancholic. Is there something troubling you? Yang Tianyu was startled and looked up suddenly. To his surprise, sitting on the blooming branches of the peach tree was a girl in white. She had bare feet, and a string of small golden bells was tied around her ankles, gently swaying with the breeze. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, held back by a simple ribbon, and her stunning face, without a trace of makeup, surpassed all colors in the world. She did not resemble a mortal woman, exuding a hint of celestial aura between her brows. Her eyes sparkled like stars, filled with curiosity as she gazed at him. She was none other than the celestial lady Yaoji from the mortal realm. Chapter 48. The Jade Emperor's Family Matters. Yang Tianyu, well-read in poetry and literature, had never seen such a stunningly gifted girl, and for a moment, he was stunned, forgetting his words and manners. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Yaoji lightly leaped down from the tree and landed gracefully in front of Yang Tianyu. She looked up at him and asked, "Why are you playing such a sorrowful tune? Spring is so beautiful. The peach blossoms are blooming so well. You should play something cheerful instead." Yang Tianyu finally regained his senses, his face slightly reddening as he quickly bowed and saluted. "I am Yang Tianyu. Honored to meet you, miss. I was rude just now. Please forgive me. I'm called Yaoji," she replied casually, her attention focused entirely on his jade flute. "This flute is nice. Can you let me have a look?" Yang Tianyu subconsciously handed over the jade flute. Yaoji took the jade flute, placed it to her lips, and gently blew. In an instant, a completely different sound of the flute echoed through the valley. The flute sound was no longer aloof and cold. Instead, it was filled with vibrant life and joy. One could hear the sounds of seeds breaking through the soil, tender shoots growing. One could hear the blooming of flowers and the buzzing of bees and butterflies. One could hear the babbling of streams and the singing of birds. With the sound of the flute, an incredible scene unfolded. Around the study, those budding flowers began to bloom at a visibly slow pace. The willow branches sprouted even tenderer green buds. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be infected by the sound of the flute, transforming into various magnificent shapes. Yang Tianyu was stunned. He had read strange tales and heard legends of immortals, but when this miracle happened right before his eyes, he still felt an unprecedented shock. He looked at the girl with the charming smile in front of him, and only one thought remained in his mind. An immortal. She must be an immortal from the heavens. The Three Lives Mirror faithfully recorded this dusty period. Since that fateful meeting, Yaoji often came to find Yang Tianyu. She was very interested in the poetry and songs of the mortal world he recited to her, so he would read them one by one, explaining the joys and sorrows word by word. She found the human world's warmth fascinating, so he took her to the busiest market in town, where they watched monkey shows, listened to operas, and ate candied hawthorn for a penny a skewer. The first time Yaoji tasted the sweet and sour flavor, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. He painted her sitting under the peach tree, while she used her small celestial powers to make the butterflies he painted truly flutter off the paper. Their feelings quietly grew and wildly spread in this daily interaction. Yang Tianyu knew her origins were extraordinary, but he never asked. Yaoji also knew that a romance between a god and a mortal was against the heavens and would invite catastrophic disasters. However, immersed in the warmth and love of the mortal world, she had long since cast aside the heavenly rules and prohibitions. Under the immortal execution platform, the celestial officials were silent as cicadas in winter. Many were so frightened their faces turned pale, not daring to look up at the Three Lives Mirror again. If they continued to watch, if the Jade Emperor were to appear at any moment, none of them would be able to escape. However, the anticipated wrath of thunder did not come from the Lingshao Palace above the 33 heavens. The Jade Emperor's treasure, the Three Lives Mirror, was openly revealing the secret of the heavenly princess's romance with a mortal, which was akin to setting up a stage outside the southern sky gate, singing about the Jade Emperor's family matters in front of the gods and Buddhas of the three realms. Yet, the Jade Emperor remained completely silent. No celestial official transmitted a decree, no heavenly soldiers descended, and even the aura of heavenly might was not felt. This unusual silence was even more shocking than the thunderous wrath. Some perceptive old immortals, like the Tai by Jinxing, turned their eyes a few times and suddenly sensed a different flavor. He glanced secretly at the cold-faced Yang Jian, then looked again at the oblivious couple in the mirror. And a bold guess emerged in his heart. Could it be that His Majesty also wants to watch? Once this thought arose, Tai by Jinxing himself was startled. But upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, whether it was the Princess Yaoji or the later San Sheng Muyang Chan. Both of his royal sister and niece from the heavenly court chose the same path of forsaking the heavenly court to love a mortal. Perhaps he really wanted to know what kind of magic the mortal world held, allowing them to willingly abandon their celestial status and risk their souls to throw themselves into the fleeting world of mortals for a mere 100 years. The life of an immortal was far too long, long enough to extinguish all passion, leaving only rules and order. With this understanding, Tai Bai Jinxing's heart calmed down. He subtly signaled to the familiar celestial officials around him to remain patient. The scene in the Three Lives mirror continued to unfold. Spring passed and autumn came. Cold came and warm went. The peach tree by Yang Tianyou's study bloomed and withered and bloomed again. His feelings with Yaoji had matured like fine wine, rich and mellow. It was a night when the moonlight was as clear as water. The two were rowing on the emerald waves, Yang Tianyou gently rocking the oars while Yaoji leaned at the bow, plucking at an ancient zither. The zither's melody blended with the sounds of water, wind, and insects, creating an ethereal harmony. After the song ended, Yaoji lifted her head and gazed at the bright moon in the sky, letting out a soft sigh. The moon in the sky, although large and round, always felt so cold. It was far less warm than the moonlight of the mortal world, which was accompanied by the warmth of human life. Yang Tianyou stopped rowing and sat beside her, gently asking, "Yaoji, do you dislike the heavens?" Yes. Yaoji did not hide her feelings. The heavens are too desolate. Time seems to stand still, with no difference between 10,000 years and a day. The immortals adhere to rules and maintain their dignity. Even laughter requires careful consideration. It's so dull. Yang Tianyou fell silent for a moment, finally asking the question he had long concealed in his heart. "Yaoji, who exactly are you? Where do you come from?" He was not a fool. After spending time together, he had already determined that Yaoji was certainly not immortal. She could make flowers bloom, communicate with birds and beasts, and the aura she possessed could never be nurtured in the mundane world. Yaoji looked at him, revealing no secrets, but instead playfully smiled. After guessing for so long, "You must have an answer in your heart, right? If I say I am an immortal from the heavens, would you believe it?" Yang Tianyou gazed into her eyes and solemnly nodded. "I believe it. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were not immortal. I just couldn't believe that such a celestial fate would fall upon a mere ordinary man like me." Yaoji's smile widened. "I am indeed an immortal, but my story is much longer than you think." She extended her delicate finger towards the distant horizon. "Long, long ago, so long that this land was still a wilderness, I already existed. Most people only know that I am the sister of the heavenly emperor, the goddess of Wushan." "Wushan goddess?" Yang Tianyou murmured, recognizing the title from ancient texts. "Yes," Yaoji nodded, her eyes reflecting a distant brilliance. "Back then, when the world was flooded and suffering, there was a leader of the human race named Yu. He led the people to dredge rivers and control the floods. I was sent down by heaven to assist him. I guided the waterways, slayed the evil dragon, and pacified the mountains and rivers. I watched him pass by his home 3 times without entering, and saw countless mortals struggle against the raging floods with the most primitive tools to survive. They were so insignificant, their lives fragile as ants, easily swallowed by a gust of wind or a wave. But Yaoji's tone shifted, her eyes shining with a different light. They were also so great. Within their bodies resided a resilience and courage that even immortals could not compare to. They would cry, laugh, risk their lives to protect their families, and unite for a common goal. Though their lives were short, they lived with a fervor 1,000 times greater than we immortals who are immortal. After successfully controlling the floods, I should have returned to the heavenly court, but I found that I had become attached to this place. I watched them rebuild their homes from the ruins, saw them light the first wisp of smoke, and watched newborns cry for the first time in their mother's arms. I observed them farming, harvesting, marrying, mourning, aging, and dying. I finally understood how arrogant and ridiculous the heavenly regulations about the separation of gods and mortals were. Mortals are the most moving scenery in this world. Yaoji turned her head, her gaze burning with intensity as she looked at Yang Tianyou. So I came down again. I no longer wanted to be that lofty immortal who looked down upon all beings. I wanted to truly walk on this land, feel the spring breeze, listen to the summer rain, taste the autumn fruits, and embrace the winter snow. I wanted to live once like a real person. And then, I met you. The moonlight draped her in a layer of sacred radiance. Yang Tianyou's heart was thoroughly shocked by these words. He had always thought that immortals were heartless and desireless, viewing all living beings as mere fodder. Yet, He never expected that this fairy before him harbored such profound compassion and love. He reached out and gently held Yao Ji's hand. The heavenly rules are merciless. If discovered, I will be taken back to the heavenly realm and imprisoned in eternal darkness. And you will suffer divine retribution, your soul scattered. But Tianyu, if I can be with you, even for a brief moment, it is worth more to me than sitting in the heavenly court for countless years. Will you marry me? Yang Tianyu could no longer suppress his feelings. He was not an ignorant fool. He had read many sacred texts and understood the ethics between heaven and humanity better than anyone. But he also knew that this woman in his arms was the only light of his life. He suddenly embraced Yao Ji tightly and choked out, I am willing. In this life, to have the favor of the fairy is enough for me, even if I die without regrets. Even with divine punishment, I will bear it with you. Yao Ji closed her eyes in his embrace, a satisfied smile blooming at the corners of her mouth. The images in the three-life mirror flowed quickly. There was no grand wedding, no matchmaking rituals. Just a small study, 2 red candles, with heaven and earth as witnesses and mountains and rivers as mediators. They bowed to heaven and earth and became husband and wife from then on. The years were peaceful, like the stream slowly flowing in front of their door. Yang Tianyu cultivated and studied, while Yao Ji prepared meals. She reigned in all her celestial aura and learned to be an ordinary wife. She learned quickly. The clothes she sewed had fine stitches, and the meals she cooked were fragrant and plentiful. Yang Tianyu often read in his study, and whenever he looked up, he could see the figure of his wife hanging clothes outside the window, filling his heart with an unprecedented sense of peace and warmth. Yao Ji did not forget her original intention for descending to the mortal realm. The compassion in her bones made her unable to turn a blind eye to the suffering of humanity. One year, a severe drought struck, with no rain for months. The fields cracked, and the people were displaced. Altars for rain were built one after another, but to no avail. At night, seeing Yao Ji's worried face, Yang Tianyu softly asked if she was troubled by this matter. Yao Ji nodded. Yang Tianyu held her hand. You are a fairy. You have the ability to summon wind and rain. But if you use it, you will be exposed. Yet if I do not use it, the lives within 100 miles will perish. In Yao Ji's eyes, there was a divine brilliance. Tianyu, I descended from the heavens to protect all living beings. How can I watch them die before my eyes and remain indifferent? Soon, dark clouds floated in the sky, and fine rain gently fell on the parched earth. The rain was not heavy but fell all night, just enough to soak the land, alleviating the drought without causing floods. The next day, everyone in the town knelt on the ground, thanking the heavens for their blessing. No one knew that this life-saving rain came from the gentle scholar's wife beside them. Another year, a plague swept through, and the town's doctor was helpless, with people dying one after another amidst endless wails. Yao Ji transformed into a herbalist and entered the deep mountains, seeking celestial herbs unseen by mortals, crushing them and quietly adding them to the town's water source. Miraculously, 3 days later, the plague began to recede. There were many such acts of kindness. She repaired the roads in the mountains, dispelled the poisonous miasma in the woods, and made barren land fertile. In her own way, she protected this land. Soon, they had their first child, a boy named Yang Jiao. 2 years later, their second boy was born, named Yang Jian. Finally, they had a daughter, exquisitely beautiful and adorable, named Yang Chan. However, looking at the harmonious scene, none of the immortals could smile. As they watched, the familiar scent grew stronger. An extraordinary woman, an ordinary scholar, fell in love, married, used their abilities to help mortals. And then, the previous life of Lu Fan. Wasn't the white snake also like this? This plot cannot be said to be similar. It is simply identical. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Previously, everyone had not tasted the flavor, but now even the least sensitive immortal could sense the problem. Although Yang Tianyu and Yao Ji's story was a secret in the heavenly court, after so many years, it had spread widely in the 3 realms and was no longer a secret. Countless spirits, demons, and immortals had heard this tale of love between gods and humans. Even the Monkey King knew. When he caused trouble in the heavenly palace, he had mocked Yang Jian with this story. But upon seeing this, the immortals did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, they felt a deeper fear. Because they all knew. They all knew the ending of Yao Ji's original story. It was not a tale of universal happiness. It was a bloody tragedy that shook the 3 realms. It was the beginning of a lifetime of pain and obsession for Erling Shun, who stood not far away. Realizing this, The atmosphere on the immortal slaying platform instantly dropped to freezing point. The color drained from the faces of the immortals. Many could no longer control their bodies, their legs trembling slightly, instinctively wanting to retreat. Run fast. Is it still possible to run now? But without Yang Jian's command, they did not dare to move. Everyone's gaze unconsciously and quietly turned towards the silver-armored divine general. Chapter 50. Suppressing Peach Mountain. At this moment, the scene in the three-life mirror changed. It was a clear afternoon, and Yang Tianyu had not yet returned from visiting a friend. Yao Ji was at home, teaching their daughter Yang Chan to identify flowers and plants. Suddenly, the cloudless sky darkened without warning. A will from above enveloped this small valley. The two children, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, who were playing in the yard, stopped their movements simultaneously, running back to their mother in fear. Yao Ji's expression changed. She suddenly looked up at the sky. Above, the clouds rolled, and a brilliant golden light pierced through the heavens, shining straight down, enveloping their small courtyard. In the golden light, the figures of heavenly soldiers flickered, clad in armor, exuding a murderous aura. At that moment, the entire immortal slaying platform fell into a deathly silence. All the immortals' hearts rose to their throats. They had come. Ultimately, they had come. The divine might descended from the heavens. That was a power beyond mortal comprehension. The peach blossom petals in the courtyard stopped falling, the stream froze in its flow, and even the wind stilled in midair. Yao Ji tightly protected her two young children behind her. Her face turned pale in an instant, but in her eyes burned the resolve befitting a goddess. She knew that this day had finally come. For all the years she had enjoyed mortal warmth, she would now repay it with a punishment from the heavens many times over. Little Yang Jian tugged at her clothes. Being young, he did not understand what was happening, but he sensed his mother's fear and trembling, a despair that made even heaven and earth tremble. In the golden light, a tall divine general manifested, clad in golden armor. His expression was cold, devoid of any emotion. His gaze swept over Yao Ji, looking down at the small courtyard filled with the warmth of human life. His eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Yunhua Fairy Yao Ji, the divine general, spoke. You have descended to the mortal realm in secret, married a mortal, and given birth to a monstrous child, thus violating the heavenly laws. The Jade Emperor has decreed that we must capture you and confine you beneath Peach Mountain for eternity. The crime is mine alone, Yao Ji declared firmly. It has nothing to do with my husband and children. I beg the celestial beings to show mercy and spare them. In the face of heavenly laws, how can there be personal feelings? The divine general coldly announced. This mortal has disrupted the natural order and must be punished. These three children, being half human and half divine, are also intolerable to the heavenly way and must be eradicated. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of golden light shot from his palm, directly targeting Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, who were sheltered behind Yao Ji. Yao Ji's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, she waved her hand, forming a gentle celestial barrier to protect the children. The golden light collided with the barrier, producing a dull thud. Yao Ji staggered, a trickle of golden divine blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She had restrained most of her power to avoid harming the mortal realm, but now she had sustained internal injuries from taking the hit. At that moment, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Yao Ji, Yang Tianyu, returning from outside, happened to witness this heart-stopping scene. He saw the celestial soldiers hovering in the air, the blood at the corner of his wife's mouth, and the terrified faces of the children. This mortal, who had spent a lifetime studying the classics, felt no fear or hesitation at that moment. Who are you? How dare you harm my wife and children? He dropped the scroll in his hand, grabbed an axe used for chopping wood from beside the door, and charged at the golden-armored divine general with all his might. In the eyes of the divine beings, however, his stance was as insignificant as a moth flying into a flame. The divine general didn't even glance at him, merely lifting a finger contemptuously. An invisible force burst forth. Yang Tianyu's body halted abruptly in midair. The axe slipped from his grasp, tumbling down and embedding itself in the ground. He looked down at the rapidly enlarging wound in his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. He wanted to take one last look at his wife and children, but his body refused to obey, crashing heavily to the ground. Life rapidly drained from him. Tianyu, Yao Ji cried out in agony. Father! Yang Jiao and Yang Jian rushed out simultaneously, falling beside Yang Tianyu's lifeless body. Father! Wake up! Father! The eldest, Yang Jiao, shook his father's body desperately. but it was growing cold. He looked up, tears and hatred flooding his still youthful face. I will fight you. He picked up the axe from the ground, mimicking his father, and charged recklessly forward. The divine general's brows furrowed. He was provoked by this series of offenses and grew impatient. Another flash of golden light surged. Yang Jiao's small body didn't even have time to scream before it was reduced to ashes in the golden light. No, Jiaoer. Yaoji's eyes widened in rage. In an instant, her husband and eldest son were brutally killed before her eyes. This was more cruel than any torture. An uncontrollable, world-destroying power erupted from within her. Ah! She howled to the heavens, her hair flying wildly. Centered around her, all the flora in the valley grew wildly, only to wither away in an instant. The earth cracked. The sky changed color, and thunder roared. Formed the formation. The golden-armored divine general's expression slightly changed, and golden light burst forth. The surrounding celestial soldiers quickly set up a net, completely sealing off this space. Yaoji's power was earth-shattering, yet it was firmly suppressed within this confined area. Her eyes bled tears as she frantically bombarded the magical formation. But that formation was the embodiment of the heavenly court's will, indestructible. She knew she could not escape. She looked at her two remaining children, at Yang Jian, who trembled in fear while still shielding his sister with his small body. A final resolution surged in her heart. She abruptly withdrew all her outwardly released power, condensing it in her palm. Jian Chan'er. She used her last ounce of strength to project her divine thought. Take your sister and live. Go to West Peak Huashan and find the immortal named Chijingzi. Quickly, she turned her hand and struck not at the heavenly net, but at the ground beneath her feet. The violent celestial power was not meant for destruction, but to tear open a rift in space. A dark fissure appeared beneath Yang Jian, and Yang Chan Yaoji transformed her final divine power into a gentle wind, whisking the two children into the rift. Mother! Yang Jian's cry was mercilessly swallowed by the closing space. After doing all this, Yaoji seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She lowered her hands, no longer resisting. The golden-armored divine general snorted coldly, changing the hand gesture in his palm. Above, a massive phantom of Peach Mountain slowly took shape, carrying the power to suppress all things, crashing down. The scene in the Three Lives mirror froze on Yaoji's tear-streaked, yet content face. Then, the mountains crumbled, and the earth split. The image in the mirror came to an end, descending into darkness.